This conference will now be recorded.
It is now 4:03 p.m. and we are going to get started. I want to welcome the council members that are in the chambers or online. So in the chamber is Mike Johnston and Yvonne Barney. Online is Scott Phillips and Aaron Cheatwood. Sid Ostergaard is excused and I'm Mayor Heidi Franco. Glad you are here. Everyone, the first agenda item is a discussion of the views on Maine Master Development Agreement term sheet. Tony, we'll turn it back over to you and Russ and likely Jeremy, but are the developers here or not to discuss?
I do not see them. If you can, I was wondering if we could maybe skip to the engineering thing and I could go
Fine.
contact these guys.
That's fine. Russ, do you feel like you're...
What's that? Oh, okay.
Russ is ready to.
That's great. Let's do that. Let's go to the second agenda item that's posted in the work meeting. It's called the Main Street
Mayor,
Traffic Study.
I think what Matt was suggesting is that I'm ready to talk about the first item, not the second item. And
Are you going to present on the second item, Russ, also?
Yes, Horrocks is going to be here with a presentation
Okay.
on that. So they're not quite here yet.
Right.
I would like to present some information. Basically, I
Excellent.
sent a novel to the city council last night. I'd like
Yes.
to just kind of go over there and talk about that. I'm not sure if we'll see the developers here or not. We expected them. So if you're okay, if I could just kind of highlight, well, I'll go through the highlights of that
Okay.
email.
Just to really quick clarify for anybody that's listening out there. So we're going back to the agenda item number 1, the views on Maine Master Development Agreement term sheet, and we're going to listen to information from Russ Funk before the participants join us.
Okay. And do you have, Trina, I think you had the copy of the email that you were going to pull up on this first item? Could you pull that up so that they could see it?
This is your email.
This is my email to the council last night. Yeah. And as just kind of some background here as Trina's pulling this up, but I was looking at the agreement that had been submitted to the council, and I recognized that there were some items. Come on in. We're here talking your items, so come right up and join us.
Brian isn't here, and Adam had a flight delay, so he's not going to be here. So I was going to ask to maybe table it.
Okay. Well, I want to.
Let's have a little bit of conversation, just some updates.
Taking action.
Yeah, this is a discussion.
I would say even if I can present this information, you might have some questions for Luke, and then it can be pushed to later. That's just fine. But I did kind of want to get through this. So,
Tony just calling me. Should I tell him that I'm here?
yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Anyway, as I was looking at the last version of the development agreement, I recognized that there were some notes that were asked for by staff that aren't really there, and some sections that were still in there that we thought may be unnecessary. And so I sent an email to the council last night, just kind of outlining my thoughts on this. In my mind, I'd like to simplify this a little bit. And so if you'll bear with me, we're going to try to pull up the email so that those online can follow along. But this is my thoughts. I requested a note that be included on this in this agreement. That's going to be really small for people to see. I don't know if there's a way to.
I have it up too. We can read it.
And I can read it here too. So I said I requested a note to be included stating all city codes, policies, ordinances, process, and standards, and I added in place at the time of application shall apply unless specifically agreed otherwise by this agreement. And the reason for that is really there's a couple main issues, and I think the agreement just needs to focus on those main issues, and everything else needs to follow the standard processes that the city has set up. We want to try to simplify this. There's a note included currently that kind of says the opposite, that we want to be vested in all of the laws and things that are in place now. And my proposal is there's two main things here. This really isn't a large, complex development. It doesn't require a really complex agreement. For an agreement like this, the developer wants to be vested with the 5-story buildings and proposed uses. The city wants the master plan roads to be built as part of the development. In my opinion, almost everything else can be pointed back to that note if we include that note, and we can simplify the agreement. Now, there are some issues that need to be ironed out, and I've kind of outlined some things here in my email to the council. I'll give you this when I leave, Luke. But the first is 860 South. I mentioned that I'm generally okay with how it's proposed in the agreement. The developer is to dedicate land and pay for and construct the portions of the roadway under their control as outlined in the agreement. The road is to remain privately maintained but open to the public until that 150 East connection is made in the future. At that point, it would become public. So that's kind of the proposal there. I threw in another thing to be considered and discussed, and that is right now the alignment as it. I don't know if you can bring up that exhibit, Tony, from the agreement.
Is this the site plan?
Yes. So right now, you'll notice that we have 3 lanes coming off Highway 40. They come and make this curve. We recognize that we don't have control of this property now, and it's going to come in the future. We've already talked about that. But as we get down here, we've narrowed it down to 2 lanes. And the thought there was all of the impact shouldn't be on this one property owner. Could we require that 3rd lane to be dedicated and built with future redevelopment in this area? Question is that really going to happen? If so, when? Do we want to consider asking for 3 lanes now? Now, that would significantly impact their site and their building. It would require it to be shrunk up and be a major impact to them, but that's something that maybe should be thought about. And I'm just going to keep going down this list, if that's okay. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. The next one on here is the traffic signal. Earlier versions of the agreement proposed the developer paying for 25% of the cost. The current version does not include this proposal, but it was discussed during prior city council meetings, and the developer, I think, is on board. I don't know for sure. Luke will have to speak to that. Sure.
When we just,
Oh, tell us your name again.
oh, hey, this is Luke Kennard, live in Pleasant Grove right now. So just to speak to that, when we talked with the traffic engineers last time, they said that UDOT would typically cover traffic light improvements. In this situation, it's a little different. And so if we need to work that out, and that's part of the agreement, we can.
Okay. Yeah, UDOT will.
That's why I removed it.
Okay. UDOT will usually, a development will go in without the signal, and then once it's warranted, UDOT will typically pay for it and build it. Our recommendation here is let's have it be built with this project. In a situation like that, it would fall on the city and the developer to build it. There possibly could be some partnering with UDOT. I suspect that they would be willing to provide the materials, and the construction would take place between the city and the developer. And so I want to do that, yeah, because I think it will provide safer access in and out of this site, in and out of Lee's, and it will provide a safe crossing for the high school students versus that Hawk system. So my recommendation is to add that back in and negotiate the cost. I put in here a minimum of 25% participation from the developer is what I would recommend asking for. And in this email, I have things that I kind of have broken it down into a few main items. There's things that you might want to consider and talk about with the developer in the negotiations, and then there's other things that are recommendations from staff. That first thing on the 2 or 3 lanes is maybe it's worth talking about. That's a recommendation that we get that done. The next one is the 140 East or 160 East Street. And the developer is, and Tony, I can't see. I'd like to bring that back up if I could, the site plan. Okay, so when I say 140 East or 150 East, it's this future road that comes down this side over here, this east side. And currently the developer's proposing to dedicate their portion of land for the future road. There would be a small portion of the land with phase one. So if you kind of break the site plan in half, phase one is the upper plan. There would be a slight or kind of a small portion that they would dedicate for that. And then their portion would get bigger on phase two, but there would always need to be additional dedication coming from the school district land. And so the current proposal is with their phases that they would dedicate, well, let's see, I wrote, they would dedicate those portions of land to the city upon request of the city, currently not proposing to pay any portion of the future road costs. And so this is one of those things where I said a consideration, should the city request or talk about with the developer escrowing funds to build half of that roadway with final approval of each phase, since it will be frontage along the property. Developer does not believe this is fair since they don't need it for access. The timing of the road is unknown and so much of the area needed is outside of their control.
Does the city have the ability to require that from the school district, or is that going to require that, or does that require them to give that up willfully?
I don't know how to directly answer that question. What I can tell you is how we see that happening in the future is at some point we think that the school district may want to redevelop or do something different here. Now they may not for a long time. This is that West Campus building. They may want to just continue using that for a while, and until they do, I don't think they're really wanting to do anything. But at some point, we suspect that they might want to do something different. And at that time, I think is where we're going to have the best opportunity to get that done. Now, we might be able to negotiate something before that time, but that's likely when that's going to happen, when and if the school district does something different with that land. So that's kind of how we see that
The reason
happening.
I'm asking is because if the school district did for some reason want to let's say redesign the building or refurbish the building and keep the existing footprint and thereby not have the ability to give up any space, are we talking about a road that may never exist at all unless we get it in this property right now?
Yeah, and frankly, there's, in my opinion, there's enough room in the existing roads to still get it done now with the building staying in place, but they kind of want to separate their school circulation from the general circulation that would take place on that. So not really sure where that is going to go. It is a big unknown right now.
With your email too, one more follow-up, sorry, Mayor.
Mhm.
Just because you asked the question about the escrow there, is there a reason you didn't ask an escrow question about the bottom corner?
About this corner,
Is there a reason that where we wouldn't want to think about either requiring funds or escrowing funds to finish that road up?
well, yes, there is. The initial conversation about this is their obligation as a developer is to generally build a local road cross section. The local road cross section is 32 feet of asphalt. What they're building here is wider than that. It's not quite our collector standard. It was kind of a negotiated standard of what we could make fit. And so it's 36 feet of asphalt. So it's 4 more feet of asphalt than what they would normally be asked to build. Our initial conversations when the whole thing was getting built or expected to be built was kind of a partnership where we would pay for the oversizing of that. But where that section is now being removed, my expectation is they would pay for all of this, and then we would have to figure this out in the future, either city building it or work with this future developer.
So the trade, mentality-wise, the trade there, as far as the city might pay for that because we're not requiring the same amount in that upper section.
Because we're not paying for oversizing this, we would be responsible for these future costs.
Both of those things are up for negotiation right now, right?
Well, this is in a
36 foot isn't set in stone at all, right?
In a development agreement, the city and developer have the ability to negotiate.
Right quick, no, you just said that you think the 150 East could be built sooner or that there's room there even without the school district. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, what I was saying is with the existing school-owned access roads that are currently in place along that eastern side, there's current roads, there's current pavement. They're private, they're the school-owned roads. Right now, they're not really interested in the current configuration to allow public traffic through there, but there is, in my opinion, room that you could take advantage of that space and build a public road and make it fit, even if that building stayed where it is right now. I think that there's room with those existing roads to get it done. That being said, I don't my
They
understanding is
don't
they're not
want us
interested.
to use it
Yes.
that way.
Yeah.
And they have gates and they shut it off. But have we ever asked the school district that, Matt or Russ? If there were somehow an agreement we could work out with them to, put in other gates that would close off, their direct access into the back of the high school or whatever it is, have we ever tried to approach them to try to use that land for the 150 East and work out some kind of a agreement with them?
The conversations I've had with the superintendent is he recognizes the value of 150 East to us. He's indicated that the old building is not seismic proof, that it does not meet any current seismic standards, and they would look seriously at potentially tearing it down once the new high school is completed. He was saying that they would not really want to entertain any negotiations until they decide ultimately what they're going to do with that old building, which of course would not happen until the new high school is done. He's also expressed interest in deeding 740, 790 to the city. They're not in the business of managing and maintaining roadways, and we are. So that is of interest to them. We've always told them that we're willing to consider that if they bring it up to standards before we assume ownership of it. And so that is an ongoing discussion point. But to your point, Mayor, they recognize the value of 150 East to us, but aren't willing to consider anything at this point until they get the new high school built and determine what they're going to do with that old building.
I understand. I just thought that might have been a question we could ask, right? And see if we could negotiate on, but, you know, especially when the junior high was there, right? The kids were younger. Obviously, they didn't want the traffic there. Things are a little different right now, but who knows? We're hoping we can find that win-win. I just wanted to clarify if it was on their land or
After
where.
that, Mayor, there's also, they have fields behind those buildings, and the access to those fields, many of the families take it through that area, either through the high school side or through that back half, if they're coming from a certain, from a different location within the community. So I think that has been the other discussion as well, is that until there is a final decision on what they plan on doing, they would prefer to keep that as an open area for the students and for those games participants there.
So we recognize it's kind of an unknown and it's challenging, but I guess just to come back to the concept of simplifying these agreements, those key things in my mind, those three things, 860 South, traffic signal, and 140, 150 East, to me, those are the things that need to be clarified as part of this agreement. And then obviously the developer is interested in making sure that he's vested for the 5-story use and the uses that they're asking for. To me, those are the main points. If everything else could be pointed back to the all city codes, policies, ordinances, processes, and standards in place at the time of application shall apply unless specifically agreed otherwise by this agreement, I think that would handle so many of the other things that don't need to be talked about at all. That being said, we got into some utility discussions last time, and we're prepared to discuss those a little bit as well. Council asked for some information. We have included in the council packet some exhibits, and I want to talk about 3 utility-related issues to provide information to the council. But again, my hope is let's just stick with the basics. Tony, how do I find those on here? Thank you. So click on one. Let's see what we got.
Old plan.
Okay, click on the GIS utilities map. So this is probably, well, actually click on the next one. I can click on the next one now that I know where we are here. Okay, so this is our existing utilities map as a city. This development is planned to be in this area here. So this is kind of a map that shows what is existing. The first issue, of course, is the pressurized irrigation line. You can see this purple line that comes down probably to about the front door of the Timberline Ace Hardware. I'm going to zoom in so it's even more clear. So the one of the issues is that right now the end of this line is in property that is not owned by the developer, controlled by the developer, and they had concerns about being asked to go connect to that line. Our city policy has been if irrigation is within a block of your site, we ask you to go get it and bring it through your site. That's been enforced in other areas. To address their concern, the city has negotiated an easement in the AmSource development that would allow us to go connect to that, and then we would ask them to extend it through their site. The city is investing millions of dollars right now to expand our pressurized irrigation system throughout Heber, old town of Heber, and I think it makes sense that we continue that plan of extending it. What I was trying to say the other day is that we've got a kind of an irrigation line stubbed out down here off of 1200 South. This is where that new fire district parcel is. This is where the existing irrigation is down there right now. We would be asking them to take it from here and extending it through their site. And then in the future, the plan would be to try to connect those two in the middle. So one of their arguments is even if you get it through AmSource, we still don't have the right to go connect into this high school owned road. And my only debate to that, because they're right, it's a private road and they don't have the right, but my debate to that is that, yes, but that's also true where we need to connect to the water line in their private roads. And we understand that it's necessary and we're just going to have to figure it out. And so I think we could figure it out. And I think that we could figure out a way for them to work with us to allow it to happen. So that's my perspective on that.
Oh, questions. Thanks.
Yep.
So did ACE just give that easement to us, or is there a negotiating that we have to pay for that, or?
It was negotiated through a plat amendment that they did, and they just gave it to us. We didn't have to pay anything for it.
That brings it all the way to their south boundary.
Yes.
Well, here's my logical analysis question. What is the cost to connect the ACE hardware all the way down to the fire station versus what's the benefit of a financial cost, and what is the benefit? What are we saving? Because it's hard for me to imagine more than just a tiny bit of landscaping in this whole area. And if we're going to spend, I don't know, $2 million to run an irrigation line, and the benefit is $20 a month in savings of water, I mean, at some point it's not worth doing, and at some point it is worth doing. And I'm not sure without the data that it's worth doing.
Okay. I mean, rough.
Is the school on? It's not on pressurized irrigation. So
School,
everything,
school is not a pressurized
all
irrigation.
the grass right now is culinary.
Well, they have their own wells. They're irrigation company customers. They have their
Okay.
own. I think they have their own wells there that they feed that landscaping. But again, you don't know what's going to happen here in the future. The landscaping that's proposed with this development is minimal, and then of course you don't really know what's going to happen with other redevelopment in the area. Cost of installing pressurized irrigation main line. I mean, if you're building a road, you're probably $50 to $75 a foot, and there's other costs as well. There's valves and other things, but
Well, it could be $1 million.
well, I wouldn't suspect that connecting from here to here would be $1 million, but we could do some more work on it.
And do you want them, and then are they supposed to pull it up to 140 East and put it in a road, or are they supposed to bring it through their parking lot?
We're going to want to make
the
sure that
hotel.
it's kind of stubbed to a point where it can be taken out and extended in the future, to try to not have a similar situation as we have now with the AmSource. But that's our current code. We're requiring development to put in pressurized irrigation, water, sewer, pressurized irrigation. That's what we require, and then we require them to go get it. So could that be changed? Could the council make the decision that we don't think that it's necessary in this area or something like that? Sure, but that's what our current policy
Well,
is.
I get it.
There
But
is a
I still bristle against just spending an inordinate amount of money for no real benefit.
Yeah.
For a little benefit.
Yeah, there and again, I think it's
And
the unknowns.
there's
there.
hard, if you look at this, there's really no purple, almost there's vast swaths of Heber City that have no irrigation in them and probably never will. So,
Well, I think it's our intention, obviously, to continue expansion like we are with our Central Heber project on the west side of town as well. Um, we do have some areas where that irrigation is available on the west side, and we're going to continue to expand that in the future as well. The whole goal there, Mike, and I'm not disagreeing with you. It might be in this case, I mean, it might be that the benefit doesn't.
I guess I'd like to have an analysis, like present that. What's the cost? What's the city getting? What are we saving as a city?
Okay.
What quantity of tank are we saving because it's not going to be used for the it's not the culinary system.
Makes sense. We can look into that. Our current policy of expanding the pressurized irrigation system is primarily aimed at reducing the demand on the culinary system,
right,
to eliminate the need for additional wells, source capacity, and tank capacity. So it's something that can be looked at.
If we were to, because to your point, the current plan is developers are supposed to pay for this. Do we have, I guess it's Jeremy's question, do we have real risk in even thinking about letting a developer not do it, given that we'll have other developers come and talk to us?
No, I think Mike's absolutely right. If it's a situation where we can look at it and say, it doesn't make sense in this situation to extend this line because we're only going to have 3 users and there's, tiny little bits of.
There's a potential of a lot more to me. There's a lot more redevelopment potential in this area than I had realized, but that's my comment. Do you all mind if I just pause you for a minute? We've got Kim Dickerson online, unmuted, from the school district. Kim, did you want to address any of the school district issues that we've just talked about? You can feel free to go ahead. Kim Dickerson, did you want to make a comment? Okay, she's not wanting to, but she's off mute, so we'll continue.
So
Mike,
that's
want to
the
continue?
first utility related issue. The next utility related issue is the developers propose that they construct the utility extensions necessary for future development, not necessarily their development, but future development, but that the city reimburse them for these costs. Standard city policy requires that utilities are extended across their frontage at their expense so that the utilities are available for future development and extensions. It doesn't make sense for the city to allow construction of a road without utilities only to come tear the road up in the future to install utilities at a later date. City practice is that we would reimburse developers if we ask them to upsize the utilities, but that base sizes should be installed at their expense. That's not what I wanted. So currently, the concern is, you're going to have potential future development. I'm just going to use this parcel here for example. We recognize there could be other development. We don't know the story there, but currently this parcel is a good example. Right now, they don't really have access to sewer. Could they get access another way through this other lot or something like that? Yes, that's a possibility. But in order to make sure that they have the ability to have sewer, we would ask that sewer and water be extended along this road, so that this developer could have access to it. You could get access back here. That's our standard practice, is that those utilities be extended. The challenge here is they're saying, we don't really need that for us. We have sewer connection out to Main Street through our property here. We have access to water in other areas, but not requiring that could leave other parcels and other future development in the future without access to those utilities. And so that's why it's our standard practice to do that. Typically, we reimburse when it's oversized only, but we don't reimburse base sizes. So that's the discussion. My recommendation is, and I mentioned this last time, potential reimburse or pioneering agreement. We know there are legal challenges with that. We may not have the ability to enforce those as a city and those kind of things, but My recommendation would be to handle it that way. If we wanted to do that, we usually have a policy that those only last 10 years. And basically when future developments come in, we require them to reimburse the developer that built that by frontage length or something like that is typically what we do. So that would be my recommendation on how to address that issue.
It seems that
Questions?
Scott Phillips wants to say something. And Scott, before you start, we received a text from Kim Dickerson, who was saying that the school board has not had any contact about this issue. And she wanted on, I'm assuming all of the views on the main issue or the roads or the 150 East and so forth, other than what you talked with Paul Sweat about, right, staff
Similar-
level.
We've had similar conversations with Paul Sweat as well.
Okay, just to Paul Sweat then, but not to the school board.
No, so we haven't had a general school board meeting. We wanted to understand what the schools, and like, honestly, it's the same kind of thing. Like, they're not developing right now, so they're not going, it sounded like they're not wanting to give any frontage because they're not developing.
Understand. Understand. I just thought that I'd respond to what she had said,
Yeah, of
right?
course.
And then Scott, why don't you go ahead with your comments, please?
I was just going to say there's a lot of what ifs with this seemingly. I mean, the North Campus, I'm imagining, will be torn down once the new high school is opened and completed and probably redeveloped into something else. You know, I would rather allow it to move forward with less restriction than just depending on all the what ifs. Because we have data that we know and facts that are known. Let's just work off of those versus what if this happens? What if that happens? I mean, we can address those when they happen.
Scott, do you feel Scott, do you feel that way too about extending the sewer and the water and whatnot in that southernmost section of the road?
I mean, there's sewer and water all across this whole property, and the school district has sewer and water. I don't see it as being a problem.
Can I comment on that?
Free.
Sorry. So Chris, the phase 2 landowner, he brought sewer into his property there. When he did, George asked to put in a sewer stub as well. So he has basic sewer for whatever the use was, and I think it's like a 4-inch. I don't know. I wasn't there, right? But it's small. If it needs to be upsized, I think that would be the case for, okay, do we need to put this in to upsize it? But then the question is, is the school going to use the sewer line that goes out to the north there? We can bring it through if it's of a public benefit. That's just my comments.
Yeah, and to be frank, my recommendation is that I think these are getting into the weeds. I think that you allow staff to figure these out as they come, and we don't need to put these details in the agreement. But I understand
That's what I'd say. Thanks, Russ.
Okay, I have a different opinion sometimes than developers, and that's why these things come up for debate. But that's the point. Is I think we identify the main key points of this agreement. Everything else follows our standard practice, and we can figure out the details as we move forward. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I think that we're going to need to extend sewer in that road. Water is debatable, but we need to make sure everyone can be served. The issues on 150 East, those are easily pushed to later, but the last thing we want to do is build that road and then have to come in there and tear that road up and put utilities in it.
Right, especially on the city's dime. Sorry.
Russ,
I
appreciate.
think.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That road can be redeveloped. The 150 can be redeveloped when the school district redevelops their property.
If they redevelop. We're not
They
sure
will.
if they're going
Well,
to.
you just said not to do ifs, so
Yeah.
The last thing, just real quick, there is a section of sewer line in Main Street. It is this section right here between this manhole and this manhole that in order to build this development as proposed is not going to be adequate. It's enough, there's enough capacity for phase one, there's not enough capacity for phase two. And so we would require that they upsize that. Again, I would have handled that in our standard development review process and say, sorry, we need to increase the capacity here and work that out. But those are the utility related issues that I know of. Again, my big hope is let's simplify this. Let's hit these big issues head on. But if the council feels like some of these other utility issues need to be addressed as well, we can go into that, but I prefer to lean on our existing policies and practices and ordinances as much as possible.
And like working with staff. It's been good.
Yeah, Russ, I appreciate the time you put in here. I mean, effectively, the question that I've got, and from the things you've just just demonstrated, you just said, we could deal with this one during the normal, but only if we as a council tell you we're going to support you in not bending the rules, and we're going to support you in sticking with the current code, and we're going to support you in saying we're not going to give any of this stuff up, right? So I appreciate you identifying them, because that's exactly where I'm at on this, right? Like that's where I'm at, council, is I have zero interest in allowing something that to bend the rules, and unless there's really good demonstrated benefit to the city, which I am not seeing yet. So I see that there's a development. I get it. I understand they're here talking to us, but I'm just not seeing a reason why we should bend the rules or bend the code or change what we expect. I just don't get it. Why would we do that?
Well, especially when Mr. Kennard and so forth have admitted that you're just getting entitlements so that you can flip the property. When whoever you flip it to will come right back to us and say, now we want this, this, this. They will want changes. It will not be the same. At least that's what I've seen in over a decade. So that's why I'm very cautious too about saying, well, yeah, we'll agree to every single detail on this, because they're going to want changes when they bring it back.
I'm interested in developing this as well, like the full build out. But to have that flexibility is important if needed.
Well, before I turn it over to Mike, you are asking for a vesting of phase two, which technically has not happened yet. You've only been vested in phase one. So you're asking for vesting in phase two. You're asking to me, that's huge. That is so huge, just that point alone, with everything else that you're asking. You're asking us to wait on a master planned road that has become a real need, especially with your kind of a development. And you're trying to push that off into phase two, to where it could easily go up your property if there were adjustments made to your property. You see what I mean? So that's another big ask of the city, to push off that master planned road for a significant portion of it. And that would be so significant that the city could easily go forward and hopefully get the rest in, because there's not so many buildings in the way. Does that make sense? And it could relieve a lot of pressure on our main street in that area, provide a lot more safety. That's a big ask right there, to have us wait on the 150 East. And then, of course, you're asking about the utilities and such, but there's a lot of redevelopment potential there too. That's another big ask from the city. Okay, Mike, your turn.
So I've been thinking about this week. Tony and Russ, can you articulate why we're even doing a development agreement? What are the real issues? Because we don't get commercial projects that come before us. That's a permitted use, and it goes to planning commission. Is it the road? What are the issues that are causing them to bargain with us?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer. You want to answer? This, in a nutshell, this is what it is. The developer does have some vested rights.
Which is phase one.
We both agree the developer has vested rights on phase one. Phase one was approved with conditions. Those conditions may be challenging in some situations, but there's vesting on phase one. Where we kind of have a little bit of difference is phase two. Phase two was not.
Which is Chris.
The south half.
South half, okay.
So phase two does not have current vesting in the city's opinion. The developer isn't, they're not really in full agreement with that. In
Is
addition,
the vesting a 5-story hotel?
5-story hotel with these uses.
So if they walk away.
So yeah, if they walk away,
we
probably
can
have
still come in
vesting
here
on
and put a
phase
4-story hotel.
Something like that.
I mean, what does our code allow right now? Because that's what they can do.
Stories with a conditional use.
Say that again.
4 stories with a conditional use is what it was approved for. And then today, it looks like if you look at the code, it's 4 with a conditional use,
Okay,
or 5.
but they can come back and do anything that's in our C2 zone
Without even talking.
without talking to us.
Yes,
They don't
agreed.
even have to put the light in or the road. Or
I'll disagree with that. On the phase one, yes, they can
phase
move
one doesn't
forward.
require to dedicate any 150 east, right?
Phase one was approved with some conditions that are challenging for them to meet because it required a full access onto 790 South. My position on that currently is that, yeah, but that was before they were proposing this full access down on Highway 40, and that with that, that's likely no longer going to be needed. So the issues are phase two isn't fully vested, and we updated our master plan prior or after phase one.
Our
and
road
now
plan.
we want this done. So the discussion, Mike, to be frank and to be fair, is we can sit and argue about these points. Yes, they could move forward with phase one, but we could sit and argue about these points for phase two, or both parties seem to be willing to meet and talk and work towards a solution that works for both parties, and that's why we're here in a nutshell.
Which makes sense. That goes, counsel, to my point. Like, what is the benefit to the city, right? Because it seems like there's a lot of asks about, can we do this
There's no
differently?
benefit from pushing them away. And we build the light and we build 150 and I mean, here's what I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 property owners, parcels there. Somebody else owns those 2, the little White House and I mean,
Steven.
I actually see nothing happening here really easily because, and you see that one guy backed out, George. So he's backed out. I just feel like I would like to see us, that's what Scott said. And I think that's what Russ is saying. I would like us to see move forward with a vision and a plan. And I guarantee you, it won't end up that way. The school district is a completely sovereign nation. They're going to do whatever they want, when they want, and probably not for a long time. But we can see what could happen, and it could be beneficial with 150. But I guarantee you, Danny Labram's not going to build this road, and no one else is either.
The city would have to come in and buy it and get the easement and probably build it
Are-
through
yeah.
those existing properties.
Are we willing to condemn this corridor and build it, or are we willing to sort of give a plan and hope people participate with us? So I feel like I feel the pain of trying to push a public road 860 through some guy's property, all of his property, straight through. It's just not going to happen. It'll never happen because the cost of doing that and what you give up. So now they're trying to wrap it around and have other properties participate, like the George guy or the one on the south, and say, why don't you take a lane? I see that's the best way to move forward. And I think, Russ, you're agreeing is let's start. If they'll pay 25% of the light and UDOT will kick in 25, 30, 40% and we get a light there, that's a huge progress. But if we say, well, you got to do this and that, and you got to put 150 on your property, and you got to put up a 8-foot wall, they're just going to go away. I'm being honest. So Aaron, I don't think we can just keep saying demand, 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 because we can just demand it out and it won't happen.
Sure. I mean, to counter though, phase one is there.
Yeah,
So
and
if they can meet their needs for phase one, phase two only cares about having a road through his property because he's got this opportunity to have a
only
second building.
reason, yeah, that's right. It has to come together,
But
right?
he doesn't actually have a second a reason to have a second building. We're starting fresh on that. There's nothing.
Yeah, so we
this
could
is
get,
an idea
we could
that
get
I think is a
a
bad
Home
idea.
Depot.
We could, or we could have a road there
Yeah.
and end up with phase one, which a prior council agreed to, and that's fine.
Right. And
I don't
agreed.
like it at all then either, but it is what it is.
We have always had traffic issues on that section of town, always. Because now we've decided every business has their own separate entrance too, and we never provided for ability to go from one business to another off of Highway 40. I mean, we've really set ourselves up here for a mess, people. That's why we need 150.
Well, we didn't do it.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We should have seen it coming. We should have said, hey, you've got to
It started
provide
in the 90s.
access, from natural grocers to the hub. You see what I mean? And then through Labrum and so forth. And we set ourselves up to where we now have no choice but the 150 East. And
So what I'm
if we
saying, I
want-
agree.
If we want redevelopment there,
But we
we
can't,
have to provide it.
but it has to be a negotiated win-win. Just because we as a council say we want Chick-fil-A and Trader Joe's to come doesn't mean they're going to come. We can say we want this beautiful road here, but it doesn't mean someone's going to build it. We have to negotiate, like, how does someone pay for that?
See, the point is that it's only going to be minimally on their property in phase 2 on 150 East, and they're not building it.
Okay, I'm agreeing. I'm hearing that, well, we need to make them build it because the school won't. And
No, I
Yeah,
don't
so I'm
think I
actually-
said that.
I'm
just
actually
we
saying
need
the
it.
opposite. I'm saying they don't seem to be offering anything.
who? Well, they don't
If it-
have to.
And we don't have to give phase 2.
True.
That's what I'm saying. If you want phase 2, I just
We don't
am not
have to.
seeing any benefit yet.
We agree, but I'm saying we don't offer phase 2, then nothing's going to happen. That's what I'm hearing you. You're shaking your head. Yes. I mean,
So if we
he
don't allow you
doesn't,
to
he
do
doesn't
phase
own
2.
any of phase 2 or any of the road. This guy, Luke, doesn't control any of that.
Well, if you go look at the piece of property as it sits now, it's just garbage. Do we just want a little piece of open garbage? Like, I'd rather have something built there that is a benefit to somebody. And I see as our work as a city council, we need to find a vision or help with a vision versus just saying, no, 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 we don't want that, we don't want that. Well, what do we want?
So are you done, Scott? I don't want to interrupt. Scott,
All done.
you're good. Okay. So here's my simple, in the box, kind of narrow-minded look at all of this. First of all, I don't agree when we make the comment that we'd rather have something there than nothing. I realize that this is something that there's been a lot of changes with your organization, and what you're attempting to do is to work something out with us off of what was agreed upon before. I'm sure you know by now where I stand. This was not a project before I even came on as a city council member that I agreed to. I felt that this was something that was, especially with the 5 stories in that area, it comes to mind an area down in Orem that is 5 stories plus on State Street, and it sticks out like a sore thumb. I'm concerned that that's exactly what
Anyone else online that's frozen out?
I am.
I'll send Matt a text here.
the connection is down and Trina is working on it.
Thank you, Scott.
We just had to redo everything.
So that's where I stand. I'm wanting to listen to my engineer.
Yeah.
And I'm wanting to do so because I think that's the mistakes that have been made in the past. We haven't listened. We haven't paid attention. So thank you, Russ.
Yeah, it's a good point, because understanding, Russ, all the things that you've laid out for us is super helpful to understand like what the expectations would be if we just went forward. And Mike, your question was super great, which, why are we talking? We're talking because we're asking for something different, right? I would be most aligned with, and I know we're not voting or anything right now, but I'll tell you, like, the negotiation I'd like to see for things that are give me something less than that. If it's allowed to, to have this size road, partner with Russ and say, hey, we could see how this would need to be bigger. If it's allowed to connect to that sewer in the middle of the property and then throw your hands up and call it good, say, hey, if we could get section 2, we actually could help fund that sewer expansion on that section that doesn't make any sense yet because it's too small. I don't remember your wording, but not capable of, that's the kind of stuff that I would like to see, because the public that's reaching out to me at least is saying, don't agree to anything more. The past council that agreed to something shouldn't have, don't agree to anything more. And my counter would be, well, there's a certain level of project that they wouldn't need to come talk to us about. If they come and want to be less than that and have us give up a couple of things, okay, then we could talk, because less than that is negotiation. More than that is just a weird spot to start a negotiation.
I comment just
Yeah,
please do. Please do.
I hear what you're saying, and I hear where you're coming from, and again, going back, there's the perspective from the city and there's the perspective from how we saw it unfold. And so we've spent about a year working on phase 2 so far with your staff. And before that, it was applied with both in an idea. And so if there is no phase 2, why are we talking about an 860 south? If there's no phase 2, why are we talking about 140? If there's no phase 2, why are we talking about a light? Because that's all tied to phase 2. So if like we're trying, the benefit to you guys is that phase 1, we don't have to do any of those things. Phase 2, we're really trying to accommodate those things where, again, I don't want to be in a fighting position. We've spent a year of engineering fees and architectural fees working on a phase 2 from a good faith understanding that we needed to do that. And so if that's not the case, it's a different discussion. And so we're like, okay, let's create a win-win situation here that does benefit the city with those things, but has to work for a project in order to pay for it. If it doesn't pencil, I mean, we can't do it. And so there wouldn't be a phase 2 and there wouldn't be those other items. So that's my comments there.
Russ, do you think that phase 1 only works because of the 860 access as the secondary access? Because
yeah, they would. I believe they would need something else to make the access work. Can I to try to get some forward movement on this? So we're not. This is our 3rd meeting here, and it's kind of hard to make progress. Can I just run through a few things and kind of try to get some input from the council? One, understanding what Luke just said. Is there a willingness to work on an agreement? There's a couple of comments here that made me just question that. Is there a willingness to work on agreement to try to get the road in exchange for the proposed use?
Didn't you just say the 860 south was needed for phase 1?
What I said was the approval of phase 1 included conditions. One of those conditions was a full access onto 790 South. The reason that was included is because the only access at the time into phase one was a right-in.
Yeah, right in, right out.
Yeah, and so for safety, we needed another full access. What they're doing right now, proposing with this other access, eliminates the need for that full access up here. And so it's kind of a hard question to answer, because can phase one move forward without something down here? Well, no, they still need another access, but I think they can make it work without phase two. So I think they could still have a path forward, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it helps because
Yeah.
the clarity is we're talking about phase two and thereby we're talking about a road and that stuff, but we're actually talking about a road and thereby we're talking about phase two. It's like a cart before
It's
the horse,
hard,
doesn't
yeah.
matter which one, but
So just,
it's important to note because I keep going back to this. Phase one was conditioned on something that didn't happen.
yeah, but they have a way to work around that, I guess, is the quick answer. So with that other access, but
Mr. Kennard, accept what you just said about the 860 South being able to replace a previous condition that was required in phase one.
That's the goal with this project, is to create a better access.
Right, so you're agreeing with replacing the 790 full access with the 860 South full access to fulfill the conditions for phase one.
Yeah, for
Okay.
phase one and phase two, that's kind of the main point of coming with a development agreement, is say, hey, we're doing a better access.
That's fine. That's fine. We
So-
appreciate that
And,
because
and
we
we
like that
understand that
road.
there's a lot of give and take on both sides with that. And so we're the reason, like, we could work this out with staff. We came to the points that are like, we can't come to an agreement on, specific points like
irrigation line.
what
Irrigation,
we've been talking
light
about,
term,
right? That's why we're before you,
150
is like,
East.
hey, can you help us make these decisions for an agreement, if an agreement is possible?
Well, I don't see the problem with the 150 East. Russ, maybe you want to go there next, right? Phase one, the 150 East is pretty minimal. And it looks like we're going to have to wait because we'll need enough right of way that hopefully we can work this out with the school district. It makes me sad, that we can't move forward on that, because that would be really a boon. I think the citizens would really like it. It would be incredibly helpful. But the phase two, right? You've been able to work it out. We're still talking about phase two. And we'll see how that goes. We're going to need that road. So the 150 East, do you see any other major issues on that?
So that's what I wanted to just verify. I believe the council is still willing to work on it, on trying to get a win-win. I'm going to take that away from this unless you guys tell me no, to try to move forward. The next thing, 860 South, as the council, I'm trying to get to the point that we can bring something actually forward to either for the council to make a decision on. But 860 South, are we okay with the proposal here, understanding that this is going to happen in the future, and understanding that right now it only includes 2 lanes on their property, and in the future we're going to have to figure out through redevelopment or other means the way to get a third? Are we okay with that, or do we want to have more discussion or direction?
That's it.
All right,
If
can I
everything about
Can I make one comment on that? Because this is the only part of Russ's presentation I don't agree with, which is I do think at a minimum that section from their entrance, from there up to Main Street, we need dedicated to the city early on as part of the early approval process. Mostly because it goes through another property owner's property. I don't want to have to go later and get that dedication. I would like to have that.
Jeremy, you understand this is not currently on the table.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying from there, from where your pointer is to there, at least
You're
that
saying the rest
section
of
of,
it. Got it.
I want the rest of it actually dedicated to the city and
So
not
they-
just have an easement, or so that we absolutely know we have that.
Are you suggesting then that the developer purchase that easement from the
No,
other?
so they have an easement across that property currently, but they would have to negotiate with that property owner to actually have the dedication.
Convert it to a fee title dedication.
Yeah, convert it to a fee title dedication, which I think they've been working with the property owner, so I think that's possible, and I think probably likely that we could make that happen. I just,
Well, I would agree.
Russ early on said that, we could just have that as an easement or as a private road for a while. Even if we had to maintain it and it's that short section, I'd prefer to just have it in our ownership, so we have it locked down and don't have any issues in the future.
Okay, that's fair.
Very much. Be sure to speak up if there's anything else there. Okay, so we talked about 150. We're talking now about 860.
So I was going to kind of run through my email. So we talked about 860 now. It sounds like everybody is okay with the direction that is proposed here, or if
I'd like to keep talking about it. I won't vote yes if the second phase goes outside of our code. So if they're asking for a floor above or a story above what we currently have supported there, we
okay.
can keep talking about it. But when
That's
it comes time
part
to
of
vote
the-
about it, I'm going to say no.
Traffic signal, the recommendation now is to share costs. We're recommending 25% contribution from the developer. Is this supported? Does the council support this concept being included?
Russ, do you think it's likely that UDOT would have the same thought process of funding it if they realigned in such a way that Highway 40 isn't Main Street anymore? Would that change how they would fund it in the future? What I'm asking there is, right now, there's a potential that they would fund that eventually if it got to be a point where they
I mean,
need it.
if
If
you-
it's not a
if-
state highway, they may not, though, right?
Right. They're only going to fund signals on their road. I think it would be needed before that, but it's going to depend on what happens with 150 East. This development in and of itself is not going to warrant the signal. It's going to have to be when that road connection comes through. We don't know when that's going to be, but even if it doesn't warrant it now, I believe it adds a huge safety benefit to the city. Both the crossing of the high school students and access in and out of developments on both sides, as well as just the gaps a signal could provide. So I think there's huge benefits. Right now, UDOT's I suspect all we're gonna be able to get from them right now on this is them contributing the materials, the poles, those kind of things. And then the cost of installation, programming, design, that's what we're gonna have to share.
And I know it's outside of this, but just to remember, directly across the street from where this is proposed, you think there would be a road through the Lee's parking lot eventually as well?
That's
on the plan,
that's
but-
the goal. That's what our master plan shows. Now, are they on board with that currently? No, but I do think they would recognize the benefit of even if it was just a signalized access into their parking lot. I haven't had those conversations with them. I just know that when we talked about it was another project we were talking about reserving property for a road, they kind of came out in opposition against it. But I still think there's benefit, and it is on our master plan. And
I agree. Having that light there would definitely, I don't see how that wouldn't benefit.
Well, Smiths wanted their light. I'm sure Lee's will want theirs.
Sounds like there's support for that. The next one was the 150, 160 East discussion. Should there be any contribution on costs in addition to the right of way? What I'm hearing is the council is thinking that's maybe more of an ask than we should be asking at this time. Do you feel like that's consistent?
They'll be paying through impact fees on those things. And
For the buildings, yes, they'll be
Well,
paying
for the
impact
road,
fees.
too.
These will be master planned. These will be in our they are in our master plan. We can collect impact fees to implement it later. Just a matter of do we want them to have any contribution other than that up front? And it sounds like, understanding the other benefits for the city, that we're leaning toward, we're okay with what they're proposing.
I'm not seeing Scott say anything.
Yeah, I would guess the road is inside the impact fees. Yeah.
Okay.
So then the irrigation line.
Yeah, the other things are the irrigation line. If you would like, I will bring, this is what I would propose on the utilities, if you allow me. I will do a little work on the cost benefit analysis for irrigation and come up with some information for the council to consider that one further. The other two, with regard to the utilities, the sewer replacement in Main Street and extending the other utilities, my recommendation would be that we require them to follow our standard processes and put those in, and we can evaluate the need and try to be smart about it, but we don't want to risk not having in place what we need to. So that's what I would ask as staff and ask for your support in, but please provide your feedback.
Let me comment on that. I've talked to Paul Sweat on this and looked at the school. There's just no way they're going to give up their ball fields as long as Wasatch High is sitting there. So nothing's really going to be east of that road. Yes, they'll probably redevelop it in some way, and it may just be school property forever. The old junior high, the West Campus. So my opinion is that if they're going to need, they already have sewer to that building, so there's already sewer connection. There's nothing east of this project that needs sewer. So I think when we're running sewer, yeah, let's take care of the people that need it, but really all the sewer is coming from Main Street. And that probably is a lateral or two. It probably isn't a public sewer line.
Well, they would,
What does it help? Who does it help?
again, it would be to set up future development over here. Again, you're saying right now, I don't think anything else is going to happen here. These guys have access north. That may be the case. But I do believe these guys are going to need access to it. I'd rather them have access here to a main. You can't tie multiple businesses to one lateral.
Yeah, but that's 100 feet of main, or it's not running it all the way to the school district.
And then we would look at this. Is this have a potential of developing in the future where they might need access to that? So really, when I talk about utility extensions, I'm primarily talking about this route along here, and we would want to make sure that we're not cutting ourselves short. I would ask for your support as staff to let us use our discretion there and do that. I recognize that these guys may be putting in improvements that don't benefit them, but that's why we have that policy. That's why we have that ordinance. I can give you several examples where we didn't follow this and it came back to bite us. It came back with other property owners threatening legal action against the city because we didn't enforce our policies. And I don't know if that's going anywhere or not, but the problems that happened, and I would.
You've got my support there. Thanks for thinking outside the box in advance.
As far as irrigation, I'm going to suggest it's done by phase, right? Phase 1 is due in phase 1. Phase 2 is due in phase 2. It doesn't have to be done all at once. That's going to help minimize costs right up front.
And that's how any of the utilities that get extended kind of through would be. They would go by phase. Like if these guys are connecting water here, they're extending irrigation here, it would be kind of to the phase line, and then it would be stopped and extended in the future. But I do recognize the point, and I am certainly willing to look at what is really the benefit here, and I'll do my best. There's assumptions, but I would provide more information there for that discussion. I think that's worth it. If I would like to move forward with our current policies on these other ones, but commit that we can look at it. And
I think the fencing that's required, that was already agreed to as a condition, and it certainly can be done by phase also. And then the term. What are your recommendations, Jeremy and Russ, on the 10-year term that they're asking? I think you had said something about based on performance, that phase 1 has to be under construction at some point.
Yeah, I mean, again, in terms, I understand not having a term so far out that a project just sits there and doesn't do anything. You got to make a term long enough that if the market turns, we get a downturn in the market, and it's, just market conditions, that they don't lose their vesting, particularly if they've started. So I would probably suggest something probably along the lines of like 5 or 7 years, they had to start some sort of progress and have some sort of milestones if we're concerned about the term. And I mean, they have a vested interest in getting it done or coming back and having a project that will work. They don't want to sit on their property for 15 years either, most likely. So, so most of the time, the term is probably not that relevant, but I'd say maybe we'll come up with some milestones to say if they have to start, construction on phase 1 by X date, and they have to start construction on phase 2 by X date, and I think that should be sufficient.
That'll be interesting to see. That's what I was hoping, is that you two would come up with the official MDA here.
Yeah.
And then, of course, let Mr. Kennedy and his associates review that before you bring it back.
And honestly, I agree with Russ. I think this is kind of to move forward, but I also agree, a lot of these things, I think the main purpose of this is really to get an idea of, can we move forward? Is council generally supportive of this? We didn't want to waste a ton of time coming back and negotiating some of these points and getting to an end result and an agreement if we were just going to come back and council was going to say, no, we're not supportive at all of this project moving forward, and we want to go fight this and fight the vesting. And go down that route. So I think this is really helpful for staff to understand kind of how to move forward. My only other comment, I know some people are really concerned about the heights of the buildings. I would say there might be some other options as well. I mean, I definitely have seen extremely ugly buildings that are 4 stories that I thought those are hideous. And I've seen really well-developed 5 or 6 story buildings that I think are really pretty and are, really nice looking. So, maybe there's some other options if the city council is really thinking about the height and how is this going to impact the community of, do we want to look at something more like it's 5 stories but have a setback and require different materials that fit more within our downtown? Something like that, that may be an option to look at. I'm not saying that's something, that's necessarily something we should consider at this point, but it's certainly an option.
Can I make a just quick comment on that? If you're looking for an example of like height, the Best Western is 4 stories with a pitched roof that I'm pretty sure goes up to the 55 foot, especially because it's elevated above Main Street. And so if I remember, well, I wasn't here, but it sounded like there was some backlash on that one because it was so tall and right on Main Street. And so if you want an example of like what's the kind of height that you're looking at, Best Western in the hub would be a good example of how high that goes up to.
I think the backlash was the FAA
How close it
approval,
was to the,
and I
yeah.
don't think you need that at this
Yeah,
location.
we've already talked to the FAA and they're fine with
Yeah.
the at least the height that would be proposed for 5 stories.
Well, it has completely different materials too. So I'm not aware of the backlash you might have been referring to other than
Okay.
the FAA approval, which was obviously given.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I think that is helpful to give us some direction. Appreciate your time, council. I think our next step would be to try to work with Jeremy and get an actual agreement put together with some of that information, and we'll bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Jeremy.
much for your time.
I thought it was 3.
Best Western appears to be 3. Is there another one you're thinking of? The Best Western is 3. And a pitched roof.
Best
Best
Western.
Western's 4 stories.
Oh,
Holiday Inn's 3.
they don't have windows on the 4th story then.
I'm pretty sure that one was 4 stories, but
Interesting.
That's not ours, is it?
No, because ours
the
goes all the
back
way
half
across.
of it,
It's 4 stories for the Best Western.
All right, maybe this
over
picture's
there.
just garbage.
Yeah.
I
The
am using
difference
an
is
iPad,
that
so
it's
Best Western was supposed to be 5 stories, but the FAA nixed the 5th story.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll certainly be in touch.
Top one, Tony.
thank you. Appreciate your time.
All righty. And then we're going on now to the second agenda item for the work meeting. This is the Main Street traffic study with discussion of recommendations for signalized intersections. We have our Horrocks engineers here and Russ. So Russ, I'll turn that back over to you, please.
Yes, so I just wanted to introduce Horrocks. We'll invite Shane and Willa up. You can just come sit up here, Willa. If you remember last year, we contracted with Horrocks to, we're updating our transportation master plan. We asked them to specifically look at the intersections of Main Street and basically the signalized intersections on Main Street, and to come up with recommendations for traffic and safety improvements. And so they're here. This is a work meeting session. They wanted to come present where they were at with that and kind of what their recommendations were at this point. And so I'm just going to turn the time over to them, let them present. This mouse allow you to kind of control that. And they're here for questions, and I am as well.
Russ, have you seen this presentation yet, by the way?
So yes.
Okay, I'm just saying we'll get this presentation to Trina so that we can post it in the agenda materials after you're done here.
Sorry, I got a draft of it Thursday and felt like it wasn't quite ready to post, and
Sure,
so made
I
the decision
understand.
that we'd ask them to just make some changes and then bring it
Great.
today. So we'll get it and get it posted.
So the intersections we started with was 500 North and Main Street, Center Street, 100 South, and also 600 South, and then 1200 South. So at the beginning, We analyzed a few mitigations. Our model didn't show any queue length problems or level of service problems at 500 North. And that's probably because we look at just the overall intersection. It didn't go into depth of business accesses that are currently located near these intersections.
Can
And
I,
so we
Shane, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Did you do your analysis before or after Smith's moved from 900 North? After, okay, sure.
Sorry, I should have mentioned that. So
I'm gonna interrupt you again. Also, this is after their traffic counts came after the eastern bypass was open too. And so as all of you know, traffic is significantly reduced on 500 North since that.
Yes, yes.
And so we didn't see any issues with it. And so our recommendations are wait until somebody occupies the Smith building, and also when the new high school comes in. That will completely change the traffic flow at that intersection. So the next slide is the FHWA standards for dual left turns. It shows that during peak hour, it's recommended that there should be at least 250 cars that use a left turn movement before dual lefts will actually be beneficial to the intersection. I just want to get that out first because as you see, we go down here, the Center Street mitigations, we've analyzed adding a median to both east and westbound, dual left turns, east and westbound, dual throughs, east and westbound, and then add a protected permitted signal phase timing to the east and westbound. And as you can see, most of those didn't improve anything. So the main thing we want to do, we recommend, is adding a median to both the east and westbound. And this is more for safety. People come out of those business accesses and try to make a left turn. And if there's a queue or any cars in the left, say you're coming out and there's too much traffic there and they're coming out, they're going to get hit. So we recommend, just more as a safety aspect, that we add medians to both. And as you can see, the volumes here, the mitigations are right there. These are the queue lengths. So how many cars are stacking, and then with the mitigations, it kind of helps out with these queue lengths just a little bit. And it's more for people trying to be nice, allowing people to make left turns, which is backing the queue up. And as you see, the left turn volumes do not warrant dual lefts at all. Like they're about 50% of what the criteria that FHWA recommends using for that.
Okay, I see.
I just wanted to add that in the model, and correct me if I'm wrong, in our 2050 model, we do show that the bypass would be built by then.
Yeah,
so when you're looking at those volumes, keep that in mind.
Yeah.
If that doesn't happen, then these numbers are wrong. So we're showing that, changes the level of service significantly.
Yeah, thank you. And it's kind of hard to see this map, but as you can see, you've got a median here going across past this access, and the same with over here. This one allows you to come out of here and still make a left turn to go eastbound. Can you guys see those medians? I know it's kind of hard to see. Well, that's the mitigations for.
So this is, I'm terrible when I'm looking this way. I'm not a bird, so I don't know which
North is up
buildings.
here.
Oh, okay, and that's Main Street right there.
That's Main Street coming down, and this is Center Street.
Okay,
We're sitting right
see.
about there.
So if you left the county building parking lot, you wouldn't be able to turn left and go straight into the queue. And if you left the Wells Fargo ATM, you wouldn't
I
as
see
well.
that now. Thank you, sorry.
So the yellow lines are the median, or there's a
dark gray,
black?
The dark gray.
The dark gray. So, okay, so we couldn't turn
You can turn to
east out of the county building, and we couldn't turn west out of
the Wells,
out of Zion's.
Whatever this is.
And again, these recommendations for Center Street, you wouldn't have to do them immediately, but as traffic increases along these roads and you start seeing more and more people, this road's probably less of a problem than 6 South or 12 South as you see people coming out of those intersections.
We're going to talk about 6 South because that's my pet
But
peeve.
so it just keeps people going straight without having to worry about stopping for people coming in and out.
Okay.
And it's really just needed at the highest traffic times because the rest of the time you can get either way without really a problem. But at those peak times, it's can get very messy and scary. So
here's the 100 South one. And same thing, the model indicates there's no delay or queue lengths, but also for a safety standpoint, we'll just add a median to only the east side or the westbound movement because UDOT owns the other side. So we don't recommend doing it. But if the city wants to coordinate with UDOT on adding a median, that would also help improve safety at that movement. And as you see this, and we also recommend optimizing the signal time from the current one that UDOT has. It's saved, well, northbound from 45 cars to 8 cars. But as you see for the city street, it saved 7 cars or 3 cars. So, and that would look like this right here. So this extends, the median extends all the way out to 100 East. So you can turn out of this building, turn left out of either of these accesses, but still 100, the west side is still.
That one's interesting. I never see traffic back up there. That is my building. So just that on the west side. But are you saying, was it that light timing? Again, I don't see traffic to build up on, but I do see it coming from the other side.
What it is this one right here coming up. This is where
northbound turning left on to Midway.
Just the through street. I think it was just a through one coming up. So these queue lengths are just is the greatest one for that movement. So it's not the northbound left. It's a northbound. One of the northbound movements has 45 cars, which in this case is the through roads going through, which would help, down the way. Like you could help traffic down 200 south, 300 south, because those cars are actually able to move out of the other intersections. Because a car we typically do is 25 feet. So the model showed a lot of queuing, 1,200 or something feet at PM peak hour.
And that's just optimizing the signal. That doesn't have anything to do with the median.
No, that has not. Yeah, that's just going in there, changing the green time, the red time, and optimizing it for the traffic flow at that time. And that's something the city could coordinate with UDOT on, updating that.
can we look at that picture just one more time, please? Okay, so you've got the median on the eastbound side in the future, even though I agree with Aaron, that seems to be the lesser impact. I'm more concerned about the westbound side. Do you show a median on the westbound side? I can't.
Because it's UDOT owned.
Right.
If it was ours, you'd recommend it, but
yes, I would recommend it on if it was your guys's.
So then you're saying what we could do is only allow the right-hand turns out of Ogden's and the Tucky area and Lee's Music, or right in, right out?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Now I'm guessing this is the fun one right here. So we analyzed multiple multiple mitigations. Adding the median again, that's kind of the theme of these mitigations is more for a safety aspect of it. We also, an alternative to that mitigation, we converted the McDonald's access to a right in, right out. You're putting a pork chop or a splitter island in there so that it kind of detoured people from trying to come out. But as you know, people, they will still come left and then still go across all the traffic. So we it may work effectively, but we don't see it as being as effective as adding the full median. We also, like I said, we tried dual lefts to increase the turning capacity, and you'll see on the next slide, it has the volumes. Oh, I do have the volumes here. So you see the volumes are low. You're almost there southbound, but for the city streets, they're around 150 left turns in the PM peak hour. Dual throughs, we thought, maybe if we did that, but there's minimal benefit to either of those. And you'd also be removing, if we did the throughs, you'll be getting rid of the parking on the south side of 600 South and Main Street. And there's also a possible bottleneck, as you're going from 2 lanes and then you get past 100 East, they could try to, if you try to come together to one lane, there could cause a bottleneck there, depending on how much throughs are going through. So we recommend adding a median and then also adding the dual left lane to the east. This should say, oh, this is the eastbound mitigation. So the dual left lane to the eastbound. Because it shows some benefit. As you see too much, you'll save 4 cars, 2 cars. The same with the westbound. Basically, we did the same thing. We did the median, which is for the safety issues and stopping people from turning it left out of those business accesses, and also the dual left lanes and throughs. And we still recommend the dual throughs, even though you guys don't meet those requirements. We did see some moderate benefit to that, to the delays and stuff.
Is there any other way to address the safety issues of so it's the angled parking on the south side of 6th from Main to First East without removing the parking?
And by
and the yeah, so you're seeing it there, those angled.
So we got rid of these ones that are there any here? Maybe not.
I don't think there's any there.
So you lost, I think you lose 3 right here by having the dual lefts come through. I missed an arrow here. So there's dual lefts coming through, and there should be dual lefts coming here. And so
that becomes a
single through, and then it just comes up here and gives you access to this left turn lane. It gives you a left turn lane right here.
The median does help with the safety of those angled parking too. I don't know if that was your question.
Yeah, I mean,
it prevents people from coming around and then pulling in sideways or backing in. It helps with that. But.
My question effectively was, aside from a median, and I realize it's not on this right now, but what else? That's the part people complain about to me the most is if you're parked in one of those angled parking, you may never get out. And if you do, you're going to be hoping you don't hit someone, right?
Yeah.
You know, and my observation is I don't think that many people actually park there. I mean, there was a trailer park there for a few days, several months back, but I don't perceive that is mission critical angled parking anyway.
Parallel.
That's a good idea.
Spaces, right? It would be less spaces, but it
Less
would be
spaces, but
easier to
also
hopefully get in and
people
out.
to move out. Yep.
So I guess my question still is, I'm still seeing the concern that I know others have had. There are many people that cross over and are making that left-hand turn into the business that's right there on the corner. It's very popular business. And if you're coming eastbound on 600 South, or going eastbound on 600 South and crossing 40, and you have the bank over here, and then there's this business here. That's where the concern that I have seen. How do people turn into that without having to go down to the next road, which would be 100 East, and then retracing and going backwards to try and get into that property? That's where I'm seeing a lot of those issues. I guess with
You're saying eastbound,
so
turning into Old Goat.
yes. So you're coming eastbound and you're trying to turn into Old Goat.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is no access. There's no way to do that without running into the traffic that is trying to use that same lane to turn left onto 40.
That's why we put the median there for the safety.
But how will you access that's cutting off that property?
As people become familiar with the median, they would probably go up to 5th and come around off First East and coming westbound. That's how I would do it. Everyone's going to.
But that's what I'm saying, is that a lot of people, that's a frustrating thing because you're wasting your time to have to go all the way down and then come all the way back. That's what I'm wondering. Is there any way that we can create an in and out where you can still have your left turn onto 40 but still make it so that there's the possibility of a right turn into that property on 100?
So Yvonne, really the only way to make that happen is to force accesses into businesses to be further back from intersections, which we're trying to do that in the North Village area. And of course, that's all of this stuff, just so you know, all of this stuff is going to be very political. People are going to be mad. In this situation, I don't know what else you would do other than only allow a ride in, ride out. Is the business owner going to be happy? No. Is the public going to be annoyed? Yes. Is it much safer? Absolutely.
I realize the
So
safety, and I do. That's what I'm trying to do, but I want to make sure that we don't alienate businesses that benefit our community. So that's my biggest concern is I want to find a way that we can provide that. I think that what you've got going for McDonald's in that area, that seems to work. That's good. But because they do have that entrance coming in, but it's a little different with this other entrance coming in off 40 for that particular business. It's popular.
They're actually just the same.
Is that
Right?
the only access to that business?
No,
Or is there
I've never
another
really
one on 40?
They have the, they have,
turn onto Main and turn right into the
They
parking
can
lot.
do that. That's how they'll do it. Like if they do it at the hub. they
so
can just
if there
turn left
is
and
that,
go.
is there any way to, what do you call that? When you cut in and deacceleration. So they're not trying to, because there is no real deacceleration. Is that how you say it?
Yeah, there's not really
Off
room.
of 40 into the business.
Those shoulders on Highway 40 are very wide, and UDOT, I've had several
So
conversations
when you're
with them
turning and
before.
coming off from the west side, it gets dicey because you're trying to cut across 40 to get over to the business, and you've got all that traffic coming in right behind you.
Yeah, I'm just going to be frank. There's nothing you can do. You can utilize the shoulder if you can get over and you can turn right, or you can go around the block and come back around. And these are all trade-offs. Do you want the convenience or do you want the safety? And it gets to the point where
Russ,
the
I
safety.
want both,
I
for
know.
goodness sakes. Come on, I want the cake and the frosting and everything.
What happens without those medians?
And I want my latte.
What happens without those medians is people are trying to either get across from one access over
I
and
know.
turn in,
I know.
turning left or turning right or whatever, or they want to go straight through. And people are nice. They'll stop. They'll be like, yeah, let me stop going through. And then what happens is they can't see the traffic coming.
I
They
know.
sneak up and
I
then
know.
you get
So dangerous.
And then the other thing that
so-
happens is it actually backs people up in the intersection more. So that makes the intersection level of service decrease. So that was one thing I was going to mention in our model. The way we modeled, it's a macro model. We're not modeling those entrances. We're just modeling the roads in the intersections and the traffic on the intersections. Correct me if I'm wrong. The left turning movements, the right turning. We're not modeling the McDonald's access or so in order to know exactly how the median would optimize that intersection, which it will, you'd have to do a micro analysis of those driveways, which we haven't done. That wasn't part of our
And each
our
of those
project.
businesses might be different businesses.
Yeah,
in the
they're all
future, too,
different.
but
The
the
number
roads
of
are
cars coming in and out are different. And so it's more of a gut feel there. And you're right, it's very political, but it would, the way we look at it, just visually, it is going to help the level of service as well for that intersection when you stop people from stopping and letting
Yes.
people through.
Yes,
And it's
I
hard for
understand.
but people, I mean, my feeling is they'll get used to it and find ways to get into that business. And we could put signs up too that may help people to see business access here so they know they've got to go around or that. And there is an access off Main Street, like he said, they can kind of pull in.
Well, all you do is you put roundabouts on 100 West and 100 East. So if they want to go around, they just circle back around and go through. But that's another, $3 million. But why is the median so much bigger there south of Walgreens? Why is it that long stretched out triangle, the median?
This is just a concept.
Okay.
You can shrink it down to whatever you want. I kind of just used the existing line work, striping, and then just made it like that.
Okay, I wasn't sure why it was so much bigger, but to me, we have enough right of way that we can do this, right, already. It's just that because of the wider right of way, it turns into a free-for-all where people are zipping across and we don't have the striping there to help them know where they're going, and we don't know where they're going, right? They can try to wiggle all over. And then we get a lot of queuing up with the turn lanes, and I'm really excited to see the dual turn lanes. I'm really happy you brought that proposal. I knew we needed to do something there. Plus, we're continue to work with UDOT on signalization optimization. That's a continuing issue, but the dual turn lanes would really alleviate a lot of that frustration when people just can't get across, right? When the signal's out of whack.
Are the dual turns, did your data show that that's a problem now or just that it isn't by 2050?
I think it's kind of counterintuitive. You think it's going to really help, but it doesn't help as much as you think it does. Maybe you can explain that a little
Yeah,
more.
because like I said, the data doesn't show it. Like our model shows that this intersection works fine, but from looking at the videos that we captured for our traffic counts, it shows traffic backing up all the way past 100 West.
Yes.
And then we'll also took pictures and showed like at peak hour times and showing like it's backed way up. But like we said, it's just that we only analyzed 100 or Main Street and 600 South. We didn't analyze any of the business access that are also playing into your guys' queuing and the problem within this area.
Possible that that this is also just not just, but also aggravated by light timing. So I frequently am coming, so eastbound, turning left, turning northbound, and you end up with the blinking yellow at first, right? And then you end up with a relatively short green because the other side has the green the entire time. Is it just a matter of if there was a dedicated turn light for a little while, would that help with the queuing?
Signal optimization will also help. Whenever we say add like dual left turn lanes, it also they'll also optimize the signal timing with that because they're going to be adding another head. And then also dual left turn lanes do not have the flashing yellow. It's only a protected. So that they'll optimize it at that time too.
But they only help enough. They only help with the dual queued cars. So it's only a block or a half block of double cars anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
And when we did optimize it, it didn't show very much benefit with the single left turn lane when it's protected permitted.
Yeah, the dual lefts helped some, but it wasn't significant because there are people that still go through after the people have come straight or done, and they have that blinking yellow, and then they can go before the light turns red. With this scenario, you won't have that, so it does increase the delay a little there. It could, depending on the number of cars. The other thing I've noticed out there at that intersection is, and UDOT plays into this, is there is so many more cars on Main Street that the timing for the eastbound, westbound is just so short.
Yes.
And so UDOT will have to approve of any additional time, with that optimization. Yep. There's a balance there. They don't want Main Street backing up.
Right, but it's only going to be a relative short amount of time too. I don't know.
I agree with that.
The other thing I'm interested to see is when the new high school opens. I mean, the problems are really those peak times regarding the high school, morning, lunchtime, and when school's out. And when they cut their student attendance here, I'm interested to see what happens there as well. So
it'd be similar to what we saw in 500 North.
Then it will switch back up to 100 South, and then you'll be back.
I want to check Fifth North again when that happens.
Righty.
Now we're on to 1200 South.
Okay.
So we analyzed mitigations where we extend the westbound median and the left turn lane storage and remove one of the accesses, the left turn lane into Mountainland one-stop business access. Remove that completely. And then we moved it down. Add a westbound right turn lane, and then also remove the westernmost access to Mountainland because they have two. One of them is like right off the intersection. So we recommend that you remove that. And
I want to talk to them about that.
But do all analyzed mitigations recommended. So as you see here, the thing's gone. The access right here is gone. The lanes have been shrunk down a little bit from 12 to 11 feet to have this additional right turn lane in. It still just impacts it just a little bit over here and I don't know if there's right-of-way issues here or not, if you guys own any of this sidewalk or park strip. But then we move the access in here, the left turn access back into here. So we go into this other access back here and I don't know what implications, like if the city would have to talk to the business owner there for that access for them using it. And we turn this access right here into a right in, right out. only.
Which one did you say?
The Boston House.
The Arby's?
This one right here.
No, that one.
This one would be a right in, right out for them.
For the,
For the Arby's.
This is Arby's, the southern one.
This one's Arby's. Yeah, right in, right out also. But you know, there'll be some crazy guy that's going to shift across and try to turn here. So,
Turn.
do a U-turn.
so how long?
Perfect.
How many cars could queue up with the left turn lane extended as so far like that? Would it be double? Would it be?
Yeah, it's double what it is now.
Great, because boy, that's annoying. When people are going westbound on from the front of Arby's around the corner to go, I'm sorry, eastbound, sorry, when they're going north and then eastbound, do we have the 2 lanes right there already? It looks like we do.
It's 1 lane here, and this is still, I guess it is 2 lanes.
2 lanes.
2 lanes still.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to see.
Couldn't quite tell.
Yeah, this white line is the lane also.
Okay,
and then
good.
it comes up and matches the existing roadway right here. It's just white so that it's kind of more easier for you guys to see.
You know, the new fire district's going to be really close there, just right past the edge of your picture. So that doesn't play into any of this study, right?
There's no mitigations at all around there.
Russ, we'll have to figure out that, or you'll have to bring your ideas back to us on that, because I'm sure that's going to have minimal but significant impact when they need to get their fire trucks out, right? I really like this. That makes me happy to see.
Just keep in mind, this is we would need to, when these come forward, we need to do a design to show the widening that most benefits it. I mean, do we want to increase our park strip or change the park strip widths? Those type of things would need to be worked out. And then, of course, the accesses into the businesses, those business owners would need to, agree to that the one access being removed.
With the same follow-up question here, is the data showing it's broken now, or is the data showing it's going to be broken soon?
Broken now. Without any mitigations to level surface D in Heber City, an acceptable level of surface is C. D is unacceptable. So it is broken. And so by doing these mitigations, you take it back to a C where it's an acceptable level of service.
I would even say that modeling is probably not even catching your peak times. It gets much worse than that, the stacking that happens at that intersection. This is likely the most expensive project of anything on here. It would require property on the south side, and it would, business owners aren't going to be happy, and there's going to be a lot of pushback and things like that. I think our big goal here in coming today, council, was these guys are finalizing these recommendations and just kind of wanting to get feedback of can these things be supported by the council, these type of ideas. We're not looking for like a vote or anything like that, but we want feedback to consider as we finalize these recommendations.
Can I see that image again for the 1200 South? Okay, so it would require, but any property that's going to be taken is basically just a park strip, isn't it?
Yeah, I can tell you, I have another concept drawn up of this that actually Atwell drew up when we were looking at something, and it shows 12 feet lanes. So you guys said right now we have 11-foot lanes, and a design would have to be done. But the other design that showed up that we've done takes it back into that property a little bit closer to the corner of their parking area there. So it just depends on what the final design is and how much room we set aside for the lanes and those kind of things. But either way, it's going to need to be, I think we're going to need some property through that process.
Go ahead, Mike.
Would UDOT participate in any of this, do you think, Russ? Since it's their main
It's a really good question. They would have to participate with us or partner with us somehow, because there would need to be changes to the signals,
the lights,
the heads. The other thing that we would ask them to look at is potentially adding a dual left on the southbound lane on Highway 40, which would be improvements in their intersection. So they would have to remove that median, reinstall it. So that's another thing that we would want to partner with. I asked them that specific question and they kind of sidestepped it, and I asked it again in an email and haven't heard back yet. But I told them we'd like to partner with them on it and wondered what that could look like. And that's what I'm trying to find out.
So I do have it was 2 years ago that I used to drop my daughter off at school and then come back here and turn right. And I noticed it works. It actually works pretty well until someone's stopped, until someone's going through.
Someone's going straight.
And then all of a sudden, the whole thing backs. The right turn's gone. For paint, if we just made it right only, I think that would change. That would help a lot, or at least in the interim, because that's when it gums up. Most people are going right. They're coming from the east and turning right.
Yeah. Yes, it could potentially help.
We could check the model to see how that works. Again, our model doesn't do how people are backing up to let people through. They're stopping to let that, because what happens is, let me see.
Yeah. But the backup really is the right. I remember it was constantly right turn. As soon as someone decided to use that north lane and go through, and of course they stop at the red light. But there's lots of times you can turn right on red because it's open until someone stops.
What our model won't show is if people are trying to go eastbound and they're in the turning lane to go into the one stop, and they're backing up onto Main, and then so people that are going westbound will stop because they see that problem to let those people that are trying to turn in. And if you only have one lane to go straight, it could back that straight up.
You're right, and this is a great solution. I'm just trying to say a temporary interim.
We can check this. We can check it easily with the model just to see how it functions, if it helps to increase it to a one. So let's see.
Mike, the other thing that happens if you do that too is that all of your straight traffic now is in that one lane. And if you have cars that want to turn left, they get pushed further back into the stack of straight and left.
Yes, I've seen that.
So it causes problems with your left-hand turns.
But again, most of the people coming there most of them are queuing up in that second through lane, and most people are turning right, except people that decide not to.
Or they go through. That's why we were talking about closing that access. I've seen them just shoot through the parking lot. They don't
I see that too. Once it stops, then people turn right through the parking lot.
And then Yvonne, this is the exact same as it is on 6. The same, if we do this, the median that's already there, it's similar to what would be on 6 South. They're having to go around to get in, but do you want us to, we could check that pretty easily.
That turn backs you into the intersection, right? Because you've got big trucks and with trailers that want to turn in to one stop, and you're stuck in the intersection waiting for them to either get over or something. It doesn't feel comfortable, that's for sure. Right. And you can't get over, right? In the intersection, you've got to stay in your lane, so to speak, and it's just not good. And it's just getting worse. And, they have that business. They're going to keep getting that business. We just need to make it safer for them as well as for everyone else. So Russ, what do you think next steps are on this? Are you going to bring back budgets, or what do you think?
So next step is to finalize this plan, include these recommendations, and then frankly, this year I don't have a lot in the budget that's proposed for this stuff, but depending on direction from council, we would look to bring budgets back probably more the following year. I did in the temporary budget, draft budget, I did include $200,000 just for design of traffic improvements. That's proposed at this point, but it isn't really specific to me either because I didn't have these recommendations, but I just wanted to throw a dollar amount out there. So that's coming, and we can use that if it ends up being approved by the council to move forward with some designs to incorporate these things, and then we'll have to figure out what we have money for too.
Okay.
Thank you so much, you guys. This is
really
I'm so excited.
so helpful to see this. Obviously, things have changed a lot in just the time, and you're projecting forward too. But I think we just need to be ready for more changes. There you go.
Yes, it is. We just have to close our eyes.
Does
That's
anybody have
right.
any other questions or comments on that? Okay,
Mayor,
thank you very much.
I might make mention that Chief Hales has gotten with me about installing a temporary emergency ingress and egress to the fire department. And we'll be getting with Russ to discuss that further.
On 1200, right?
That's correct.
Aren't we going to put some kind of overhead flashing light that will stop everybody so they can go either way?
That's the notion.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. We'll look forward to seeing you again in the future. Everyone, it's now 5:54. We're going to pause on finished our work meeting. You can have the break for 10 minutes, and we'll come back at hopefully before 6:10. All right, before 6:10 p.m. and start the regular meeting. Clock's on time too. It's 1 minute. Yes.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right. Hello again, everyone. Welcome to the Heber City Council meeting. Today is March 18th, 2025, and I cannot believe how fast this month is going or year. It is now 6:08 p.m. and we are ready to start the regular meeting. I want to welcome all of you that have joined us today, as well as all that are online. So our council members that are here in attendance are Scott Phillips online. Sudo Sigard is excused tonight for illness. Then Aaron Sheewood, myself, Mayor Heidi Franco, Yvonne Barney, and Mike Johnston are here. So we will start with a Pledge of Allegiance by Yvonne Barney. And then we always have a prayer or a thought. Anyone's welcome to come forward and give that. But if no one does, then Mike Johnston will favor us. We'll go to that point.
Will the audience please rise and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance after me?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please come forward. Yep, come forward.
Our dearest Heavenly Father, we approach Thee this evening and with grateful hearts for the many blessings Thou hast bestowed upon us. We thank Thee for this wonderful community we're blessed to live in. We thank Thee for our city council and the employees of this city who do so much to make us have a beautiful, safe place to live. We would ask for Thy blessing and help tonight upon this council as they deliberate and make decisions, that they'll be aided and helped of Thee to be able to meet the needs of all of our community, and that they might have insight and understanding to do so. And this we pray in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Sir, if it's all right, could we just get your name for the record, please? That's right, Tom Reed. Thank you very much. Okay, Council, the next thing on the agenda is the conflict of interest disclosures. Does anyone have any conflicts of interest that they want to disclose for the rest of the meeting items? Okay, I'm not seeing any that are being disclosed. The next thing on the agenda, everyone, is the consent agenda. We have the approval of the February 4th, 2025 City Council meeting minutes, the March 4th, 2025 City Council meeting minutes. And then I'm also nominating two people for the tree subcommittee. Is Cynthia Bull here? Cynthia, would you stand? So everyone, this is the nominee for the tree subcommittee. You've seen her resume in the staff report. Thank you very much, Cynthia. And then Mark Smedley has also volunteered. You could say voluntold, but also volunteered to be a voting member of the tree subcommittee. He provides staff support, but we would appreciate his input there as a citizen also. Okay, really quickly, Trina, I am so sorry I didn't send this to you on page 6 and page 12. So page 6 of the February 4th meeting minutes, we've got a motion and a second by the same person on page 6. That was the recess motion. I'm sure that there's a different person in there, please. And that's on the February 4th meeting minutes, page 6. The recess motion by the same person in the second. That has to be fixed. And then on the March 4th, page 12, at the bottom, I think we need to change it from Eric Rasband to Eric Rowland. Yeah. Even though we know Eric Rasband too, but it was Eric Rowland who made that comment. So I think he'd appreciate that. So council, that was the only other thing I wanted to bring up for the consent agenda. Let's see, we still got Scott, we still got our quorum. And then if you have any questions for Cynthia, you know, she's here. She's very excited to be able to serve the city, and we really appreciate that. So any comments, questions, or motions on the consent agenda?
Don't have any questions, but I'd like to move that we approve the consent agenda with those changes, with the corrected motion to recess, and then also with the change to the name and Eric's name.
Thank you.
As described.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, that was Yvonne. Okay, so we're ready for the vote, but it looks like Mr. Johnston will be joining us. He'll probably join us just in time. Scott, we're going to start with you online, please.
Yes.
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 All right, that motion passes 4-0. Cynthia, welcome aboard. And I've given your contact information to Trina, and they will be reaching out to you on the meetings and making sure you're invited now. Thank you. All right, everyone, the next thing on the agenda is the public comment period. We can go up to 20 minutes here. That would put us at 6:33 p.m. Anyone's welcome to come forward. You can spend 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes, to say what you'd like on anything, and please tell us your name. So public comments open. We'll take the people in the chamber first, and then I'll call on the people online if you would want to come off mute. We'll start with those in the chamber, please.
My name is Allison Salisbury, and I live in Heber. I missed the meeting a couple weeks ago when you talked about ranked choice voting, but I just have some comments and questions that may have already been covered last time. But I looked on the website today that explains ranked choice voting, and it doesn't explain it very well, and it doesn't explain it fully. And if that's what the public has to look at, they're not getting the full story. So if you do the survey, I would really encourage you to send out an explanation that is in, what's the word, human language. I mean, just think that people can understand. Even people in a nursing home could understand, so that they understand the whole thing. Not just because I found out my vote did not count last time, and it really pisses me off. The state is phasing this out in 2026, and they have reasons, because it's not a good system. So if they're phasing it out, why are we not, why is this city not following suit and getting rid of it now versus in 2 years? What's the difference? Except that it can make a huge difference in our election. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but this system can benefit some people more than others, and people on this in the council will be running, and I would challenge them to why they would vote for this. It might be because it benefits them. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, why not have it a level playing field and do it the way we've done it for hundreds of years. And I don't think it should benefit certain people because of whatever, the whole list of reasons you have, saying why you believe it is a good system. So that's all. And I encourage you to maybe open it up again when we actually talk about the survey, because I would like to really understand what you're talking about with the surveys. Is surveys, who's it going to? I would like to see, is it open to public scrutiny, seeing the surveys, seeing what the questions are going to be? I would be very interested in how the questions are asked also. So that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come forward? I'm sorry. Usually I feel like your questions are going to be more than answered as we go forward at this point. Sometimes when people ask particular questions that we're definitely not answering later, then we do try to answer them. We do, especially if it's on a topic that we're not discussing at all. But you're welcome to come forward now, and then I'll open it up for online. If anyone online wants to make a comment, please come off mute and I'll call on you. Okay, so I've got a Jay online. Let me take Jamie, and then I want you to come up and you just feel free to ask whatever you'd want. Go ahead, Jay.
I can wait till everyone's done there.
You might as well go ahead. I think they're still thinking.
Okay. My name is Jamie Hewlett, Jamihewlett. I just have some concerns about the Park Plaza, the park being turned into a plaza on the agenda tonight. It hasn't been through a work meeting, and the way that it was put on the agenda notes, it says staff is seeking council's acceptance of the plaza design, programming, and management plan. And I don't think we've had time to discuss that. I don't think there's been conversations with the public. So I'm not sure exactly why this is up for a vote tonight, but I would like to suggest that we delay that until we have more feedback. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else want to come forward? If you want to raise your hand, you're welcome to. Yes, please come on up and tell us your name, please.
For a shorter person. Hi, my name is Jill Watson. Everybody here. I'm here because I heard that the last meeting, and it's also about the ranked choice voting, and I heard that some of our friends in the neighborhood were told that they were uninformed and they didn't have enough information to know what they were voting for. I work with the national coalition of some of the biggest frontline people in the whole country. And I can tell you without a fact that ranked choice voting, you guys, is just one more reason to move us away from our vote and the custody of our vote. And as a constitutional person that moved away from California to get away from what happened in California where I'm born, I moved here because I wanted to be in a God-fearing state. And I know that people are good people here. Most of the people are good people. But unfortunately, our elected officials are given these tools, they call them, for convenience. But my vote's not convenient. Your vote's not convenient who governs you, and we only get to vote a couple times a year, if that. And so what I'm hoping that this council will consider, and I'd be happy to get other people and some of the best forensic people in the country to come into this town and literally show you what's going on with this. I had the privilege of being up in Idaho, and they're getting rid of it. They're getting rid of it all over the country. And the problem that you have, I don't care what they tell you here in this council, and I heard that you guys are leaning possibly towards bringing in the ranked choice voting. The problem is when you have an algorithm that's on software, you cannot audit it. And when you can't audit everything, and this has been the big problem that we've had in our state, you guys, and I can tell you right now, there is a massive work going on in this country right now that's going to probably bring some real national attention to the cheating that we've had going on in our country. And here's my point, win or lose, when you go out and play sports, I don't know who has kids here, or if you played sports growing up, when you train hard and you work hard to do something, and we're working hard to pay our taxes, we're working hard to be here in this community. But when you do that, and there's a rigged system with your referees, how can my question to you, of any of you here that are thinking of voting for this ranked choice voting, how can you sit here and look at anybody in this community and say that you thought it was fair if you can't prove it is? And my question is, why can't we go to a system back to the old hand count, paper ballot, voter recasted, citizenship, prove that you're doing it? And we do it at the county meetings. When we do our elections, I was down at the GOP the other day with Salt Lake City. And guess what happened? Everything was transparent. Everything was paper ballot. Everything was open box. They did everything, but they counted it on a machine. 586 verified delegates. Guess what the machines did? They spit out a total of over 600, all because they said it was going to be faster. So at the end of the evening, they wasted hours. We had senators there, we had our US congressmen there, we had everybody there. It was embarrassing. And I'm saying every time we do county meetings, we have no problem doing our hand code. You have double verification, everybody brings a paper, we total it up, and we're all happy. Win or lose, at least I can go home at night. And that's my question to you. Who wants to go home at night and know that you voted for something? And how can you sleep yourself and whatever God you pray to? How can you sit there and feel good about what you did in this community if we don't all feel that it was fair? That's my question.
I see another person online. Mike, did you want to give a comment?
Yes, please.
Oh, sorry.
My name is Mike Hewlett. I would like to know. I asked the question last time, but I was cut off. I would like to know what the procedure is for the oath of behavior or whatever that everybody on the city council signed. What's the process when council members have been openly hostile and incredibly disrespectful and rude? What are you going to do about it? Like, did that mean anything, or was it just a pretend thing, or like what's the process? What are you guys going to do? Scott Phillips was unbelievably disrespectful to the mayor last meeting, and I'd like to know what you guys are going to do about it.
I'm not sure I'm the one to answer you on that, Mike. That's a council decision. The mayor does not get to vote. I think it's a good question. The code of ethics is a real thing. Whether we signed it or not, whether we voted for it or not, it has been legally, lawfully passed by this city council in 2012 as well as in 2022. We are not to make personal attacks on other council members or certainly any of you. So I'll leave it at that right now, and I'll wait and see what the council decides to do about that. Is there anything else? I didn't want to cut off your time.
No, that's fine. I appreciate it, but I just want to, like, there's got to be a process, or does it mean nothing? Like, was there a process established for when someone violates this code of conduct or code of ethics or whatever? When they violate it, there has to be some mechanism, or it doesn't mean anything.
I think there is a response that that one council member wants to make right now, but we're trying not to cut into the public's time. So don't worry, I'll add on more time here. Go ahead, Councilmember Barney.
Quickly, I think, Mike, when it comes to a situation like that, it is a pure, I don't know how else to say it, but basically it's pure, was it proper? Was it correct? Was it disrespectful? I think many of us would say yes, it was, but also it is in the pure of the citizens. I think that a lot of that will happen, and if your concerns are such that you feel that there was a violation, then it becomes something that the citizens would need to, whether they wish to rally together, whether they wish to approach staff on this, whether they wish to bring it forward to the council and take it a step further. That's also a possibility. I think a lot of times when we are up here as council members, we may not appreciate what some of us may say of each other or of others. And I tried very hard. I think that there were those of us here who tried very hard to share our concerns. But at the same time, too, what one individual might do, it's up to the rest of the council to try and control that, the rest of the meeting. And I think that's what the attempt was. But if there's more concern from the side of the citizens, then I would encourage the citizens to reach out, to share their concerns about our conduct, and and take it further if they choose to with the state or whomever they wish to do so. But it will eventually come back to us. And if we as a council have to take any further measures, it will be by our peers, and it will also be done in a closed session. And that's where it will go from that point, and then from there it returns to the citizens. But it is always up to the citizens. If we are not conducting ourselves in a way that you feel that we are not doing, you have that right as citizens to share your concerns. I don't know if that helps, but might give you some ideas.
Mike, is there anything else you wanted to say before we keep going? Okay, and now we're going to add 3 more minutes on for public, so please come forward. We have now till 6:36, so you've got plenty of time. You've got your 3 minutes.
I know that you heard from me last time, and that's okay, because what I heard in the meeting, well, we've already rehashed what we heard in the meeting, but I almost felt like I had been challenged to be even more educated than I already had
your
been.
name?
Sorry,
Yeah.
you're right. Patty Sprunt, I'm from here in Heber. I thought maybe I was partisan, because I am. I'm a conservative. I'm a Republican. And maybe there are people on this council who, I know this is a nonpartisan council. So I did do my homework. As you see, I emailed you guys yesterday, the Republican National Committee's public opposition to ranked choice voting. But it was my duty to also look up how the Democrats feel about it. And while they haven't come out with a public, declaration like the RNC did, I started going into some articles that prominent Democrats had written. And I was shocked to find out they're more opposed to it than Republicans. And I thought that was kind of interesting. So yes, there are articles that are proponents. I'm not going to lie, there are. There are people who think it's great. But I do want to tell you that a few things have stuck out to me. I personally feel, and I think we talked about it, and Aaron, I think you even said something about how it's easier for the candidates. Ranked choice voting is easier for the candidates. It disadvantages the voters, and I think that has become abundantly clear from what we heard from Tracy's presentation, what I've read through the RNC, and articles written by prominent Democrats, that it disadvantages the voters. And some of the interesting comments made from elections in Alaska and Alaska counties and cities, as well as some other areas. Florida was brought up in the Bush-Gore debacle down in Florida many years ago, that what would have happened under ranked choice voting. And I thought it was very interesting, because if we'd had ranked choice voting, I can't think of the name of the person, but they're saying essentially Al Gore would have beat out President Bush had they done it this way, because they actually began the election with a ranked choice. They didn't call it ranked choice voting, but I thought that was interesting. But one of the things that has been rolling around in my head was the reallocation of my vote. And I believe Ms. Watson brought up the custody of your vote and the importance of the custody of your vote. And for me, one of the strongest revulsions to me of ranked choice voting is that an algorithm or a software or even another person has the right to reallocate my vote. So if I vote for Yvonne, but Yvonne ends up in the minority, and I really wanted Yvonne, they can take my vote and reallocate it to Aaron. And I didn't get to have a say in that. The system did. The election system did. And I'm hearing this from multiple articles, both left-leaning and right-leaning online. And I'm starting to play with AI a little bit. So I talked to ChatGPT 2 this morning. And he or she, don't know what it is, they told me a lot of interesting things, both pro and con. But amazingly, the list of things that were opposed to ranked choice voting far outweighed under artificial intelligence proponency of keeping ranked choice voting. So I know I'm probably close to the end of my time, but when I was here 2 weeks ago, what I saw was overwhelmingly every person who stood, they've all been scared off, as we can see a lot of them aren't here tonight. They were against it. The only person for it was Ms. Potter, who was an employee of Utah Ranked Choice Voting. And I think that's really important. So given that information, I need you to think about who's important to you. or what's important to you? Is the opinion of your voters more important than your own opinion? Because at the end of the day, and I'm going to reference my husband who has to hear me talk about this stuff ad nauseum. At the end, it doesn't really matter what the council thinks because the voters voted for them. And if they're not listening to the voters, I would say that if we have a free and fair election and it's hand counted, we'll be able to decide how we hate ethics violations in a fair vote. And I'll leave you with that. Thanks so much, you guys. I appreciate letting me come twice in a row.
All right. Is there anyone else? We've got about 3 minutes left. Is there anyone else that wants to come forward? Jerry, I see you online. Would you like to? Jerry, hang on 1 second. Go ahead.
I can wait for Jerry if you want. So I'm Russ Funk. I'm standing as a citizen to share my public comments, not as an employee of the city, but as a citizen. I love ranked choice voting. I know that a lot of people that are here are those that are opposed to it. I love the idea of my first place vote didn't work. Well, I still want my voice to count. So now you can take my second choice now that my first is out and apply that, and I can still have a say. So a lot of comments are that nobody likes this. I just want you to know I love it, and I know a lot of people that love it. So that's it.
Okay, so Jerry, if you want to come off mute again, it's your turn. Go ahead, Jerry. Could you tell us your name? Jerry, you're off mute. Jerry, did you want to give a public comment? You still have time, Jerry. Okay, we'll pause on Jerry. Is there anyone else in the chamber that would like to give a public comment? Okay. Oh, Jerry's gone on mute. Okay, so that means we will close the public comment period, and we are going to move on, everyone. Thank you for your participation. The next item is a monthly development report by Jamie Barron, our planning manager. Jamie, we'll turn that over to you, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So just kind of looking at where we're at throughout the year and other years, we're at 11 applications so far this year. We did have a little bit of a time where we had a little bit less applications, but we're anticipating, even since I think we've had some significant ones that are coming in. So, but anyway, we'll continue to keep you updated as to where we are in terms of applications and growth within the city and the applications that are coming in.
Jamie, can you just, can you just enlarge it by the automatic zoom?
Or just a slideshow thing. This one?
No, by the automatic zoom, there's a plus and a minus.
Oh, you're talking about that.
Yeah,
was
that
thinking
works.
Full screen. Okay.
Yeah, either way.
Yep. So we received a concept for the Heber Crossroads commercial concept gas station. This is at the entrance to across from the county courthouse and sheriff's office, right here behind the Holiday Inn. So looking at a road and then some potential pads here. So this is just a concept. We give informal feedback on what they need to do in terms of preparing for that. And so that's come in. Again, we'll review that and give them their informal feedback. Mountain Mermaid Garage is a commercial concept here. Again, another concept plan. Mountain Mermaid is an existing business there on 500 South and Main Street, right across from 5th and Main, the new 3-story building. There's the old home that's kind of on a diagonal, kind of a sandstone home. They're already existing. They're kind of a destination quilt shop, and they're looking at converting the garage section into more of a commercial space for them to use. So it's more of a renovation and transition from residential to commercial. So that's what's happening there, and concept's the first step for them.
Concept that they sent over, was there any change to the historical building at all?
No, it's just the garage itself. So my understanding is their business is kind of working within what that existing structure is, but I haven't seen anything. I'd have to look in to see if there's building permits or anything, but generally speaking, it's the conversion of the garage space. So, and I think they're using part of that home as, it's kind of a tourist, hey, you can come stay, and then do your quilting here. So you kind of to an extent, a short-term rental, but it's kind of a commercialized destination.
Those are actually really popular in the Midwest. They'll have people who can, not that I'm one, because I prick my finger just looking at needles. So, but they actually have these huge conferences and come to those places and have little buildings or homes or whatever it might be centered around those types of properties. So very, very popular in a
Yeah,
lot
and
of
I hadn't
places.
heard about it before.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Thank you for sharing that. So anyways, that's that request, as well as with that, we'll talk about parking on street and improvements that are required. Ascend at Highlands. This is the multifamily residential as part of DR Horton's request for the Highlands development. So they've submitted their site plan for those buildings. And so we're just in that process, beginning that process with them to review that application. So this would be approximately.
If they're giving the site plan, Jamie, does that mean they want to move forward with actual construction?
Yeah, so DR Horton is doing phase 1 final for the residential. And as part of that, they're creating this parcel. And then their multifamily group is coming in and doing the site plan that allows them to do all the planning, get the approved plan set so that they can start prepping. Then once they get site plan and approved construction drawings, then they can go and ask for a building permit. So they're trying to do that in coordination with the single family portion of their property.
That means they'd have to, does this mean, would this phase make them move the roundabout further to the east that goes into the commons?
So that's really coming forward, I believe, Russ, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's coming actually forward with the phase 1 residential, which is the subdivision. So this is kind of separate.
Okay.
The other application that's already in process is the one that's actually doing that, is my understanding.
Okay.
But either way, one of those would just trigger that change.
These are the stacked flats that are just to the east of the commercial frontage?
Correct,
Okay.
And then these are just the renderings that we have of those buildings. There's a site plan amendment requested for the new high school to accommodate the changes for, I believe it was Midway Lane, as well as the seminary that was not included in the original site plan. That's something that's now been worked out, and so they're looking to make that modification.
Is that where the seminary would go, to the east there in that building? Okay.
Yep, just south of the tennis courts.
But this doesn't have to do with any changes on 100 South though,
I
right?
believe they're trying to incorporate those changes in that.
Are they? So do we have final comments back from UDOT on their 100 South road plan?
Not final comments, but we do have comments back from UDOT. So Jamie's right. This application, the original application from the high school kind of showed the roundabout concept there. This update of the site plan amendment shows the current plan with the signal and the widening along Midway Lane in addition to the seminary building.
Nice,
It should address both those issues.
nice. Okay, thank you.
And then just some honorable mentions, Edgewood minor site plan amendment. This is the Edgewood hangar out in the airport. This is tied to, it's kind of on the northeast end of the airport. So we had a site plan for a hangar, and I believe this is Jason Talley's project. So just
Not the T hangars. It's
No.
to the south of
to
the
the
T hangars.
southwest of the T hangars, correct. And what it is there's some office space. Essentially during the planning phase of that in the site plan, we were aware of how much office space was in there. And so we've asked him to revise his site plan to show the required parking for that office. We anticipate it based on initial conversations not being a large issue. It's probably more just paint than anything. So, but just so you're aware of that, we are processing that. And then Kruger Mountain Ranch, which is the Wellberg annexation, it's the small subdivision. So we're in the process of reviewing that right now. So both of those would likely, Kruger Ranch is a staff approval. The other one is likely to be a staff approval because it's so insignificant. So. And then we're just looking for any feedback that you might have. If there's if there's additional info that you would like us to include in future reports, or if there's anything you feel like we should address. So.
All right. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. All right, everyone. The next item on the agenda was the presentation by the Back to the 50s Car Show, who we're always glad when they're here. They have chosen to come next time, and we will let them know and put the agenda item on for them. So we're skipping general business item number 2. We're going to number 3, though, with it looks like Chief Sever. I don't see Deputy Chief Russell here. This is our Public Safety Monthly Report. Chief, thank you very much. Okay.
So just wanted to go over a few numbers with you. We had 196 area checks last month. We had 11 fraud cases, 26 cases referred to our major crimes unit, 50 parking issues that we responded to, 41 traffic accidents, 47 suspicious persons, and 351 traffic stops that month. Some of the things I wanted to let council aware of, we've been talking a little while about the grant that we received for traffic signs through the state. We had 2 grants. One was for LiDARs, which we had already received. One was for traffic signs. So we continued to follow up with them. They said they were ordered, you should get them. And so I asked Brandon Russell to, hey, check on those signs again. So he goes, oh, you should have received them. And that same day, we received more LiDARs. So the state messed up and sent us the wrong thing. So they told us, they gave us the application and we've already filled it out, and they said they'll put us at the top of the list next year. But if you know anybody that needs any LiDARs, we have an abundance of them.
I was just going to say, can we
unfortunately.
keep the LiDARs and still get the new ones? But now they're putting us off.
Yeah,
till-
we get to keep the LiDARs. They said we can have them. So we now have we've doubled up on LiDARs. So we just have them in our stock in case some of them break. But unfortunately, the traffic signs will be delayed a little bit. So I do believe we'll get him though, because he said he was putting us at the top list. They wouldn't admit that they did anything wrong, but I got a lot of LiDARs to prove they did. And then some of the things that we're looking at, we've had a few smash and grabs. So we'll be putting out some PSA for citizens to remind them to make sure that they lock up their cars, but they also keep their valuables out of sight. And so it's really common if people, they'll walk around, check door handles. And if the door's open, they'll go into the car. That's very easy. But they typically won't break into the car unless they see a valuable in there. And so we've experienced a few. Midway, Red Ledges has had a couple. And so we're just checking. We're just going to remind the citizens to make sure that they're lock their vehicles and keep their valuables out of sight.
Red Ledges?
Yeah, I was going to
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
are people,
Gated community.
are
Uh-huh.
they getting past the gate, or is it happening internally?
I'm not 100% sure. I believe they got past the gate though.
Okay.
On that one, our investigations unit is looking at it, but I remember them saying that they threw the tags out, some of the stuff they took had some Apple Air tags on it, and they threw it off just past the entrance of the gate. So I'm not sure if they walked in, did it, and then walked back out again. So that one I wasn't aware of until more recently. So, and then we think Scott Phillips might be involved, but we're looking into that.
I missed your joke.
I know he wants to comment now.
What was your joke, Chief? I'm sorry, I missed that one.
I said
Don't do
I think
it?
Scott Phillips is involved. I'm joking. Okay. And then
Because he
another one
lives
we wanted to
in
make
Red Ledges.
that we're going to be putting out some PSAs on that we have Josh working on for us is fraud cases. And just to share a little personal note on that, I was almost victimized on it. They are getting so good. I had just gotten home and my wife came through the door and she was on the phone with somebody and she was talking kind of intently and she put it on speaker. It sounded totally professional and everything sounded right. And I'm like, who are you on the phone with? And she goes, oh, I'm on the phone with the bank. Somebody tries to use our card in Arizona. And I was like, I listened for a second and I was like, boy, this sounds right. And I go, and she goes, well, they called from the bank number. And she showed me her phone and it said Educational Employees Credit Union with 2 accounts, one in California, one in Utah. And so she's talking to him and I'm like, then my police side kicked in. And I remembered what I tell everybody else. And I said, did they call you or did you call them? And she goes, well, they called me. And I go, have they asked you for any passwords or anything? No. She goes, the only thing they asked me for is a username. So I immediately got on the phone. I called ECU in California and I said, hey, my wife's on the phone with supposedly your fraud division. Is this legitimate or not? And they said, no, that's not us. And they can spoof your phone numbers, and they had already gotten into my account and they were attempting to transfer funds. And I go, can you put a stop to all that, please? And they were able to stop, and nothing was taken. And now my wife will probably never make that mistake again. But they'll spoof phone numbers. They sound very professional. I never would have guessed it was not a bank that was calling. And just to remind people, you cannot believe anything that you receive a phone call or that you receive an email on, or any links that you receive. You have to hang up and contact those people yourself. So
We've done police tips in the city newsletter before, but if it's getting this aggressive, I really feel like we need to hit this every month, as well as get it on your Facebook and website.
Another
page.
thing oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, I'm just saying.
To do it more
those-
regularly. I
Yes,
agree.
we've really got to do this. It's way too sophisticated, and we want our citizens to be aware. So can we start to do that for April, as well as what you're already doing online?
And then the other thing we're looking at is talking about maybe getting some fridge magnets or something for the elderly. And so they can post up and saying, but we're working on what phone number that would be, where we could just post and say, hey, if you've gotten a call requesting money, please call this number, and then get an officer or something that can immediately give them, tell them to hang up, and or have them call I used to tell people, have them call me. I give out my cell phone, and I'm like, I never got a call. And I go, but I'll pay your tax bill. It's no problem. Just have them call me. So.
If you do write something up,
What's that?
If you do write something up, something I've seen a couple times this last couple of weeks is the scammer caller will say that they've got an outstanding warrant or something.
Yes, very common.
You know, that's one that I'm not as familiar with as far as
No,
how to explain, but that might be something useful to explain too.
My mom had a friend that transferred $470,000 into gold bars and handed it to somebody at her front door.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and that was all of her money. So it's really frustrating. They're sophisticated, and once that money's gone, it is virtually impossible for law enforcement to ever recover it. So much of it is overseas, or there's no tracking for it at all. There's very little that we can do, unfortunately.
Everybody needs to see The Beekeeper.
What's that?
Anyone who's watched, I'm sorry, it's a movie that's come out and it's called The Beekeeper. If anyone who knows about it, it discusses, it's Jason Statham. I'm being coy, but definitely
He's good looking. I've heard I resemble him.
yeah, right? Yeah, that's the only reason I'm just kidding. But it was kind of a movie on that and how sophisticated they are.
They
And
are.
it's insane. It's dangerous is what it is. And
Yeah,
targeted someone.
And just like on my wife, so they somehow, there must have been a data leak. They knew my passwords. They did not know the username. So when she provided the username, that provided access into our account.
Yep.
Yeah. So she just thought she was giving some benign information and they even told her, they go, okay, now your account's gonna be locked for a few minutes while we make sure, we reset everything. And what they're doing is delaying her to give them time to transfer funds over.
Right.
So they did pay off one of my credit cards with my own money, but
oh, no.
which I thought was entertaining.
Well, thank goodness it was good on that.
Yes,
Man.
yeah. And then just want to remind everybody this month. One more thing. We also did start a new nonprofit. I cannot remember if I informed you of this one. So we're working. We get a lot of donations through the police department. This allows those donations to be tax deductible for the citizens, especially with some of the programs that we do. For instance, the Easter egg hunt. We get a lot of community support on that. And I think we've already gotten about $6,000 in donations for that. So now they're tax deductible. We have a new nonprofit called Friends of Heber. And our Easter egg hunt will be August 19th. It's also going to be a pancake breakfast. And we will have April 19th. And we will have 12,000 eggs this year, and we're also partnering with the Sheriff's Department is going to help us search and rescue, and it's going to be the first responder Easter egg hunt, and it should be a really, really fun event. And so we're looking forward to that.
What time does that begin?
About 10 o'clock.
So you're not going to do it super
And then all
early.
12,000 eggs will be picked up in about 30 seconds, and then
It'll take you 3 hours to distribute them.
Yeah.
Are you going to separate the areas for the
we are.
the toddlers?
We're going to have about
older?
four or five different areas. we have a committee for our, I guess our party planning committee that's organizing it all based on how it went last year and what we can do better this year, and we'll keep adapting it in the future as well.
That's great. That's fantastic.
And that's my report. Any questions? Yes.
Will you work with Russ on your insights from your department on the traffic study that we talked about in the work meeting? I think that your department's insights are invaluable for the ideas that were presented
We could certainly
there.
meet with them and look at it. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
No
Anything else? Anyone? All right. Looking forward to Easter jokes on the
Thank you.
19th. Thank you. And very glad that you caught your wife in time. Okay. Yes, yes. Okay, everyone. Does she know? Okay. Anyway, now we're going to move on to the action items, everyone. The first action item is a public hearing and possible council action on Resolution 2025-03 to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget, which is this year's budget, which will end June 30th. So we're adjusting our current year's budget. Sarah.
Sitting here the whole time and just lapsed. Oh, there she is.
Okay. Sarah is our finance manager for the city, and she'll be ready to present for us when she gets ready here.
And there's also a slide that Jamie pulled up earlier for me. No, not that one. So you can go back to that staff report, but I emailed us some PDFs that he pulled up, ready to go. All right, thank you, Council. We're here to hold a public hearing for the third budget amendment and have possible action. I'm going to briefly go through our amendments, describe them, and then we can hold the public hearing. I want you to know that this public hearing was properly and public noticed according to state code. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to scramble them up a bit and present them more as categories. So there are several that are just house cleaning items. It's not asking for new funds, it's just asking you to approve the transfer of funds or reallocating of funds so we can be compliant with state code. I'll start with the first one. We created the new tap tax fund. So all of those monies were sitting just grouped with general fund, and we have moved them to Fund 23. Actually, and Tony, we'll just go to the next. Yeah, so my house cleaning items aren't on these two lists, just to make it a little more concise. So that is one. We just moved the $600,000 that was budgeted into the general fund. We're going to put it into the new fund. The next one is we're going to allow the public safety impact fee to cover more of the 2014 sales tax revenue bond payment. We just basically collect impact fees to make that debt service. So whatever we collect, we want to make sure we use the maximum for the debt payment. The next one is a transfer from Fund 47 is the parks impact fee. A few years ago, we purchased the Muirfield Park or purchased property for the park expansion. That was eligible for park impact fees, but we used general fund at the time. So we're just correcting that and moving that purchase amount from the park impact fee to the general fund. And then the next one is we had a prior fund transfer approved from the Fund 47 to the general fund, and we just didn't transfer that full amount. So we're just basically rolling forward that approved transfer from Fund 47 to Fund 42 to cover a cemetery Section B project. And then the last one, oh, I think I just confused that. Oh, it's just they're both the same. So that, yes, so that one was to do a rollover. Oh, okay, let me back up. Sorry, these two are a little bit similar. The last amendment we did, we had an amendment to increase an amounts in Fund 42 and 47, and I swapped those amounts, and this is just to correct it. So in Fund 42, we approved a certain amount. In Fund 47, we approved an amount, and I just flipped it on our amendment, and we're just flipping those amounts. Sorry, that was a little confusing. Now the next one is to transfer money from Fund 49 to 42. And this is just a rollover request from fiscal year 2024, 1.673 million. Okay, that's just housekeeping. That's no new money. That's just monies going from one fund to another. Okay, the next are just general government projects. You previously approved, or at least agreed to review some ALPR cameras for the police department. And the trial run has been a success, yes. And so we are moving forward and asking you to fund $26,000 for ALPR cameras. The Historical Preservation Board is asking for $4,500 to purchase historical monument markers. This is an item you also previously approved in a prior fiscal year, and we're just now getting that money rolled forward. I think you agreed to 10,000, but it looks like it's coming in at 45, so that's great. Okay. Similarly, the Leadership Academy is also doing historical markers. They are asking 18,000. I believe this was presented to you previously. And we are asking for 876,000 to purchase the Heber Light and Power building. This will be a transfer from Fund 42 into Fund 44, and then the purchase will be made out of Fund 44, the CRA. Yeah, okay. And the last general government item is a request for $46,200 to replace an HVAC unit in the public safety building. Okay. Next, we just have engineering projects. We have a request for an additional 1.371 million for Section 8 cost share agreement project. If you have any, I'm just giving you very basic. So if you have any questions.
Are there any more things that you'll show up there? You've gone
Nope,
through
that's
most
just a
of
summary.
these.
In your packet, you have these
Yes,
PDFs, yeah.
we do.
But nope, just that slide to give a summary. The next one is the Railroad Quiet Zone Study. Engineering is asking for 20,700. The next one is Cove Park Bridge and Trail Connection Project, and engineering is requesting 300,000.
Can I go backward one step for a question from a public comment on the railroad run, Russ? Can you just verify that the 20,700 isn't paying somebody in staff to do that study? This is some external study that's being done?
Yes, correct. It's a consultant doing the study. So there are certain requirements that they have to meet to be able to do it, to be qualified to do it. And then there are certain steps that need to be taken in order to determine what would need to be done to establish a quiet zone. And this is to do that study, generate the report, and provide it to the city so that we can then make the decisions of, are we going to fund these improvements that are necessary, or it'll be up to the city at that point.
Tony, is there any way you can pull up the last Exhibit A, just to kind of look at those totals that will be left? Even though all of the budget request forms is what she's going through right now, and those budget request forms are in.
The right thing, just scroll all the way to the bottom. There's
And
a
if you could
summary.
make that, yeah, there you go. This is the ending point, everyone, in the last column of what will be left after the spending and the transfers that happen in the second, third, fourth, and especially the fifth column.
Those are budgeted amounts, so projected. We have another request for the 300 South Trail design costs. Engineering is requesting $50,000 to do that design with the expectation that they would be coming back to request more at a future date. And then the last one is a Section A upsizing project. It hits many different project codes, and we're requesting an additional $436,000. Those are very brief descriptions. I'm trusting that you've all read the PDFs and the full descriptions, but if you want me to go into any details about any of them, I'm happy to do so, or the staff that submitted the request is also here and can answer questions.
I have to say something right up front. Trina, this has to do with you. Right now, this resolution 2025-03 to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget that's being proposed, that is the same number as the RCV resolution that came to us 2 weeks ago. And I'm sure it was just a typo. But I think we just need to clarify, if we're going to use resolution 2025-03 for amending the budget, then we've got to assign a different number to the RCV resolution.
Trina, that might have been my mistake as well.
Well, who knows, right? It's just one number off.
So when you make the resolution, you can.
I'm just saying, if we can use what's presented, but then that number has to change from 2 weeks ago. We, serious. Just wanted to clarify that. So now my other question, please, before we open it up to the public, and that's next, everyone. Tony, if you could go back to where you were at, please, on Exhibit A at the very end. That 6.5 million that's in the general fund that we estimate for our ending, hopefully June 31st, that 6.58 million, what's that percentage of surplus then that we would be able to have out of the entire general fund? Are we close to the 35% surplus?
Probably a little below the 35 threshold or a little above, but whatever, yes, it's about right, because the beginning number is 35%. So
that beginning, that 7 million is 35%?
Yes, so the beginning balance is going to be within the compliance of the 35% cap.
Okay.
So if the ending balance is below that, we would expect that ending balance is most likely below the 35% cap.
Okay. So in case any of you are shocked at that number, the state government allows us to have a 35% surplus that we can roll over year to year, which is, I don't know, 5 month, surplus, depending on projects that, if there was some emergency, our city government would be able to keep going for that 5 months or so, until hopefully the economy would kick back into gear. If there were that kind of an emergency or natural disaster or something, we'd still be able to pay for police. We'd still be able to make sure your water is getting fixed, right? And pay for our workers and keep things going. So you might think that's a lot. It's obviously a lot more than it's been in the past, right? We've grown, but we've really tried to keep close to that 35% surplus. We only used to be able to have a 25% surplus. And when the state government said you can go up, we immediately went up and tried to capture that so we could have that cushion. Okay, Council, do you have any other questions before we open it up for the public comment?
Just a reminder, and everybody has access to these same forms online, but with the Heber Light and Power purchase, or property purchase, the amount requested $876, but there is a note in there, and I'll just read it for clarity for the public. In the current year, the city sold a land parcel for $700,000. This sale, in large part, is funding the purchase of the Heber Light and Power building. So 700 of the 876 came from a sale of a city parcel already. I think that's just important to remember.
Right. And that parcel right over here, everyone, of the old Heber Light and Power building is in the plan to eventually provide much more parking for our downtown, in our downtown revitalization. We're not sure about the building and the uses that we could use for a while or not, right? Just turn it into parking, but that's still being debated. And we're even going to be looking at that in the next couple of agenda items. So public hearing, unless there's any more comments, go ahead, Mike.
Sarah, I really appreciated the budget amendment request forms that you've included. Is this new?
It's new. It's, thank you.
It's really good.
Thank you.
It really explains every single request. So thank you for including those.
Yeah, very good. And not too bulky and not too long and complicated.
I hope not.
Right, but nice and accurate. Okay, unless there's any more comments, I'm not seeing any, then now it's time for the public to come forward, and you can take your 3 to 5 minutes actually in a public hearing. You get a little more time according to our rules. You're welcome to come forward and give your name and say what you'd like about any of these things that have been presented, and then I'll call for the people online once that you're done in the chamber. So public hearings open for resolution 2025-03 to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget for a total of $5,288,024. You can definitely ask questions, and we will answer your questions all about this. Oh, but come forward. We won't be able to pick you up on the recording, and we do want you recorded for posterity's sake. Uh-huh.
This is just total curiosity, so I apologize. Patty Sprunt.
Okay.
I won't make a habit of this. So, Erin, I just happened to notice you were on the board, and I've been meaning to try to get in touch with you and ask about this. So I saw that purchase, and I'm just curious. I didn't even know that that was a city, like Heber Power and Light's owned by the citizens. Am I misunderstanding that?
It is owned by Heber, Midway, and
Okay.
Charleston, right?
When you say owned by that, then it's citizen owned because
Yes.
the taxes pay for
Yes,
that.
I agree that it's owned by the citizens.
Okay.
We just run it for you.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, so-
But it was the citizens who initially bonded for Heber Light and Power several times
Okay.
to get that up
My
and
dad was a
running.
power guy, that's why. But my question is that building then that you're purchasing, did we not already own it, or is it something that we've had a long-term lease?
It was, Heber Light and Power is its own separate interlocal organization. It has its own bank accounts, its own budget, and its own property. So even though we own, as a city, 50% of Heber Light and Power, and then, 75% of Heber Light and Power, and then Midway and Charleston own the 12.5% each, okay? We don't own it as a city. We own, how shall I say it? We own the governing rights of 75% of it, and we we can vote 75% on that board.
Okay.
But there's some more nuances to that because there's a county member too that can vote, and there's bylaws about if Heber City wanted to pull its rank and just vote for the 75%, we could.
I see.
Right? We have 25% stake in the 3 people on that board. But so the city doesn't own it because it's a separate interlocal organization under state code.
The organization or the building?
The organization and its building.
And its building. Okay, so I guess that was what it sounded like, is we were buying our own building. Okay, I just needed to get clarification. Thanks.
Yeah, they could have sold it to anyone, but the city's paying above fair market value for that, and that was that appraisal.
$1,000 above.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I was going to say, how much above?
Well,
Thanks.
Aaron and
Thank
I
you.
are also on that board, so we negotiated both sides.
Sounds
Perhaps
not so bad if you did yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we made sure the appraisal was accurate. We're not trying to, get
of course
hurt either side, if
Right,
that makes
right.
sense. But we felt that that was fair.
I appreciate
to
you
go
watching
above
out for the
appraisal.
taxpayers. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Reed.
Reed, I don't know if it's the place, but that Cove Park Bridge, I'm assuming that's going over the canal to connect that new community
Yes.
to Cove Park.
And the new park, the Coyote Springs Park, that will also be built by hopefully Memorial Day and be open to the community. So we'll have a wonderful trail from both. And then we will also put in another trail to go north of that, up that new Coyote.
There's a piece of rock there that says Coyote Trail that goes north along the road.
Well, not quite
That's something
yet.
different.
Well, Coyote Canyon, and how there used to be a trailhead parking lot full of
Yes.
holes, right
Yes.
there at that corner. So that's been taken out, but it will be replaced just further up that Coyote Canyon Parkway Road. There'll be a new trailhead park up
Okay.
there, and we will connect all 3.
Very good.
And then we hope to connect even more that go north. You saw some of the development that was going in north of here by UVU. We want to have trails that go along the canal, going north all the way
Nice.
through the new
Very
development.
nice. So just a comment, it's nothing to do with this. I love the statuary in our roundabouts. I don't know who's responsible for that. I was talking to a friend about it And she said, when my friend and I walk by here, she just grits her teeth. She said, "That's my tax money." And I say, "That's my tax money. I love it." So thank you.
We hope to get some landscaping in there too to make it even more beautiful. My favorite's the little cougar cub right now.
Oh, don't tell people. A lot of people haven't seen the cub.
Well, that's
They-
this go.
it's a-
We need
it's
to
a
have
secret.
those hide and seek,
The
or
cub
at
is a
least the
secret. You
seeking
gotta pay attention.
contests. You know, like they do in Salt Lake, where they take pictures and say, "Try to find this in the city," right? And we could have some fun like that with
Matt, do
our
you want to
art.
give a little, like a tiny little spoiler on that, where that comes from and how it's funded?
I do, actually, thank you. It is your tax money. It is money that comes from what's called the TAP tax, which was approved by you, the voters, 2 years ago. And that money is set aside specifically for trails and parks and art. And that's what was approved by you, the voters. That's
Yeah.
right.
And it needs to be renewed again in what, 8 or 9 years? It's a 10-year tax. So we want to make sure to get as much value out of that so it can hopefully be approved again.
We're trying to call out all of the TAP tax projects better. We don't do a great job at pointing out when
We'll
those
get there.
happen, but we're trying to remind people of all the cool things happening there.
Yeah, we'll get there. Okay, any other comments? Anybody online that would like to come off mute and make a comment on the Resolution 2025-03 to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget? Okay, I am seeing Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay, my name is Jamie Hewlett, JAMIHEWLETT, and I just have a couple of questions about the budget. Specifically the Cove Park Bridge for 300K. Right now, they're just using like a couple 2x4s to get over that. 300K seems a little excessive for that bridge.
Park Bridge.
Oh, the Cove
Russ,
Park
Russ
Bridge,
did a
yes.
great, and Mayor can correct me, but Russ did a great explanation of that, Jamie, where there is a bridge, but there's also a concrete culvert and a couple of different things. I don't know if we want to have him recap
Right.
that a little bit.
Right, we have to build to this, and Russ, get ready. We have to build to the standards of CUP because it's their canal that we have to cross. And, you know, they have their standards. We're also replacing, Jamie, a culvert at the same location that we're going to build the bridge just because of the topography there. So we have to build an entirely new culvert for their equipment to get into the canal when the canal's not full. Did you want to add anything to that?
You did a pretty good job. Yeah, there's two major concrete structures. In addition to that, it is a trail that connects up at Callaway Drive, goes down to the bridge structure and crosses the canal. There's railings. There's other components that are included in that. But again, the whole goal of that is to connect the trail system from Callaway Drive and Cove Park to the trail system along the canal and connecting to the Coyote Springs Park that is just about to start construction. So it's more than just a bridge. There's a couple 100 feet of trail there associated with it as well.
How big is that trail? How wide is the trail going to be there,
I
Russ?
believe it's a 10-foot trail.
Yeah, it's pretty wide, but that helps us meet the master trail standards for the federal. Is that right?
Well,
Federal standards?
The new UDOT trail network is a 12-foot minimum. This is our Heber City master plan, and it's in that area. It's 10 feet. But anyway, it's not just a small bridge across. It's a large trail section. There's utility drainage work that has to happen, as well as the structures in the trail. So.
And grading. It's quite the unique topography there to come up from the lower part of the canal up to the top part where the cove is. But we're really excited for the connectivity in our master trail plan. We know you're going to like it. It's going to be a really an incredible amenity, especially with the views, to be able to enjoy those parks even more. Jamie, I didn't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
I have more questions. So there's some people online that they're not able to talk, so they just have some questions. They're from around that area, and they just want to see if they can see a drawing of the bridge. And then also, they were under the impression that Ivory Homes, when they came in, that they were going to put in their own park and do their own trails, bridges, that we shouldn't have to pay for the connectivity of the trails, that was their impression, that when Ivory Homes came in, because they live in that area, that Ivory Homes was going to take care of that expense.
Russ, do you want to address some of that?
Yeah, I'll do my best. So the land for the Coyote Springs Park was dedicated as part by Ivory Homes as part of their development agreement with the city council. So the agreement was that they would dedicate the land and then the city would improve the park later. And so that's the process that we're going through right now. Impact fees are being used to put in those park improvements. Impact fees are provided by new housing that happens in the city. So it's not existing residents that are paying for that Coyote Springs Park. In addition to that, as part of their agreement, Ivory Homes is building the section of trail that goes along the canal. So this bridge project that you're talking about, yes, we are building the bridge structure. We are building the trail that crosses the bridge and goes up to Callaway Drive. But it's actually Ivory Homes that is going to be building the bridge section or the trail section that runs along the canal and connects the two parks in between. So that's a little more information on that.
I might also add that Ivory is required to pay $15,000 for the actual bridge crossing itself as well.
And then the last part of your question, Jamie, was see a picture of it. If you go to the council meeting agenda online on March 4th, number 5 under the action items was contract award to Perco Rock Co. And there's a Coyote Springs Park exhibit, a playground equipment rendering, and the bridge and trail connection exhibit that show what it looks like.
Okay, perfect. And then also,
Go ahead.
Oh, they were just wondering why they would donate it to the city. So now we're in charge of taking care of the park and creating the park, and we have to spend all this extra money. Why wouldn't the developer have to build the park and take care of the park and keep the park, and they're responsible for the park? Why are we responsible for Ivory Homes Park?
I've got a little more insight on that sort of idea. Let me also answer one more question before I go back. As far as a picture of the actual bridge, I think she was asking for that, Russ. Is it going to be the kind of bridge that's over at Jordan Park crossing that canal? So it's quite a plain bridge. It's cement walls, if I can say it that way.
Concrete box culvert with an asphalt trail over the top.
Right, very plain bridge. So have you seen that, Jamie, at Jordan Park going into the neighborhood to the west?
Yeah, I'm asking questions for other people, so I'm not super familiar with it.
It's not fancy. I wish it could be fancier, but then it would cost us another 300,000 or something. But
well, 300,000 seems
so
a lot. Seems
I have to correct just a touch from what Russ had said. It was really Alpine Development that dedicated the land for the park, and Ivory Homes agreed to that. So of course they could put in more density. But then they were supposed to pay, I think, $250,000 towards the park since it wasn't going to be on their property. And then later city council took that fee away and justified it because of the impact fees that the higher density would provide. So Ivory Homes is building the section of the trail. And so now, Russ, that leads me to a question for you. Is Ivory Homes, did they already build that? I thought they'd already built most of it.
There's a section of trail, and it's actually, so there's two developments there. There's Ivory Homes, which is the Coyote Ridge subdivision, and then there's the Coyote Springs development, which is just to the south.
That's
the section
Alpine.
through Coyote Springs has been built. It's just a short section. It's a couple hundred feet.
Okay.
But the section that Ivory Homes is just starting now this year is going to build that next section over. And a lot of details here, and it's hard to kind of explain in a situation like this. But the goal is to have, with the work that Ivory Homes is doing this year, the work with what the city is doing this year, the goal is to have all of that in and connected, hopefully by the end of this construction season.
I mean, why are we going to build the bridge up to the Cove Park and the trail if the other part's not done? And how long will it take?
We expect that we will finish our part first. We're trying to get all of that. We're trying to get that canal work done by April 15th, and then all of the rest of the work with the park and the trail that we are doing by Memorial Day. But I expect that Ivory Homes will be kind of the end of the construction season where they're paving and getting the rest of that tie-in done. But still, we'll have a fantastic park done that we're excited about, and we're trying to set it up so that that connection happens. If they go in, we want to make sure that we're coordinating the trail connection, because in order to keep it ADA compliant, it's really technical on how those two combine. And so we want to make sure we get ours in so that when they come in and build theirs, that they can tie it in at the right grades.
So that I hope we can encourage them to meet our building schedule as fast as possible, because otherwise, if they can at least grade it so that the easement could be used by the public, which may or may not want, I understand with construction that's going on there, but it's kind of sad to have the trail go nowhere, right? When the bridge is right there, further down where the trail's going to be going. That's all I'm saying. Hope you can talk with them about how we can do a really nice ribbon cutting ceremony, and we'll give them plenty of credit for their part. And we'd really like them to join us and have that done in time. Just an idea. Okay, let's go back to public comments. Jamie.
Oh, yeah, I have some more comments, sorry.
Okay, go finish up.
So just with the public safety building, where's that?
That's our police building, 300 South Main.
Okay.
And we're still paying, of course, the debt on that.
And they need a new HVAC system unit?
You know, I have asked that same question. We are out of the warranty period, and, you know, darn, here we are.
So the furnace broke down or something?
I'm not sure why. Chief, do you want to explain? You'll have to come forward, please.
Before the chief starts, I want to say that our building maintenance manager, Steve Simpson, has done a lot of work to get us really great deals on these units. So
yeah, we got a significant discount on these because we were buying them now. But we've had constant problems with these units just about since day one from the building being built. They were state of the art at the time. But the new units are a lot better than the old ones. Just the technology has improved, and I think we're replacing. I think it's we have 6 units, and one of these units is covering 2 or 3 of the old units, and we're pulling them out. But we've had numerous leaks there. We've had constantly throughout the winter. When I first got here last year, there was no heating at all in the records department, and so we had floor furnaces all over the police department trying to keep people warm. So it's just been a battle, and they are currently, like you said, out of warranty, and so there's no way we can get them fixed. And every time they fixed it, I believe each time he fixed it, he said it was about $10,000 is what Steve told me.
$10,000 to fix?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's crazy. Okay. So then also I'm wondering about the 300 South Trail design. What does that entail?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? 300,000 for the, for the
300 South Trail design?
And that's from the Main Street Park along 300 South, going west to the railroad, right? And that is a trail that we've discussed for some time.
Yeah, but this is to design it?
Yes, especially moving out utilities, making sure driveways and the ditch is taken care of there. Russ, did you want to elaborate?
Yeah, it's a trail that's on our current master plan. It is a priority from our post committee that they made a recommendation for. This is a budget number to cover the design. I am asking for proposals right now from engineering firms for design. The actual contract will come at a later date, a later time. This is just a budget number to make sure that we have adequate funds to get it designed. It's based on a percentage of the expected costs, and it's in line with industry standards. So we don't know exactly what the design fee will be right now. I'm just trying to get the budget in place so that we can move forward.
So you need $50,000 to design a sidewalk?
Yes, Jamie, we need $50,000 to design a trail. Again, it's a budget number, and once we actually get the proposals back, we will evaluate those proposals and move forward with a recommendation for award. It might be less than $50,000. It could be more. We'll see where those proposals come. We expect that it will be less than that, but it's a budget number to get in place so that we can move forward.
Okay, now everyone, you should know that in the rules, when someone is representing a group, and Jamie has said that she's asking questions for other people, then in the public hearing rules, that person that's representing other people can go up to 10 minutes. So, Jamie, do you have any further questions?
So yeah, just the Heber Light and Power purchase is at 1,752,000, and I thought that the appraisal came at 860 or something.
It is. It's 876,000. Appraisal was 875,000. So I'm not sure where you're getting that 1 million figure.
It says Heber Light and Power property purchase 1,752,000 on the budget request summary.
You're right. So Sarah, that's a typo on our part. It's for the 876,000. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
That's okay. And then I just had one more question, I think, about the railroad quiet zone study. Do we not have anyone in-house that's qualified to conduct a railroad quiet zone study? Do we need to pay somebody else $20,000?
Russ, I'll let you answer that.
Oh, I have one more question after that, sorry.
Yeah, so in order to, basically there's certain engineering consultants that are qualified to do railroad work. There's really only a handful generally in the state that work on railroad issues. We don't have anybody in-house that is qualified to or certified to work on railroad designs and projects. And so we asked for a proposal to do this study, and this is to pay a consulting engineer to do this study. It includes the work that will give us the information. The goal of it is to have the information that we as a city can then make the decision, do we want to invest in railroad crossing arms, concrete medians in the road, those kind of things that would allow the city and the railroad, actually not the city, that would allow the railroad to not be required to honk the horn as they go through these street intersections. So the whole goal is provide the information we need, coordinate with the railroad, and provide us enough information that we can make decisions moving forward. So,
Russ, would you mind answering to where we got that request from? I know we asked it in a couple of meetings ago, but is that a couple of neighbors? Is it the railroad? Is it?
Yes, and I might lean back on some of you, but frankly, I had a meeting here that Heber Railroad was here asking us about it. The mayor attended that meeting. They were wondering what it would take to do that. There have been developers that have asked about that have been developing in the area. They're kind of heading along the railroad out of town, and then just a history of complaints from citizens. So all of those three.
Last question.
Okay, so yeah, I was just wondering about the historical monument markers. Why is it 4,500? And then for the historical, I don't know, Rachel Kaler, whatever and then 18,000 for the Leadership Academy. Why is there
two separate groups, two different projects, and different sets of markers? So we had the initial set of markers come from the Historical Commission recommendation, and I think that's for, Catherine, I hope you'll help me with this, for four, just for 4 markers. That's to finish up paying for those 4 original markers. And now the Leadership Academy, which is the volunteer group of citizens that are learning about the city in the Leadership Academy, they've proposed so many more.
for those are for extra homes
to provide that historical trail, that people can listen to online and through an app and so forth. It was to provide historical recognition of some incredible homes in our downtown.
Gotcha.
So
Thank
different
you.
markers, different projects. Okay, very good. Thank you for good questions. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and ask a question, make a comment, or online, just come off mute? Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Really good, really good. Do you think we'll be doing any more budget amendments this fiscal year? Yes, we will do more. Okay.
We always do one at the end of the year.
That's true. That's true. Okay, so I'm going to close the public comment for Resolution 2025-03 to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget. Trina, we are sticking with that number on this one, right? Because of the possible action. Okay, so in case anyone's geeking out like I do, and I have to, we will assign a different resolution number to the RCV resolution that came last week to us that had the same number. Okay, Council, I'm going to turn it back to you. You can take action to approve Resolution 2025-03, or you can ask other comments or make another motion.
If we took action, it wouldn't be on the part that we saw that had the incorrect number about the Heber Lane Power, right? It's actually the budget lines or whatever.
I was using an old slide and I don't think I updated that last.
Just want to make sure we don't have to have that as part of the action or part of the motion.
It's correct right there,
That's
right?
correct.
That 876,000.
And I want to highlight that it is projected numbers. Yep. Yeah, that summary.
Yeah, that, of course. Yes, we understand that. So the total is the $5,288,024 with the different breakdowns that have been presented in the agenda. Comments, questions, motions?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve Resolution 2025-03, amending our fiscal year 2025 budget as presented.
Okay.
Second.
I'll let Mr. Phillips have that second. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, we'll start with the you voting online, Scott.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 4-0, and like I say, Mr. Ostergaard is excused today. All right, everyone, the next agenda item. Yeah, thank you.
It's a lot of work.
Yes,
Thank
it
you.
was. And more to come. All right, the next agenda item is acceptance of plaza design, programming and management plan that Matt Brower will present on. Matt, if you could initially talk about why you're saying the word acceptance, I think that's important to clarify right up front.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so tonight I'm asking you to accept the plaza design, programming, and management plan. What the term acceptance entails is that you've acknowledged that the plan has been completed, that you've had a chance to review it, you've had a chance to ask questions of the drafter, Roger Brooks, and of course you recognize there's additional phases or additional steps that have to be undertaken before any tangible changes were made to the park. And that's why I'm asking you to accept the plan tonight. We recognize that there's still a lot of discussion to be had, there's still a lot of decisions to be made, and those decisions will be made in subsequent steps to follow tonight's action.
I think it's important for us to talk about the more steps to come. Obviously, there is going to be quite a bit of money for actual design. Right now, we just have a lot of pretty pictures.
That's correct.
So you can see how much it costs to design basic things like a trail, right? Or a railroad crossing. This is a lot more than that. So that would have to be approved to design, and then the money has to be found to pay for all of this. I have received public comments that why are we even accepting it at this point when we still haven't really gone to the public in a very large scale effort to see if this is what they want in this area. It's a lot of what, we've received a lot of good comments from businesses in the area that we've reached out to, some not so good. We've done some minimal outreach to the public. We really haven't held a series of open houses or, done surveys. We haven't explained what's in this 100 some odd pages and what it will entail. And yet the timelines are quite quick, right? That's being proposed. The timelines for the funding, the timelines for the building and so forth. And I think the public needs to be involved in this. This is the heart of the town. And people have strong opinions about what they want to see there and what has been and what could potentially go on there. So, Council, I really hope you'll think about the more steps to come as you accept this or not tonight, that we really have to do some major public outreach. That's all I'm suggesting.
Mayor and Council, let me finish my presentation. I think I might address many of the questions, legitimate questions on this. As the mayor's indicated, this is about a 150-page plan. It is a very detailed plan. The plan is entitled a Plaza Design, Programming, and Management Plan. The plan talks about the plaza design of the park. It includes details regarding the programming of the park, which we've talked about, trying to program 250 days a year with events and activities. And it's also the details pertaining to the management plan that would execute on the programming of the plaza. So a very large document. We talked about this extensively at the retreat and recognized that because it is such a large plan, that it would be difficult for us to get feedback on this document in terms of how we get the feedback on exactly what we get the feedback on. And so it was thought that perhaps what we would do is come back, accept the plan, and that would then initiate the process of doing detailed design on the plaza. What this means is it's going to be a process that would allow for additional public input at key milestones. It will allow for the council to have, during these milestones, key times to raise questions, to maybe alter the design, maybe alter the things that Roger Brooks had talked about. And so the acceptance of the plan is acknowledging that amongst this council, there are still very different ideas about perhaps what should be done at the park. But it's through that detailed design process, which each of you will have a chance, as well as the public, to give input on, where we'll finalize it with that public input. I might also indicate that we had a broad public outreach in October. We had an open house at the park. It was open to the public in the afternoon, again in the evening for many hours. We had, I believe it was about 100 people in attendance. Giving feedback directly to the design team, which is Roger Brooks and Kerry Smith, as well as to staff. And of course, we talked about it extensively at the council retreat, which was held back in January. So council, what I'm advocating is tonight is to simply accept it, recognizing that there is a lot more work to do. In fact, the cost estimate and the phasing is simply recommendations. I don't know if they're realistic at this time because we still have to come up with the money, and we can only do this as the money becomes available. So that design timeline is probably going to flex based upon our ability to raise the money to complete whatever it is that we come up with on a detailed design. And so, in essence, the plan tonight was completed by Destination Development Association. The principal, as you know, was Roger Brooks, a world-renowned urban planner. He was also assisted by Kerry Smith, who was in attendance at your council January retreat. And they put together this plan over about a year and a half. The plan was funded by the Chamber of Commerce through a number of grants that they received, so there was no cost to the city for the plan. And tonight, what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply highlight some key sections of the plan, and then briefly talk about the plan in terms of it being a council priority, both in fiscal year 25 and in your fiscal 26 goals. And of course, address any additional questions and comments that you may have. As the mayor's indicated, this is a very, very thorough plan. Tony has it up on the screen. Thank you, Tony. Tony is going to fast forward to just a couple of the pages that I'm going to highlight. I think there's some key things you should be aware of. And so if you'll turn to page 3, Tony. Page 3 encompasses the table of contents for the 150-page plan. And in there, you can find pretty much any section of the plan that you may have interest in. Tony, if you can go to page 5. Actually, page 6, please. Actually, stay right there. Thank you. So the plan, the design plan identifies 32 different design elements that Roger Brooks has recommended. The next 50 pages of the plan go through each of the 32 design elements, providing specific details on each of those, from the jewel boxes to the market tents, to the trailhead building, to the ice ribbon, to the water feature. It goes in details on all 32 of those items. And again, that encompasses the next 50 pages of the plan. I'm not going to dive into those 32. This plan has been available to the public now for approximately 5 months, but there is significant detail pertaining to those items. Tony, if I can have you go to page 59. So 59 contains the cost estimate, and Roger Brooks' initial cost estimate is $23 million for the implementation of his design proposal. I will tell you that I believe there's room in here to save cost. I believe there's also room in here for staff to do some of the detail work, some of the surface work, such as grading, trenching, things of that nature to save money. And we won't know the actual cost, of course, until we actually get into the detailed design and get those cost estimates in the same way that Russ talked about that earlier with some of his projects. We don't know what those numbers are. These are really broad estimates or budget numbers. But you can see here on page 59, these are the general cost estimates. And I believe that there is room that we can save potentially several $1 million off what's being proposed here. Next is page 62. 62 contains the essentially the timeline or the phasing of the plan. Again, Roger has it being carried out through 2029. That would be a great plan if we had the money available to do it based on that timeline. I don't believe that we do. I do believe that we'll have to generate a very diversified capital stack to pull off the phasing, but I think the phasing will be contingent upon that capital stack and the ability to get the money in place to complete this. I might also state that capital stack will include revenue such as the TAP tax, which we talked about earlier, which is specifically to be used for parks. It also be using impact fees, which are paid by developers to pay for new infrastructure made necessary by that development. It'd also be paid for by grants and potentially even some increment that we've already got approved with Heber City and the Central Utah Water Conservancy District. And as you know, we may yet get perhaps the county and the school district on board in the future. So there'll be a very diversified capital stack that we would leverage to complete the phasing. On page, Tony, go to the next page, which would be 63. 63 begins diving into the operations. These are operations of the park, making sure that it's operated in a clean manner, in a safe manner, that allows for access to our residents. And this provides an overview of what those operations should look like. Tony, if you go to page 69. 69 starts changing gears here. 69 starts talking about the programming. Roger Brooks spent a significant amount of time in the document talking about the types of programs that would be available 250 days a year for our residents, their guests and visitors. This is a critical part of the plan in that if we're going to have events 250 days a year, we need to have enough ideas, enough to do to attract people to that park 250 days a year. And this is what this section of the plan does. It provides those ideas. It identifies specific things that should be done, the timelines that should be done, the dates they can be done. Roger Brooks talked about needing to have at least 4 to 6 different things going on to keep people's interest there. And of course, the reason we want to program this park for 250 days a year is we're trying to see this as not only a benefit to our community to come down and enjoy the park, but of course also as an economic driver to transform our downtown into a destination. We heard through Envision Heber 2050 as well as the Envision Central Heber very clearly from the public that they wanted a downtown that they could come and shop and play and entertain and dine. And this is why this plan is so important in helping achieve that transition. Tony, if you go to page 75. 75 is just a broad overview of the programming calendar, or if you will, the programming schedule, based upon the ideas and recommendations that he's included. Again, the time of year would dictate the types of activities that would be available to the residences. And so this provides a very detailed timeline for us in trying to execute upon that recommendation. Tony, if you go to page 79. 79 starts talking about parking. Specifically, it begins talking about access to the park in terms of crosswalks, in terms of safety to get people across 40 and into the park. It talks about, of course, parking structures. And this is also a tee up of Tony's presentation in just a moment, where he'll also ask that you accept the parking solutions and business mix for the downtown, which was also done by Roger Brooks and Kerry Smith. Tony, if I can have you get to page 83. 83 is essentially a section talking about the ownership and governance and staffing. This is giving details on specifically the organization, how the organization would have to operate, how the organization would have to staff up in order to execute on the management plan, completing the programming that Roger's identified. Tony, if you can then go to page 87. 87 is marketing plan. This is critical for success, is making sure that our residences are aware of what's taking place at the park, the activities are taking place, to make sure that mothers of young kids know what's going on, that bring their kids downtown to have a lot of fun, as well, of course, adults, and be able to come downtown and attend the events that are age appropriate for them. Tony, if you can then go to 92. 92 transitions into the budget for the downtown. This is looking specifically at the budget for the management plan and the programming plan for the park, which is critical for executing. And then finally on page 93 is the pro formas. These are the pro formas that Roger talked extensively about at the council retreat in January, talking about the cost and the revenues that would be generated to make sure that this operation is self-efficient. And so, council, that is just a very quick and broad overview of the plan. As I mentioned earlier, the plan was identified as one of council's top policy priorities in fiscal year 25 and again in fiscal year 26. Phase one of the project is already underway. This is the construction of the band shell and transitioning 200 South into a festival street. The band shell is expected to be done April 1st, knock on wood, and the festival street's expected to be done by May 1st, knock on wood. It has been delayed several months, obviously, but we are excited about having it done in time for the summer 26 season of Heber Market on Main, which begins in first part of June. I will stop there. It's a lot of information to address any questions that council may have at this time.
It was my remembering that the open house that was held last fall, I thought it was just the businesses and perhaps some surrounding residents that were invited. I don't think it was for the whole city.
It was for the whole city. And then we had a second one, you remember, in January. So we had the one in October, which is for the whole city. And then we had a second one in January, which was specific to the C Street, where we divided specifically the businesses that joined the C Street to the downtown.
Okay, I just think we really need to do still more public outreach.
Other comments? Yeah, I have questions. So I guess what I'm trying to find out is, first of all, from fellow council members, I know there are some who are definitely going to say, yes, it's absolutely okay. But anyone who has reservations, these are from my peers. If you have reservations, I want to hear about it. Staff members who might have reservations, maybe they don't. And then the other question would be to you, Matt, if this is not done, if we do not accept this tonight, what are the pros and cons of that? And the third question is we do have a meeting, or we do have an open house for tomorrow over at the Public Safety Building. And that is open to the public. I received it. Everyone who is within the Old Town area, we all received one. And if you haven't, then you need to contact us. And what is the objective? Why would we, I guess the question is why do we accept this tonight, yet we are going to have a meeting tomorrow? Why can't we wait until after that meeting tomorrow with the public and then present it with some of the findings or whatever questions might have come up going forward into April? So
Great question.
I just asked so many questions.
I'm happy to
So I
field that
hope
one.
somebody was
I'm
taking
going to take it
notes
just a
on
moment,
this.
Tony.
So.
The first question I thought was the pros and cons of accepting the plan tonight. Um, I think, I don't know if there's any really pros and cons. It's really up to the council's prerogative in terms of what you want to do. I will tell you that if you choose to accept the plan tonight, it does not end the public input process. In fact, if you accept the plan tonight, I think it continues that public process. As we've talked, you've indicated to me very clearly that you want input on specific milestones, as well as getting the public's input on those specific milestones. It would be more advantageous to get the public's input on specific milestones than it would be on a 150 plan, 50-page document. And so I guess my first answer to you is the public process isn't over. There's significantly more opportunities for the public process. Now, regarding the open house for tomorrow night, remember, Yvonne, that the Envision Central Heber has us executing on a lot of different fronts. For example, we've got the plaza design programming and management plan. We've got the marketing solutions and business mix plan. We got the C Street plan. We've got the rezoning and zoning plan amendments changes. There are a number of things that we're focused on, and tomorrow is just focused on one of those items. And Tony, if I can invite you to maybe tell us more about the open house for tomorrow.
And the reason I'm asking this is because these are questions that have come to me. So
I love them.
that's why I'm trying to break it down. And then I was just curious on, is it an absolute? Is it something? Does something happen if we do not accept tonight's plan? So, okay. Oh, Thursday. I'm sorry. Yes, tomorrow's the 19th.
Yeah, you stole my thunder there.
There's problems here. Don't expect this brain to always. Go ahead. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, so Thursday at 6 o'clock at the Public Safety Building, we'll be holding a public open house for the Central Heber Overlay Zone. A public hearing will follow that next week on March 25th, right here in this room with the Planning Commission. This is a zoning tool. It's a land use regulation tool that really is differentiated from the plan that you're talking about tonight, because what you're talking about tonight is more of a programming and a capital facilities plan. What we're talking about is zoning on private property within the core of Heber.
Thank you.
Tony, it would mean a lot to me if we could get invitations to the city council for any public open house.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, let's open it up for public comments now on the acceptance of the plaza design, programming, and management plan. We have 10 minutes, everyone. You're welcome to come forward, 3 minutes max, and say your name again. So please come forward if you want to give a public comment on this agenda item. And I've got someone ready online, but I'll start here in the chamber first. Feel free to come forward.
Allison Salisbury, Heber. This is just a question. I'm still kind of confused. If they accept it tonight, if you accept it tonight, what does that hold you to? I mean,
Nothing.
so if you accept it tonight, it doesn't mean it's even going to go forward, right?
It doesn't mean that the whole plan goes forward. It means that all it is just saying, here it is, here's our first phase, and we're accepting this first phase of this whole big picture.
But do you still have to do the whole big picture?
Yep. We still
If
have
you
to
accept
fill in
it.
that we're just putting the border on the puzzle. That's how I understand it.
Yeah, I think right. Let me embellish that. I think it's absolutely right. If council accepts this tonight, it essentially allows staff to begin working on the next step, which will have to come back before this council and get their input and receive more public input. That next step would be identifying how we would go about designing and developing the detailed drawings that would allow us to execute the plan. And that process itself is going to be a very lengthy, probably upwards to a year type of plan. Where there'll be significant input of the council, significant input to the community based upon key milestones.
Yeah, because I mean, where's the money
I
coming
know
from?
that's where you're going because we've had this discussion. So,
and I'm sorry, there's been so much going on in the world that I think people have been a little bit distracted from maybe this being something that they're really been thinking about. So I'm going to kind of beg off a little bit as an excuse that this was low on my radar because of other things that were going on. A lot of those things have, settled down. So now I think maybe more people will be a little more.
So this goes back to a couple of the questions, because I know that not Allison, but there's others who have kind of posed the same question. Does that mean we are putting
in.
all the money for it? This is set in stone. There will be no changes. What you see is what you get. And that's why I asked you to explain this better, so that they understand. We are not looking to say if we say yes, this is a done deal. It is exactly as you see it here. All it is to say, we want to have something changed, and this is the start of it. So like I said, it's like putting a jigsaw puzzle together, and now you're just dealing with parts of the border, and that's all we're discussing. We haven't even filled in anything in the center.
Okay, so what I'm asking is we have no choice. This is going forward one way or another. It's just how it's going to be worked.
That's probably a good way to say it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, I would identify, this has been a council priority now for several years.
I know.
So this is a logical next step moving forward. If council accepts it, allows staff to go back and figure out how we're going to fund the design of the plan. But right now, there is no budget for that design. We'd have to work it into the budget, which council would have to adopt, which would have to come up for public hearing. This is simply the first
public
step
will still have
of
the
We hear
many.
more now because other things have kind of gotten settled.
I understand, but that's what I'm saying, is that there's still a lot more, because it's not a matter, we can have a concept, you can have concepts, plans all across this country, and many of them never come to fruition because of the one bottom thing.
Yeah, because if you're saying this is our estimated, it's going to be twice that. Come on.
Oh, for sure.
Let's be real. It's going to be
And
twice
so
that.
will we do it all together, or are we going to try and do it in bits and tiny pieces?
Okay. It's just my question. Thank you.
And then what would come first or what would come second, and
Exactly.
so forth.
Exactly.
Okay, please come forward. Again, this is the public comment time. If anyone's not coming forward, then I'll pick someone online. You can speak as many times as you want to in the public comments. And that is perfectly fine.
Absolutely.
We may try to get you to run for office if you ask a lot of questions.
Okay, so my question is, first of all, thank you for the presentation. It looks really cool, but I always see things through the taxpayer lens, and so we got hit about a year and a half ago with a huge, school to pay for. And yeah, I paid off a truck and then didn't miss a beat and started paying that increased in almost the exact amount of my truck payment. That's how much my taxes went up. So I see this and I immediately feel like a little nauseous about how much more my taxes are going to go up. So I do appreciate that even though you pass it, that doesn't mean you're going to charge me $1,000 more a month going forward for the next 23 years. But my question is, I wouldn't have known about that meeting Thursday night, have another political meeting in Salt Lake, but I just have a suggestion. I don't think, I know right now in order to find out about these meetings, I would have to be proactive, go to your website, see what's going on. And we live in such a great technology age. Has the city council, city manager considered adopting a texting citizens campaign so that I get a text message? We're going to have, you mentioned you had 100 people come last fall, and yet we had 3,000 people vote for you guys. So if we had 3,000 people vote, 100 people came. That means there's a big disconnect. So when I hear Mayor talk about we really need a lot more public input, that won't happen if we don't know what's going on. And sadly, it's hard to be informed unless you're someone like us who are busybodies and really want to know everything going on. And we go onto the website and see what's happening. So it's a suggestion that we're figuring out ways to try to get people in the community more actively involved in what's going on, because like Allison said, there's so much going on in the world, and we feel like a lot's changing in our community. And sometimes it's like the voters are just hanging on for dear life and hoping they can make their paycheck last. So I think in getting 10 times more people to a meeting like that or a thing in the park is really, really warranted, so that you have informed, because we've talked about informed voters, informed citizens, texting campaign. Just think about it. I don't think it would cost that much money.
No, we already have a texting ability, but it's very generic, and it's just telling about when meetings are coming, and you have to go in and sign up for it.
Yeah.
But to provide more information in a short text about the meeting is about this, right, or this issue, right, and
Or we're going to have
you
a
can get
public, yeah.
comments. We can certainly up our game on that.
Yeah, I just leveling up, even, I don't laugh, but even if it was like colorful, I'm serious. Mr. Brown, if it was colorful, we're all essentially Sesame Street here. If you were to send a text and it was a flyer, a digital flyer that says, come to the park on Thursday night so you can see our future plans, and it's something that catches my attention, I'll walk right over to my calendar and put it down. That's how we operate as a society. I see something sent to me and it's colorful. I'm like, oh, that gets my attention. If it looks like it came from JCPenney, I probably will delete it. Anyway, that's just something I'm suggesting to get more public engagement, because at the end of the day, our taxes, whether it's, through the restaurants and fast foods and whatever else we're taxing, or you just add it to our property taxes, as queasy as that makes me, we should have a discussion about that and how it impacts us and our pocketbook. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may make a couple clarifications. Earlier, I reviewed the sources of revenue that we'd likely use for this project. And you remember, I did not use the term general taxes at all. It was impact fees and tap tax and grants and things of that nature. Tap tax is tapped trails, arts, and parks. It's a sales tax, 0.1% sales tax that was approved literally by you 2 years ago. That is dedicated to trails, arts, and parks. And so, well, that's right, to diversified capital stack, it would be the tap tax and impact fees and grants and increment. But notice I never used the term general taxes to do this. I think it's this council position, they would probably want to avoid that. We use those general taxes for police and public works and other very important services. And I also might note that when we did the Envision Heber 2050 general plan update and the Envision Central Heber, we used direct mailings numerous times. And I can't think of a better way than get that direct mail in your hands. It's literally in your hands. And we were successful at getting up to 135 people to attend. So there's no perfect way. I think people have to take responsibility to being citizens and not just taxpayers, and stay in tune to what's going on.
With the cost of postal though, maybe texting could be cheaper and people have their phone in their hand 24/7. Just a thought.
We can't hear you online. You need to be at the microphone.
Sure. She's just saying to increase the texting ability. And I think I've talked about it in the city newsletter before, but this is a really great time to do that. And I do think we can up our game. Ryan, you're welcome. That's a lot cheaper than mailings, much cheaper. Okay, so Ryan, you're coming forward, and then we have people online. Go ahead.
You go to the website, create a profile. We actually worry that we text ad nauseum if you sign up for them. But when you create a profile, you can go in, if you go to the website homepage, and then up in the upper right-hand corner, there's going to be a place that says sign in. You create an account, and within that account, you can select which meetings and which things you want to be notified over. I have signed up for all of them, and sometimes I really want to turn them off. This does come as a package with the website bundle that the city has, and that company doesn't allow us to do pictures, to the best of my knowledge. So it does come with a link and a word. But let's say you're very interested in planning commission, you could sign up and be notified for all the planning commission meetings, or any of those notices, meetings like tonight. So where it says website sign in the upper right-hand corner there, you go there, create a user account, and then within that account, you can elect to receive those messages.
We're going to do that.
We can. I think Ryan can also make sure that when we do send, or when we send out things with links, that it lands on a pretty picture, to your point, Patty, because it lands on something that's useful, right? Not inside the text, yeah.
Maybe we need to do QR codes. We're not able to send visual images with our mass texting either. Go ahead.
Good evening, Phil Jordan, and I'm not here representing the Planning Commission this evening, rather citizen as it were, and also the president and CEO for the Heber Valley Arts Center, Inc. I really support you moving forward on accepting the plan. Great planning is never substituted with really sort of individual brilliant ideas. I don't think you could have possibly obtained such a more comprehensive plan than you're seeing here, with a lot of, I'd say, substantial precedent images or precedent opportunities of how the business can come together. And to your point, Matt, I think sales tax revenues are going to be the fountain of what this will bring for the future as well. So what can promote more sales tax is more activation of downtown. I think that's all part of it. I would encourage you that as you start to plan to bring in your operations, because the operations are going to be really part of making it real. So I would think the opportunity to get the operations on board early in design so that you can actually move ahead together, those you will hold accountable to actually making it work. Otherwise, I would fully endorse this moving forward and recommend you do that.
I'm going to go online now. Jamie, go ahead.
Okay, hi, this is Jamie Hewlett. So I just have a question why we're doing this. Our park is already completely maxed out. Anytime there's an event, we have, I don't even think it's fire code. I think we're already maxed out. So I'm just confused why we need to spend another $20 million. And then also, this is converting a park to a plaza. So I don't think that you're able to use the parks money for that because it won't be a park anymore. So it's essentially taking away the only open space we have downtown and converting it into a plaza. And I don't think you're allowed to use those taxes. I've been to Roger Brooks's the one he designed in South Dakota, and I know he said, "Oh, we need to have things 250 days." His hula hoops and his play areas and all that stuff was locked up behind a gate. There was nobody was shopping, nobody was walking around. There was a couple of scary looking people in the splash pad drinking beer, but it was kind of a dangerous place to be. It wasn't a fun place. It wasn't like a nice place where you can go, like the Midway Park where you can enjoy the mature trees. And then also just reading the agenda, they're asking for $2 million right now for architecture and engineering. They're claiming you're accepting 150 pages, and then they're claiming that, oh, you're just accepting nothing, and they're actually asking for $2 million to start architecture and engineering when you haven't even discussed like what aspects of this plan people want. It's just, here's this plan, and you need to vote in 150 pages right now and decide everything when nobody's weighed in on it at all. I was involved in a lot of that, and I couldn't even really weigh in myself when I was involved. So I'm not sure how anyone's been able to weigh in, and like really, I just don't understand why we would do this when our park is completely maxed out.
Anybody want to tackle those questions?
I can certainly try. I was with Jamie on that trip to Caldwell, Idaho, and I can tell you that my experience was dramatically different. I saw.
Oh, sorry, but Matt, no. I'm not talking about Caldwell. I'm talking about South Dakota in Roger Brooks's original.
Was it Rapid City?
Rapid City, yeah. Is it South Dakota or North Dakota? North?
I'm not sure at
Yeah,
this point.
Rapid City. So yeah, that's where I actually went there just to see that. I mean, we stopped at Mount Rushmore and it was a great trip for our kids, but we went there just to tour it because we heard how great it was, and it wasn't. It was really just awful.
Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Mayor. Sadly, our park is empty most days of the year, other than perhaps Heber Market on Main, which is held every Thursday night during the summertime. There is extensive room for programming and other events to take place. And I couldn't imagine anything more fun and something to look forward to than having things that you can expect and take your kids to and do during the summertime or in the spring or in the fall. This is intended to be the park, the plaza, if you will, is intended to be an extension of your living room, a place where you'd want to take your guests to. People hang out where the locals hang out, and we're hoping that the park or the plaza will be in the future the place where they hang out, because right now they certainly don't. Right now, during the winter between November and May, that park is vastly empty most of the time. This plan will allow us to begin programming it year-round. And so hopefully when your guests come to your house, you'll say, what do you want to do? And you would say, let's go to the park and let's take part in the programming and the other events that we have that will be well advertised, well noted, and hopefully something that people look forward to.
So that's
The
that's a programming issue. So if you have an event at the park, people are there, but I live across the street from the park and I know that people are there constantly. Anytime the weather's a little bit decent, there's at least 50 kids playing. Like people are there all the time. And if you program it, then you have, more people than we can handle. But that's not building a plaza. That is just programming a park. And so if you have events, more people will come. But that has nothing to do with spending $23 million.
Jamie, thank you very much for your public comments. I'm going to have to close off the public comment because I have to follow the rules. I have some ideas, though, that I need to discuss as soon as Matt finishes. Matt, did you want to add anything else?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So the $2 million budgeted cost for design engineering is just that. It's budgeted. We won't know what that cost is until we actually put an RFP on the street to qualify designers to get what the actual cost is going to be. I personally believe it's going to be significantly less based on the cost I've seen in other projects that we've done. I might also state the goal is to bring people to that park. It is to bring more activities to that park, is bring more economic development to the downtown. And ultimately, this is intended to be a significant catalyst for the transformation of our downtown into a destination where our locals would enjoy going and spending time and ultimately their money supporting the local businesses.
Matt, if you go out for a bid on an RFP, will that fund that amount come back to us in a way that the public could see and come and comment again?
Yes, in fact, that's exactly right. If you were to accept this tonight, what it puts in motion is essentially staff looking into how we're going to fund that design. We'd have to include that in probably your fiscal year 26 budget, if we can. That would come to you. That'd be discussed and highlighted through the budget workshops. You would have a public hearing on it before you adopted the budget that year. And so all this does by accepting it is put in motion staff to look at that capital stack to see how we can do this within the budget and to pull off the planning that we've been doing for the last 2 or 3 years.
Ask another question, Matt. I'm trying to think outside the box here. If we pass the plan, is it set in stone, number one? I mean, is this plan exactly how everything is going to be placed in that park? Okay, that's the first question. Number two, if we get the funding, it is the if we can't get the exact funding that we need at that amount, isn't there going to be an opportunity that we say, okay, maybe we don't have as many jewel boxes, or maybe we don't have such a large building for this area, or maybe we don't have such a large ice ribbon, and that we find ways, isn't this giving us the opportunity as well to adjust to those needs? Whatever the money is there, what we do have, is there a way to take that and size it down, make it still effective, bring in the people that we want, but making it smaller? Isn't that a possibility?
That is correct.
Okay. And I think that's, for me, Jamie, I realize this is something that's hard. I've lived in the Valley for 40 years. I know there's people who have been, that those with the biggest questions are those of us who've lived here for many, many years. We remember our community the way it was. We remember that hometown feel. And I realize that however difficult that might be, the reality is right now, we have lost a lot of that. We've lost the opportunity to connect with our neighbors, I think that in downtown, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, old town, downtown, those of us who live in that area, we still have that connection, thank heavens. And there's probably pockets across the area, the valley, that have that. But we need to do something before we can't do anything. We've heard it so many times. We hear the constant questioning of decisions that have been made, whether it's by our council, previous councils, and from those who maybe waited too long, or why didn't we do this for the airport sooner, or why didn't we make these decisions sooner? By putting a plan in place, that's all it is. And I think we're trying to put too much into the fact that this is a plan. This is not set in stone. This is not saying this is exactly how it's going to be, and we are spending this much money no matter what. This is how we say, let's look, here's the expense, possible expense, less, more, whatever. But we are trying to find the opportunity to move ahead or open the door for us to have more of what we had before. And this is how we do it, realizing that there's so much that has been taken out of our hands as a community. And this is how we try to get it back. So that's just my thoughts on it. I don't know if that helps. You may not agree, but I'm just hoping that that helps with some questions.
So Mike, and then my turn.
Well said, Yvonne. Thank you. That
So-
was well said.
Did you want to say anything else?
I'll just tag on. This is a big, grand, bold, big, hairy, comprehensive vision. And if you don't have a vision, you're just not going anywhere. It's our vision to bring the community, to plan something for the next 10, 20 years that will evolve. It absolutely will evolve. This council will be gone in 4 years. There will be another council and different citizens. Some of people will be gone and some new people will be here. This will continue to evolve. Without a plan, we're not even starting anywhere. So thank you for, again, we spent 1.5 years talking about this and on this. It's just a big vision. Not a single dollar has been allocated for this. Accepting this plan tonight, just like Yvonne says, is accepting the report. It's done. We're not even approving one thing on it. But it is a vision that we can talk about with the citizens, with the businesses, with our council, with the planning commission, with the staff. It's a place to start and say, how about this thing right here? Is this something we want to talk about and fund? And then maybe in 4 years, someone else will say, how about this thing? So I just think this is great that we're done, that we got it. Kudos to the council and the staff for moving forward. We have a lot of questions. There's a lot of things on here I don't think are great ideas, but it doesn't mean I'm going to go back and work on it. We can accept this as it is and move forward.
So I've talked to Jody at the Parks and Cemetery Department, and she is really concerned about this plan because she says that the reservations for family reunions fill up very quickly at our Main Street Park. And she's concerned about construction and design and changing the Main Street Park so that we can't provide, which has been, this incredible location for family reunions. So I wanted the council, I told her I would talk with it about that with you. Either we have to perhaps plan more for family reunions to use the Main Street Park like they're doing already, because it is a very hot location, she says, for that. Or we think about where are other locations within the city that we could provide that same type of service. Would it be Muirfield Park once it's developed, right? I think it's probably the largest one that could work, right? For, in the short term. But there is going to be a big disruption to the current Main Street Park reservations if the park's torn up and then families that are so used to coming here and want to come here are suddenly not able to use that anymore. So we just need to think about that.
Mayor, if I may, I've actually spoken about this, and right now the only pavilion at the park is the one on the southwest corner. It's teeny, it's old, it's at the end of its useful life. Yes. It doesn't provide a lot of amenities for these families that are gathering and doing a wonderful thing at the park. With the completion of phase one, the main stage, that can now be rented for the family reunions. It will have a green room, it will have a warming room, it will have some cover on it. It will provide more shade from the sun. And this also provides additional bathrooms up on the stage, which is not necessarily available with the existing pavilion. And so you're right, Mayor, that when we get to the point of beginning turning earth, we'll need to take into account that the residents have the ability to rent the main stage for their reunions, and that we don't dig too much of the park up so it's not used by people during that time frame. Absolutely correct on that.
Yeah, I just think it's kind of funny that you have your reunion up on a big stage and whatever, that's fine, it is covered and there's going to be audio visual capability and I don't know how many people can fit under it compared to the old pavilion, but the old
Probably
pavilion's
3 or 4
gotta be
times more.
changed. Well, that would be amazing, that would be really great, but with the programming that this plan's talking about, right, I doubt that that would last for long because the programming would then provide the 250 days of activities there to get the rest of the park going so that there's more money to build the rest of the park. And you know what I'm saying? I just think we need to really think about having another really nice location for that.
I think you're right. I think as part of the design, exploration of the design is making sure that maybe we have a second pavilion that is a bit more accommodating and larger than what we have now. And so that's a really a point, Mayor, in the fact that what we have now is probably too small and quite frankly, again, at the end of its useful life, but maybe we look at providing another pavilion that can have,
What about the old rotary shell?
that stays.
Yep.
That stays, absolutely
That
stays.
stays. So that's a possibility going forward as well.
That's absolutely another place.
Using that as a potential.
Mhm.
But
Hi,
I
this is
appreciate
Scott.
that because that's kind of the concern that I want to make sure that as we try to phase into making this better or improve,
Mhm.
that we do not excuse or neglect what we already have and what we already have in place. And I'm glad that our staff, that's what I want to hear is what are some of the concerns of staff that maybe they feel uncomfortable saying anything because thinking that,
Yeah.
we don't want to hear from them. But if that's a concern, what can we do? What are other options?
I think there's some great options now, but I think as we get into design, exploring the design, and if pavilions are a priority, maybe incorporate another pavilion in this besides just the main stage. I can tell you right now that that small pavilion, you mentioned the Mayor, and during Heber Market on Main, it's just absolutely too small. It is just
It is.
inadequate.
I mean, I used it when I was a kid.
Mhm.
It's really old. It was old then, okay? And, we certainly tried to think of other ideas and lots of other plans for the Main Street Park, but nothing to this degree.
That's
right?
correct.
And so, like I say, I think it would be wise to, go forward in the Muirfield Park with that pavilion
Mhm.
that we still need to check and see if we can get the water line under the trail into the conservation
Yep.
easement area, or having another pavilion with the water and so forth so that we could say, hey, there's this option and this option too.
Absolutely.
Right? We're not trying to take away what our citizens love about
Mhm.
Main Street Park.
Absolutely.
But I think Jamie's concerns about losing trees, I can't stand to lose beautiful trees. It's really a sad thing when it's taken so long to get them, and yet there's a lot more plantings, right? I'm just saying the trade-offs, I just don't think people want to, they feel like, that if it's going to be a construction zone for years, people are not going to like that. And
Can you guys hear me?
felt this way already,
Heard that, Scott.
Yes, Scott, your turn's coming. I'm just saying, they're very sensitive about construction in the park, as you can see, right? Even our large events that are coming in, they're saying, well, we can't have our event because the construction's going on and it's too noisy. And I'm just saying, we've really got to be sensitive about future construction so that people still feel they can enjoy the place if there's changes going forward.
That's exactly right, Mayor. And that's why when we get to that point in doing the phasing and the construction, we got to take all that intel in to make right decisions. Absolutely.
We also need to make sure that our contractors have really strong deadlines. Okay, Scott, it's your turn.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the Plaza Design Program and Management Plan.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Can I make a comment before we vote?
Plenty of time for discussion. Go ahead.
And thanks Scott for moving us ahead. I was going to make a comment. I just stayed quiet for too long. Matt, my only concern with passing this right now is literally just the signaling, right? It's just what is it? I realize what we've talked about tonight. I realize the question Yvonne asked and how it was answered. I get that. That is really hard to get out to residents, right? When we pass something, they look at this and they think all of these things are coming on day one, right? I know you and I have talked about it, but I'm still, I still am of the opinion that the current plan on page, what is this, 6, has way too little grass, for instance. I mean, just to throw this out there, but there's like the majestic lawn, which I think is a silly name, but all of the section where there's this the market trail, that could all be grass. And I know you talked about it. Those tents could be up there. I think as we go forward, one of the most important things that we have to do is outline what it could look like and what it will look like as we think about phasing in different things. Because I'm still of the opinion that talking about all of these different jewel boxes and talking about all of these different things all at the exact same time makes it seem like we're signing off on everything at the exact same time. I realize that there's these phases, but it's really hard to explain to people, which is the only reason that I just don't like how it came forward this time with what it means with the general acceptance. I almost would rather that the wording said something like, are we good to approve up to this amount to, in the RFP communications to get somebody to start designing, and didn't have the word acceptance, because I think that there's something there that's a little bit hard to quantify. And I realize I'm struggling with the words, but it's hard to quantify because I look at this plan and I actually don't like most of the plan, but I do like the idea of what we're trying to do. I do think that we are going in the right direction. Frankly, by the time it's finished, I think I will probably like it a lot better because there will be other parks around town that we can go to for a grass space if I want. But I just look at this and I see this hardscape underneath the section 10, which again is called the Market Trail. I don't know why we would put hardscape underneath shade trees to where we don't have to. It could be grass for a long time. We could pave parts of it as we need to. The jewel boxes, I don't know why we would do all of that at the same time. And I worry that the signal here to the designers, to the bidders, to anybody that might want to be involved in this project is Heber's ready to do it all. Let's bring forward something. And, I'm worried about that. I would have liked to have seen my thoughts in a picture format, which is a significantly scaled down version of this this is what it might look like 5 years from now, and then stepped up. So maybe some more of these jewel boxes, and then maybe a little bit more of the concrete work, and maybe some of these things over on Main at 10 years from now, after we think there's a realignment happening with a bypass or something like that, just to help understand what that looks like. So I think that's a huge challenge going forward to the ongoing meetings, which I realize we haven't had a ton of yet, but to the ongoing meetings is to say, not only do we not expect to do this all up front, but this is what it might look like. This is what it might feel like. We do have a plan to phase this stuff in, because I think this plan does not show any sort of phasing plan. I know it says it. I know there's a phasing thing in the staff report, but it doesn't show it. And I think I'm worried what the populace will think when they see this plan approved, quote unquote approved. So for what that's worth, I am worried about that.
How would you change? I'm just curious. I guess we have to do the vote first, and then, I don't know, unless you want
More
to.
discussion, and then we'll take the vote as quick as we can.
I don't know that we need to change anything tonight. The wording I would have liked tonight is, hey, we need to go forward for design. We want to open up an RFP. In order to do so, we have to give some guidance of what that RFP might look like. Can we get this kind of a budget approved, knowing that we'll come back to you, and without the word acceptance of the plan? Just because that makes me a bit nervous.
Let me briefly say something about that.
I think we do have to do it as we go forward, talking to the residents as we have these open houses. I think we do have to do a better job of, here's where we're at today. This is what it might look like 5 years from now. This is what it would look like if we didn't do as many jewel boxes or as many amenities or whatever. This is what it might look like if we ended up half the budget, or we came back in design and looked like this. And I realize we could have a million examples, but I think that will help bridge a gap between people that are saying, I like a grass park, hand up, by the way, that's me, and I like this really cool plaza, which is frankly probably going to be me. But today I have young kids that like the grass park, right? I'll probably be, I'm not saying I'll be more on board because I'll change my mind. I'm just saying like how I use the park will change over time, and I understand that. But for me, from where I'm at now versus where this is, it's a big jump. So I think
Let me
there's something.
express how I feel about it real quick.
Okay, Scott, did you want to say something?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
The acceptance we put out to Roger Brooks and his team to say, hey, Heber, this is what potentially you could do to increase the traffic into your park plaza. Here's ideas, here's things that we recommend you do. All we're saying today is thank you for your work. Thank you for your work, Roger Brooks. Now the work for us begins. So that accepting it is just saying, thanks, we're taking your recommendations, and I'm sure what we end up with will be vastly different than what you've recommended. But we appreciate what you've done. You're a third-party outside source, and thanks. So if that would help you with your messaging, Aaron, to the public, that's how I view it.
Yeah, Scott, that's super helpful. Let me say it a slightly different way. I went to a ton of those meetings with Roger and with Carrie. And I feel like when they asked me questions and I gave back my insights, I don't see that anywhere in the plan. And I realize that I might be a minority there, but it makes me nervous that I didn't see that. And then in all of the pro formas and all of the discussions, it never changes. The same plan is on every page. I don't think there's any conceptualization about what would it look like if it were different. And that feels like a miss to me because, for instance, we recently had that presentation from Phil about I've forgotten the name of it, the amphitheater, where we had a couple of different thoughts as far as this is what we can probably do, this is what we'd like to do, and this is what it should look like if we did it all. And by the way, this is what the pro forma looks like if it's this type, and here's what it would look like if it's this type. And I just felt a lot more comfortable about that. And again, maybe it's just my comfort, but I feel like I might be aligning with a couple of people that I've heard from in saying what they asked me, what I wanted to see, I don't see anywhere in the plan, which just makes me nervous that we are actually going toward this plan. I realize we're not committing to it tonight, but if they asked for my input and didn't change it yet, why would I think they'll change it next time they ask for my input? Does that make sense, Scott?
Yeah, it does make sense.
Mayor, if I may, really quick.
As long as he's done. It sounds
Yeah.
like it.
I'm thinking, but go ahead.
So remember that the policy is set by 3 of you. And so if one of you said, I want this done, it's got to be ratified by 3 others, right? That's how the business of this council is done. So if something's not in there, that might have been why. When I developed this agenda item, I thought hard about wording. Words mean things. And normally when a plan is done, we adopt it. But for me, this plan is not ready for the insignia of adopted because it means we're sanctioning it, we're ratifying it. And that's not what we're doing tonight. All we're saying, as Scott's indicated, is thank you, Roger. Your work is done. Our work is now starting. And that's exactly right. The example I'm going to give you, and you're all very intimately familiar with this, is the Combarium. Remember the number of meetings with Lane Lithgow where you gave input on, want to change this wall, change that wall, the brick color. Remember, we had to have the brick wall, look at the different types of bricks and the colors of the bricks because we weren't quite sure what we wanted. I see that same process playing out here where we're going to be bringing you brick colors, so to speak. We're going to be talking about the amount of grass you want. We're going to be talking about another pavilion based upon the needs of the community. This is simply a starting point, as Yvonne talks about. It's the frame of the puzzle, but those pieces of the puzzle we're going to put in place is yet to be defined. But I assure you, it will be defined through your input and the input of your constituents through this process.
Should we say maybe, I'm sorry, I just want to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Is it possible then, Aaron, and I guess I'm asking you, would you feel more comfortable instead of saying acceptance of plaza design program and a management plan, we say acceptance of preliminary plaza design programming and management plan?
Thank you for listening and trying.
You're good at that,
No,
but
I
I just,
appreciate,
that's why I'm
I
asking.
appreciate you. And honestly, council, I'm okay voting as it is because I do understand that every time we've had things like this, we get it back again. I just am trying to call out that I personally am when I say I'm uncomfortable, I don't mean that I'm going to say no or that I hate anybody on this council or anything like that. I just mean I'm uncomfortable that when I was asked for input, I don't see any of that input. When I was asked for thoughts or questions, I don't see any of that. And the worry that I've got there is it's not in the pro forma. And the pro forma is how we think that this is going to work for us, right? And so let me say it differently. If we were to do significantly less of this or to zone it in over time, does the pro forma still work? Does it still financially do what we want it to? I don't know, because I haven't seen anything like that. The only thing I've seen is the max, program the sucker to the max, use not every available square foot of grass, but dang near, right? Like, which is fine, but it makes me uncomfortable. Now, that being said, I realize we're not actually committing to anything tonight. Like, I get that 100%. So I'm good with saying yes, because I literally am saying yes to, yeah, sounds like a cool plan. We'll talk about it again later. But I'm worried that as we say yes, the public thinks that they don't have a way to input anymore. And I want them to make sure, I want us to figure out some way to say, this is way far from final in a different way than we've had tonight. Because I think even if you listen to this meeting, you might still come away and go, I don't know, what is this looking like?
Do you think that just changing a word, either adding acceptance of concept plaza design or preliminary plaza design would be enough, just that wording, to make it realize this is not a final design? That's why I'm asking.
It's a concept.
It's a concept.
Concept plan idea.
Mhm.
I think that's
All it
really
is.
Would that be okay, Matt, if we
Of
did
course,
change that
absolutely.
wording? Would
Absolutely.
you be amenable to that?
Concept, I would be way more, I think
Yes.
there's a lot more
It's one
discussion.
word, but it makes the
It does
difference.
make a big difference in how it
to our
feels.
citizens, and they see that,
I know that
oh,
seems
this
really
isn't
silly.
a definite. This isn't the whole jigsaw. This is just the concept, just the beginning.
when you said the outside jigsaw puzzle, that worried me because that's pretty straightforward box, right? You've got to fit in the box, but a concept plan is just looking at the overall puzzle and saying, well, we've got a lot of pieces to figure out still.
Yes. So would that be okay?
Absolutely.
You've gotta
Would
ask
you
Scott
then,
to-
Scott, would you be willing to change and approve and change, but with the change of acceptance of concept plan, plaza design, programming, and management plan in your motion?
As long as it's proper English.
Okay, so
I'm
it's
assuming if
pretty,
you put,
as long as it's proper
if you
English.
put concept right before plan at the end, I think you'd be good. Plaza design, programming and
sounds good to
management
me.
I think you're
concept
right.
plan.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
So Mike, does your second
Oh,
still?
yes, I'm good with that. And I would support Aaron, if you have a plan, if you want to enact, I would support that. I'm not sure we want to keep, I support that for sure. This is concept. That's all it is. I guarantee you in 5 years when we're all gone,
It's going to be.
this will barely have been, someone else will be dealing with it, and that they're making more final plans. We can't really control where this is going as
Yeah,
this council sitting right here.
Again, my uneasiness there was the signaling of this
Signaling
is
to-
done
okay.
and we don't want to hear from
Well,
you
my
anymore,
second
which is
stands for
so far away from
adding
what
concept
actually-
before plan.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks, Scott.
Okay, I think we're ready to take a vote on this, everyone. Scott, we'll start with you online.
Yes.
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 Okay, the concept plan has been approved 4-0. The next agenda item is acceptance of the parking solutions and downtown business mix plan. And everybody, you might think about putting that word concept in there again, but we'll turn it over to Tony.
I think this is a lot easier to wrap your hands around. It's a lot simpler. We talked about it at the annual retreat. It puts together a lot of ideas that we've been talking about in the general plan and a lot of things that we are doing anyway. I'll breeze through the PowerPoint that summarizes the major points of this. Roger Brooks was also the consultant that put this parking plan together. And again, the wording here would be that we accept a concept plan for parking. So a summary of recommendations: create a parking district. What that would be is creating a district downtown where we could implement different policies in the future. At this time, the only one that we have to really talk about is to talk about a parking fee in lieu. I'll get to that in just a moment. Roger is recommending that we, after he studied the downtown, that we look at creating 1,200 parking spaces. This is not a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan. This is a 20 or 30 or 40-year plan. 1,200 spaces is a lot of spaces. In order to do that and some of the other things on this list, he's recommending that we acquire properties. This is already happening right now. Heber Light and Power's property that we're looking at, as well as some other properties that we're talking about as a city for increasing the amount of parking in the downtown. Construct a parking structure, a very expensive thing that may not happen. It's a concept, it's an idea. We may find that we get 1,200 parking stalls in several different ways without having to do that. Establish parking fees. That's something that we're years away from doing. A parking fee in lieu, what we're talking about there is we have businesses downtown that have property that's built out. They don't have either any parking or just very little parking, and there's little incentive for them to invest in their property. And so the fee in lieu would allow them to invest in their property, change the use, maybe put a second story on. Establish a transit stop. We do have the High Valley Transit that operates here now. This could be done. I've got some concept maps to show you. Utilize event parking with some of our other public agencies like the school district, Wasatch County, for their facilities on the west side of town. Angled, I don't know, I've got parking on here again. This parking structure's on 9. Angled on-street parking, that's something that we are investigating with the design of 100 West that engineering is working on right now. Fire station reimagined and shared parking agreements. And shared parking agreements, what that means is the city reaching out to private property owners and seeing if there's a way that we can find a amicable agreement to share parking with them and have them share parking with the public. There's one idea for what the parking district could be. 100 north to 400 south, 150 west to 150 east. And just some ideas of what future policies could be there. Certainly we've talked about creating a parking structure. Very expensive, a lot lower hanging fruit that we can go after before we do that. I can't remember if this slide's in here, but last year we talked about feasibility of parking structures. And a parking structure is not feasible unless your land values are higher than the cost of surface parking. We're nowhere near close to that. I think we're $12 a square foot for land values, and we're just not even close to that. So we're not even able to talk about parking structures being feasible. A fee in lieu, Roger had suggested that we take half the cost for a parking space and charging that as a fee in lieu. And then we take that money, we buy property, we create more parking. Transit stops, some suggestions were the park, the community safety building near Dairy Queen, and then one here by City Hall. This in combination with event parking with the high school, the middle school, elementary, event center, and the ball fields on the west side of town can really help us provide enough parking for events in the downtown, as well as for hopefully some increased retail and dining opportunities. So angled parking, I call this the low-hanging fruit. You can see structured parking, the cost per parking stall is $30,000 to $40,000 for an angled on-street parking stall. If you're just painting paint, it could be very cheap. If you've already got asphalt there, it could be a very cheap thing to do.
Tony?
Yeah.
Let me just butt in. I think everywhere we have asphalt, we've painted it. It's if we're going to have more angled parking, we've got to widen the asphalt.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Understood. Agreed. Yeah. We do have a lot of right of way, and I think that's the key point there is we have a lot of right of way where there's big swaths of gravel that are unused that we could use for parking, and you know, putting asphalt down is a lot cheaper than building a structure. So here's the slide I was telling you about. I'm glad it's here. So if your land values were around $12 a square foot, the structure cost is $100 a square foot. It's not even close. So we're many years from being able to say that it makes sense to build a parking structure. Lots of other options that we can look at. Just an idea for what parking, angled parking could be. I think Roger Brooks suggests something even a little bit different than I've done. This was last year's slide that I presented to council. As we talk about C Street and how we reimagine the Heber Light and Power site, this is just a quick concept that I threw together of showing how much more parking that we could have. For example, the fire station, there is no parking there right there. It's just a whole bunch of bays, and so it would be fairly easy to get a lot more parking there where none exists right now. Shared parking arrangements. So this map just identifies where several larger parking areas are, many of which are dark and empty after 5 o'clock. One of the primary ones I want to point out right here is our parking lot. Over the years, as I've worked here for Heber City and I've came downtown to go to a movie, it just surprises me that I'm the only one parking in our parking lot and walking either to the Ideal or the Avon Theater, or if I'm going to Melvin's or something, these parking lots are empty. And so I think another one besides just these agreements is just communicating with maps, wayfinding signage that there already is public parking available. So I think it's just a public messaging in part, as well as, you know, like I said, wayfinding signage. So this is just this pretty much the same slide as the first one. I wanted to point out with the asterisks, I'm just pointing out a lot of these are already underway. I'll just show you quickly what the, let's see, the parking study that Roger did here. So you can see what it looks like. Just kind of skim through there so you can kind of get an idea and feel. But all these recommendations on the PowerPoint, these are scattered throughout here. And again, you're not locked in. To me, it's a lot easier to get my hand around what this is saying. It's stuff we're already doing, but it's just putting it on paper so that we have kind of like a strategic plan or a plan of attack to start looking at stuff. A lot of the stuff we can do is fairly affordable, and the long-term stuff is way down the road and we may never get there.
Okay, Council, any questions, comments, discussion? Okay.
Yeah, but
Go ahead.
we could have public comment
Okay,
first.
then I will go to the public comment. We'll have 10 minutes here until 9:59. Yes, it is. No, I'm sorry, 8:59. I'm so glad it's not 9:59. Yeah, that's too long. Okay, so public comments open now for the acceptance of the parking solutions in downtown business mix plan. Go ahead, please.
It's Allison Salisbury again. I just have a question, because I've heard about the angled parking. You're not planning that on Main Street, are you?
UDOT wouldn't permit that right now, no.
Good, because there's no way you could pull out. Okay, that's all. I just had the question.
Right, exactly.
Tony, do you want to put that map back up of where it could work?
Sure.
Okay, so is there anyone else that wants to come forward or come off mute to give a comment? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone online, not seeing anyone in the chambers, going once, twice. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. We'll close that public comment period and come back to the council for any motions, questions, or comments.
Ready to make a motion?
Go ahead, Aaron.
I move that we accept the, what did we call it?
Concept plan.
Parking solutions and downtown business mix plan as presented.
Okay, is there a second?
I will second that. My comment is there's certainly things in here we're going to need to discuss and change.
Mhm.
Very much so.
Yes, and one.
It's a vision. Again, it's a big vision. We're going in the right, we're already going down this road, but I think it's great to have it now in a document that we can then edit. It's easier to edit things than to create them sometimes.
The thing I'm concerned about with the parking fee in lieu is we currently.
Yeah, that's one of mine.
Yeah, we currently require residential in the downtown to build parking for their residential units. Parking fee in lieu, if we somehow got rid of that residential parking, we would be in a reactive position to be always playing catch up, providing residential or commercial parking. And that is a bad place to be unless we can get, all of these parking agreements in place. But even then, they're not going to want full-time residents parking in their business areas. So the fee in lieu, when you said it was only for half the cost, you see what I mean? That half the cost maybe could go to a third of the cost. I'm not sure. I'm just saying that because we're trying to provide the additional parking above what they're required to build, but we're not requiring it for commercial at this point. So
Yeah,
I think there'd be a
and-
gradient difference between residential and commercial fee and lieu. That's all.
Mike and I already talked about this, and he feels that the fee in lieu is substantially low. So just because those numbers are there doesn't mean that you're saying, hey, these are the numbers we're going to do. First of all. Secondly, the more I think about this, the more timing is crucial. A fee in lieu probably isn't something you want to do first, right? A fee in lieu is actually something you could adopt fairly easily, but we ought to put a lot of thought into it, both in how much we're going to pay, how it's timed with us acquiring other properties and doing other tools like zoning and in relation to the plaza. You don't want to do a magnificent plaza and then not have parking. Likewise, you don't want to have a great big parking lot if it's going to be empty. So I think these will be used in increments, and it will, when we're ready to do these tools, we will go after them. But the fee in lieu, I think, is not going to be something we do first, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Mayor, if I can really quick.
Go ahead, Matt.
As you're aware, I've managed a lot of cities who have historic downtowns, and you have to look at this as a tool in a toolbox. There will be many tools that we leverage to bring about the necessary parking we need for the downtown. The people that Tony and I have heard from is that parking is the greatest limiting factor for the downtown's transformation into a destination. There's just not enough parking for investors, for existing businesses. For example, you're very much aware of the Ideal Theater. The first investor pulled out because he couldn't meet the parking requirement. We reduced that requirement, and now you have an amazing business in there that's putting on the Playhouse. And so you have to ask yourself, do you want to go down the course as is and limit business opportunities, or do you want to use the many tools in the toolbox to bring about that transformation in the downtown?
Are we ready for the vote? Scott, you can start the vote.
Yes.
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 Okay, that passes 4-0. All right, everyone, what you've all been waiting for. Agenda item number 4, survey options for ranked choice voting, and we will turn this over to Ryan Bonnell, who's the PIO for the city.
Hi. Tony, can you mind running the slide deck for me? So 13 days ago, I was given an assignment after the last council meeting. I would like to lead in by stating that assignment. As a follow-up to the public comment and the city council discussions surrounding ranked choice voting in the March 4th, 2025 city council meeting, I was given the assignment to research, evaluate, and recommend implementable courses of action for public feedback, considering the April 15th, 2025 Utah deadline to make a change to the 2025 Heber City election.
Do you want to be able to get the mouse so you can run your presentation?
Sorry,
He's ready for the, he's ready for the next slide.
That one. There's only a couple. So
Well, you can control it if you'd like.
For clarity, the deadline isn't April 15th, right? That's just our second meeting.
I would like to be also clear on what my assignment is not. My assignment is not to make a decision whether we should be doing ranked choice voting or not. I am trying to provide council with my interpretation of our feedback options and what's implementable should we go down that road. So what is coming up for council? These are the 2 questions, as I understood them, that came from the last council discussion. Should Heber City continue to use ranked choice voting, and what types of public outreach should be engaged to poll citizen opinion on ranked choice voting? As far as background, time is our biggest enemy right now. It becomes very difficult to do a comprehensive campaign in a matter of weeks. Many of these other outreach strategies that we've done, we have had far greater lead time, which allows us to utilize leverage a variety of different media to talk to different people, to be able to get into homes, mailboxes, digital outreach, website outreach. Typically, when we approach something like this, we would be aiming to have something that could touch most of the citizens in our community. I think that that background is going to make things difficult. I did at one point reach out in the last week to the Hinckley Institute, had a lovely conversation. Actually, they let me know that Mayor Franco would be speaking for them, I believe, next month. We had a wonderful conversation up until the point. Is that true?
I have in the past.
Okay.
I will check my email for any invitation. Thank you.
I think they're expecting you.
Goodness.
Anyhow.
Surprise.
I
Okay.
don't, right up
Okay.
to the point that they said, what's your timeline?
Mhm.
And I let them know that I was doing a presentation in a matter of days, and there was an awkward silence, at which point she said, like, you have to submit this Thursday when?
Yeah.
And then she actually laughed at me a little bit. And the conversation got progressively awkward there. If we are truly to be empirical about this, a third party, non-biased contract would be the best way for us to say that this is an unbiased result. We don't have time for that. The extreme other side is to just like throw a Facebook poll out there. There are problems with using just a Facebook poll as something that would dictate policy over something as sensitive as how we run our elections. So that is the obstacle on the other side. With that background, I determined there were 3 essential, and this is stated in the staff report, 3 essential mile markers, if you will, on how we could gauge public input, how we could do this. It's scalable. There are different options within them, but for the sake of discussion, there were these 3 tiers that I was able to distill this down to. The first of which I just mentioned, which is having a third-party contractor, but we have time problems there. The second would be what we traditionally do for public outreach, which would involve, building a landing page, compiling data. We do, for the record, on heberut.gov, we do have a section that's entirely dedicated to ranked choice voting, including graphics that show our last election and how it works. You have to go to, would you mind? And I could scroll to that if just to make sure everybody is aware that this is already public. So if we go to heberut.gov, and then I believe you hover over government, and then it's city council. And then right there, ranked choice voting. And this is mainly data that's all been put together by the state of Utah. So it exists. When we want to see our own election results and how those animations work, you can go back over to,
You have to search it, elections.
I think it goes under, does it go under government and then the elections? You go back.
Election
And then
information
it's
total.
election information. Yes. And then you can go down and look if you click on like seat 1, or you can see how, and then there's a little animated graphic on how this all happens. So we do have this data available to the public on our own website at this point. There are also other resources. For example, it was brought to my attention since I filed the staff report in this presentation that Park City Municipal decided to adopt ranked choice voting. And they had taken the time and done the investment to engage UVU for a study looking at ranked choice voting. And they have that published in their staff, in their notes for that adoption. I have not had time to comb through that document, but I know it exists. And that was a document that they used in their decision to adopt ranked choice voting. So there is data that's available to us out there. What I heard from the last meeting, and part of my assignment as I understood it, was to do something tailored to the citizens of Heber City specifically. So with that, that's our option 2. The third, of course, is the most implementable one at this point, but one that I recommend with extreme caution, which is just doing a social media poll. We could have that whipped up in no time flat, but there are some inherent problems with that strategy as far as I think that you use social media polling for things of less consequence than how you would conduct an election. If I wanted to do, for example, public outreach for, I want to engage the public in the Columbarium project, maybe I would do a poll that said, should the interior paint color be ivory white, eggshell, or off-white? In which case I could collect data from that and people could be voting from here to Mumbai and it's going to be okay. But those are the struggles that we're looking at. This is a good stage where if I could turn it over to council, do you have any questions for me or things that I could respond to in that nature?
Do you have any idea what the first one would cost?
The one outreach that I did was to the Hinckley Institute. They seem to be the professionals with the University of Utah on that. I asked them, I said, just give me a ballpark, give me an idea. That was last Tuesday, and I have yet to receive an official email. So I don't know.
The more professional you go, the longer it will take to get that up and running. That's my opinion. But we used to have a Qualtrics account here at the city, and we could develop our own surveys quite easily. I don't think we have that anymore. Is that right, Matt?
The last thing we did was with the airport, what, 3 years ago, 2 years ago?
I don't recall that. But we can, once we have our account with them, then we get so many uses, depending on what you purchase, where we can design it ourselves and get it sent out. The only thing is it would not be sent out. It would just be published on our website, and we track that like we've done with Anthem, where it's one ISP response. But I don't know how Qualtrics does that through there. Yeah, I don't know either. And, there's privacy concerns. So I think it could be done faster and professionally that way. But it's like doing social media, except through Qualtrics, right? Where if we ask for addresses or voter registration numbers, you see what I mean? Then who's going to do all that checking, right? To make sure
Hey.
that's a legitimate Heber citizen.
There's a great idea that came up while I was researching this, and we do have a resident expert on ranked choice voting. And I did interview Trina on this as I was trying to become more familiar myself with the process and asking my own questions and trying to wrap my head around it. She had told me that, and I think it's a brilliant idea, that we could potentially send out a ballot, if you would, with our water bill.
Yes.
And I thought that was a very clever solution. That this would be something that would just by the nature of do you pay a water bill or not would really define
Yes.
who are the stakeholders in Heber City.
Then you're
Well, thousands of Heber City
one
residents
vote.
don't pay water bills because I don't get a water bill from Heber City.
That's true. Red Ledges gets it through NVSSD. So we could work with them, but then you're limiting it to one vote per household. You see what I mean? And my household has quite a few more voters, right, in that household, and others do, and some others don't. So, I mean, I like that idea, but how do you accommodate for more voters in the same household?
It is a problem. Again, I'm just trying to present ideas and options, and hopefully the decision-making body of our government can help out with that. I feel like my job is to bring these options forward so that you may discuss them.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Scott.
I've actually read the whole UVU report, and it's extremely thorough. It's basically two surveys that they ran in 2021 and 2023, and I'm not sure we'd have to do our own survey looking at the information that they received. I mean, it's kind of what we would think as far as who is approving of or liking ranked choice voting, who isn't. It's pretty evenly divided. There's no clear winner. I mean, definitely the people who likely or like somewhat and like a great deal outnumber the people who dislike somewhat and dislike a great deal. Talks about the satisfied with the method for the election, and on that one, it's very satisfied and somewhat satisfied, way outnumbers the not too satisfied and not at all satisfied. I mean, there's data that's already there. I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel to see that, yeah, there's people that do like it, there's people that don't. Let's just look at our own personal situation in Heber City and say, do we want to use this voting method or not? And I told one of the folks who wrote a letter to me specifically, and he said, if you vote to use ranked choice voting, you don't have my vote. And I said, that's pretty sad reason to not get your vote. If I bowed to everyone who threatened me with losing their vote because of something so trivial, that would not be the city council person I'd want to be. So I think it's something that's definitely divided. There's people that like it. There's people that don't. We've received both letters. I do know that the letters that of the people who have say they support ranked choice voting, there's been a lot more detail and background in their letters, where I've just received plenty of one-liners that say, I hate ranked choice voting and there's no reason why. I personally would really not like ranked choice voting in a partisan election. I don't think with partisan politics, ranked choice would be the way to go, but in a city election where there's no parties, it just makes all the sense in the world to me to use ranked choice voting for that. So I think it's way too late to try to come to our own conclusion in Heber City about, this election. I'd like to table the discussion till Sid's here too, to have him weigh in on it as well. But I mean, that's pushing us right up against the deadline. There's data that's available. We can look at the data, and it's unbiased. It's from a university. It's just stating, here's the facts, here's the surveys we conducted. And it does lean slightly to the side of people liking ranked choice voting over not liking it. So if we know that, we should make the decision to move forward with ranked choice voting. If we're scared of a minority of people who are vehemently opposed, then we need to make that decision and not go with ranked choice voting.
What I was concerned about, just really quick, and I've got to check this, because the Ranked Choice Voting Association used the UVU study, I didn't know whether it was independent of them, and I haven't checked, okay? I thought that because they promoted it so much that it was not an independent study, but I don't know. I'd have to go back in and check that.
I think they obviously promoted it because it supports ranked choice voting, but it was definitely independent. I've checked it, I've
They
read it.
used a lot of, I wasn't quite done. They used a lot of voting theories that even I am saying, where in the world did they come up with this theory? All of those different theoretical situations of why supposedly it was better. Because of the recent data that we've just had in the last election that's showing over 55% of the 3,089 voters that were wanting to vote, over 55% of them didn't vote in rounds 5 through 11. When the majority's not voting and they're doing these undervotes where they're not being counted, when the majority is not being counted, that is totally different data that is really not explained to our public. And then they get very dissatisfied because they thought they'd voted. They thought they'd done their job. But because they weren't realizing that it wasn't being counted in all of those rounds, it was the later rounds that ended up picking the winners. Now, again, you can say, well, that's their choice or not. But, I'm really concerned that our instructions, as clear as they supposedly have been said to be, they're not explaining the actual state law. And the state law is quite a bit pickier. And we have to put instructions on the ballot if this city council wants to use it again that really show what the state law is, that I've researched, I've sent to Jeremy, I've sent to some others. I'm just saying it's a lot more complicated than pick who you want to vote for and you don't have to do it all if you don't want to. The state law is saying very clearly that if you skip 2 rounds or you mix up the numbers or however, things can happen like that with so many candidates, your ballot's not going to be counted. And voters need to know that. It can't just be, oh, it's your choice on how much you want to vote or not. It has to be, if you skip 2 more consecutive rounds. Okay, I'm going on a tangent right now, but I'm just saying I don't know if the UVU study is independent as we want or applies to this city's specific outcomes.
Well, I'd like to respond to what you're saying because
Hey,
those are
Scott,
pretty serious
let me just
allegations.
Scott, this is Mike.
Yeah.
Let me butt in. Are we going to discuss ranked choice voting tonight? Or are we just talking about the survey? Because this could go on for a long time.
You know what I'm saying?
I'd rather wait until we decided to discuss this on April 16th. So
Well, I'd like to address what the mayor's saying because it's a pretty.
I don't think we need it though, Scott.
I think we do because there's people that are listening to her and think that that's right, and it's not right. Just before the last election, Mayor, you sent out a newsletter that had improper instructions of how to vote on the newsletter. You were telling people that they had to fill in all 11 spaces. So
That's what the state code says. So let me read it to you since you're claiming that I am not being accurate. So
can I please
are you
finish
ready to listen to the state code?
Can I please finish my comment?
Fine.
If somebody votes for the 3 people they want, and then they're forced to vote on the other individuals, and people don't win till later in the rounds, they're still going to end up voting for the people who win. If you're voting for the people who aren't winning, it's not that your votes don't count, it's just that you voted for the people who aren't winning. So to say that 55% of people, their vote didn't count, and Trina has the number of people whose votes, the votes just didn't count because of legitimate reasons.
We
But
can
you
pull it
don't
up
have
on the
to
website.
vote. You don't have to vote for all 11 people.
Obviously,
and it's
this
stated
is
that
a point
clearly
of
in the
contention.
instructions.
Obviously, this is a pointed contention where you're looking at it from your perspective. I'm trying to look at real numbers. And it is on the city's website that over 55% undervoted in those rounds is part of the canvas. It's there. It's not in the fancy chart that flips up and flips up and flips up. It's in the official canvas. So you have to study those numbers, Scott. But the instructions that say vote for as many or as few as you want to are really not complete because people want their vote to count. That's why they come. That's
But
why
if you
they
vote
want
for
to vote.
if you vote for
So
the losing candidate, your vote still counts. That's the message that you're.
I think there's debate on that. So let me talk about the state code instructions, okay? And this is out of, and again, I'm sorry we have to
Mayor,
spend so much time
I
on
would really like
this.
to just move on.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this item till April 15th.
I would like to
This
say.
has become an
Mary has
argument about ranked choice voting, and it's
Well,
not
I'm
on our
just
agenda
saying,
tonight.
I've been accused of lying. I've been
heard, please
accused
Well,
of
just because we keep
leading
talking
people
about this
astray.
without.
And I just wanted to make sure it's clear. In Title 20, Chapter 4, 20A-4, that's the same thing, 602, right? Your information that maybe the city could use it in 2027 and go forward. No, at this point, the law says January 1st, no more, right? So it's this year or nothing, just with current state law. And then secondly, it's talking about what is valid or not. Your ballot is only valid if you do certain things, okay? You've got to indicate voters' preference for each phase. And here's the quote, all previous ballot counting phases, all previous. That means every single round if you want your ballot to count. If the voter skips a number, I'm quoting again from the law, in the event that the voter skips a number in filling out the rankings and number one, they better make sure their order of preference for the candidates is clear and not
Yeah,
skip
so,
two or more. I'm reading the code, Scott. The
but
voter
that's
does not
not,
skip two or more consecutive numbers at any point in the preference ratings, okay? Because otherwise, you don't have a valid ballot. It turns it
can I
into a
explain what that means?
free-for-all.
Because you obviously don't understand.
Oh, obviously,
If you vote for 3 people and you skip a round and vote again, your vote's not going to count because you have to vote consecutive rounds. If you vote for 3 people and don't vote again, your vote still counts.
Well, that was the point,
I'd
and
like to
that's
have I'd
exactly
like to
what
have
I was saying,
Jeremy, I'd like to
that
have
if you
Jeremy
don't vote in all
opine
rounds, your vote doesn't
as,
count.
thanks for talking over me again. I'd like Jeremy to opine on this as the city attorney and Trina to let us know officially how many counts, or how many ballots didn't
So
count in the last election.
Scott, I'm gonna
I've made a
actually
recommendation. I've made a
opportunity
suggestion.
here. I know, but
I've
I'm
made a suggestion. I'd like to hear from the attorney and from Trina because they have the data.
Well, we'll just
And
pull it up and look at the real
if you
numbers
can't
if you really
respect
want
we're
that,
gonna
to.
start and we're gonna sit and argue. Aaron
I'm not
hasn't
arguing.
spoken, I
He
haven't
doesn't.
spoken, and we will probably
I'd
have
like to hear from
something to say
Jeremy and
about
Trina,
that as well.
please. I make a motion to hear from Jeremy and Trina on this because you cannot keep saying these type of things. It's inflammatory.
Why is it
If Trina,
inflammatory to quote state code?
well, you're not understanding what you're quoting because you're
But you're
telling
the one
people.
who brought it about, Scott, but you're
If
the
you're
one who
telling
brought the
people,
argument about.
of course I did, because
Mike asked you not to say anything.
the public is confused, and I'm going to make sure the public knows what they're getting into. The code clearly states if you skip a round and vote again, not if you just vote for 3 people.
People can choose to vote however they want. That part we all agree on. It's just how is the ballot actually counted?
Well,
Okay,
and
what I'm referring to is the number of undervotes that are officially listed in the official canvas. Those
Okay,
are not debated. They're not
you know the
lies,
most in the room, as we
and
all
they
know,
are
you know
not
the most,
counted.
and none of
So
us know
Scott, what
anything.
I'm saying, if you'll just listen and try
I've
to
listened
stop
to you over and
disputing.
over again, and you just keep talking over me. Obviously, none of us know anything, and you know everything. I want
The
an
only one who's
opinion.
talking over anyone, Scott, is you. You need to
No,
really
Yvonne,
stop and give us an
I
opportunity
want an
to
opinion from
end this
Jeremy.
discussion.
I
I
want to
think
listen to Jeremy, the lawyer. If you're talking about law, I want to hear the lawyer say it, not the mayor. She's not a lawyer.
Jeremy, do you want to look at that email that I've sent you earlier today on the state code? Do you want to quote any of that I've been trying to quote?
Uh, I think the best thing, if you guys want, Trina and I can talk about it, and we'll come back next meeting and explain both of those issues, what the state code means and what undervoting means, because I do think that there's potentially some confusion as to when you say your vote doesn't count, what that means. Does that mean your entire ballot got thrown out, or your vote didn't get counted in that round because you voted for someone in an earlier round, so you didn't make it through to the next rounds of voting? So I think maybe we should explain that, but I kind of agree with Mike. I think this meeting, what was on the agenda was whether or not the council wanted to instruct staff to do some sort of survey. I think unless council wants to instruct staff to do a survey, that we had already tabled this to our next meeting, actually our April 15th meeting. So I think we should just take what's on the agenda, which is do we want to vote on whether or not we do a survey?
Okay.
And if we're not going to do that, then if we want information, if council wants to instruct me and Trina to come back and provide information on our April 15th meeting, I'm happy to do that.
I'm going to say, I'm just going to kind of butt in there since that's happening a lot tonight. I have lots of things that I could say to the contrary as well, but I choose to discuss what we are here to discuss. In regards to whether or not we can do a social media poll or a Facebook poll, I realize for some people that might seem, well, that's just kind of, I mean, the way it's coming across is it's cheap. That's a cheap way to do it. That, you don't know if you're getting the right people or not. But I do want us to remember that I think the school district just kind of went through something similar. There was a poll that was put out. There was enough outcry that the school board pulled back and said, okay, we're hearing you. Here's what we're going to do about it. And they took it from there and presented it to the community in a way that helped the community say, okay, I still don't like a lot of the votes, or I still don't like some of these things because I've got my own personal preference. But in the long run, it really did provide information, which is what they were looking for. So I'm not against doing a social media poll if need be. I really am not. I don't think that that's a big issue. Will there be some people in there that are from the county, as long as we put on there and make sure this is for city residents only, not for the county. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I'm willing to, if we can do the Qualtrics, but I don't, or the ballot with our water bill, I don't know what that would entail. My concern is that we are coming to a quick deadline, but this is exactly what we wanted for the citizens. We are trying to find a way so that we can put to rest, and whether the council decides to listen to their citizens or to just choose because some say yes. I will just say very quickly, I have received 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26, 27, 28 for no. And of the yes, I received 6 yeses. Now, if the citizens know to at this point, if you're for, let us know. Send it to all of us. Send it out to all the council members. And that's all I have received. I don't know if other council members have received more. Of course, I have my conversations as well. But the point is that I can't really use that. I'm trying to be fair in this. And if I go off of just what people have said to me, I really hate it. It's different because it's my word. It's a he said, she said. But when I've got people sending me emails saying absolutely not, or sending something that can track, and I think we all have received a lot of those emails, and whether or not some council members are getting them or not, I don't know, but that's what I have gotten, is 27 no's. I've made sure that I haven't had any duplicates. These are all just, of course, I did get some duplicates, but this is just that number. That's the number I've received. So I think it is important. I think that we have a lot of disputing language. A lot of individuals who are very passionate about ranked choice voting think this is the best way to go. And then very many citizens who are saying no. I think it's very important that we give the citizens, and I'm going to tell you this right here and now. I don't care if this is popular with staff, with city council members. We cannot diminish or demean our citizens just because they don't agree with us. So to say that please don't do that. It's embarrassing and it's uncomfortable. But to say that, if you can't figure it out, well, then that's on you and it's your problem. Maybe you shouldn't vote, because I'm going to remind us all of this very important detail, if you will. This is from the Constitution. This is from and it says here, federal voting rights. This is from the federal site. Federal laws passed over the years help protect Americans' right to vote and make it easier for citizens to exercise that right. Civil Rights Acts created some of the earliest federal protections, and it goes on to say for the citizens, and in each phrase it says, makes it easier. I hear very few people saying this is easy. In fact, I hear very few people saying, boy, this is the best thing ever, no problem for me. I think that if we are not making sure we're reaching our citizens as a base, as a whole, and if they're feeling uncomfortable, if they're questioning, if I'm getting phone calls from little old ladies saying, I don't get this, and this is the second time they've done it, I'm not going to sit there and say, well, maybe you should go see the doctor because you just obviously aren't getting it. That's unfair. It's demeaning. It's disrespectful. And that's not what I'm here for. So in my mind, let's put forward a poll. I don't care how it is, if it's done with the social media or if you can come up with something that's a little bit better. I'm fine for that. I think we need to, whatever's the quickest and the easiest to get that information down. And I do think that we can do it in a way that will reach a lot of citizens. May not give us 100%, but let's be honest, ranked choice voting isn't 100%. So I think that's where we need to go. That's all I have to say. That's it.
I just have to say really quick that voting is never trivial. Voting is sacred. We need to do everything we can so that we can be accountable to the people and we see what the majority wants. That's where I'm coming from. Go ahead, Aaron.
I won't be nearly as contentious tonight. No, you're good. I just wanted to be sure that we're still sticking with the plan to actually make motions and vote on this on April 15th. Sounds like we are, sort of. There were a couple of comments. Yes. The reason I pushed it out so far was so we could gather as much information as possible. We could understand it better. We could research it better. We could hear from as many citizens as possible. I'll echo Yvonne in that the comments I've gotten so far have been overwhelmingly negative, but perhaps that will change. That's just what I've gotten so far. I'll just throw that out there. Ryan, what do you think about the value, if there is any, in doing your option number 2? It's on the next tab, or the next page, the middle of the road option. So the internally generated PR campaign for public outreach, because there is a very real chance that we as a council will go forward with a yes to ranked choice voting no matter what. I'm just throwing that out there, just judging from the people on the council. And if so, I think that's super valuable no matter what. I think teaching and explaining and understanding is better. But I still would like to do number 3, and I understand and appreciate your caveats as far as, hey, this might not be representative. It's also going to be somewhat populist as far as a survey, just being social media, it is, right? And also we might not know that they're here, but I think it's still worth doing, just largely. I mean, I realize that it might not be, and I hear and understand your caveats, but I don't think at this point, and I'm just judging off of what you said as far about it being expensive and taking time, I don't think option number 1 does make sense, just because I didn't realize it was so hard to get one off the ground. I just didn't know that. That's why I asked staff to come back with recommendations. 2 and 3 combined, though, seem to make the best sense to me. I have also had people walk in. I'm on Main Street in my business. I've had people walk in and tell me how they felt. I have had people call me on the phone. I have not yet had anybody at the house. That is not a challenge, but I haven't had anybody come to the house yet. But I've actually gotten a ton of outreach just in 2 weeks. And I think that will intensify and continue as we get closer, which is fantastic. We want to hear from people, but I'd love to do 2 and 3. Do you think that's going to be helpful or no?
I do. I think that people speaking to their elected representatives, I think is fantastic. I think that is the system working. I love to hear that you've received 30, I forget how many numbers, 30 whatever people, and that people are seeking out their representatives, emailing you. To me, this is the process working.
I put it
I'd
in the
like that to
city
be a part of number
newsletter.
2, right?
It's in the city newsletter.
I put it in last month's newsletter for this month, and I made it very generic, right? No bias whatsoever. I just said, do you want the city to continue using this? Please email the city council. So easily we've gotten over 100 responses, I think, one way or the other, depending on duplicates and so
And
forth.
to me, that's the way that these documents and the way it's supposed to work. We elect officials, we have a voice with those officials, and it's your opportunity to speak with your constituents and to educate them, answer their questions. To me, that's the most grassroots of ways. It's very difficult when it comes into my court because people will automatically think that staff is taking a side. And I'm trying to be very clear tonight that I am not. I'm here to discuss communication strategy. And I am here to advise council on what the risks are should you move in one direction or another. So again, I love that you have people talking to you. I am not advocating one way or another how this should go. I do have concerns about using social media. The school district survey, which I know I mentioned it to you before, but if that had happened to me when we were doing the rebrand for Heber City, I would have considered that an epic failure. I don't have the details on what happened with the school district, but if you lose so much control of your project that that's the way you have to go, there was a consultant in that job that didn't own up to their contract, because that's not ideal. That's not ideal for the school board. That was not an ideal situation.
Had to.
Even with that, their poll that they did, you went through a link. So it was, as I recall, I didn't do it, but I remember seeing it. There was a link that was posted and advertised on social where you went to a separate landing page of where they were collecting that data. And we can do that. It just takes time, and that gets back into the Qualtrics thing. It has to be auditable, because it's sacred. This is a sensitive topic. So what I don't want coming back on the city is that somehow you guys stack the data, right? So I want it to be transparent. I want it to be a process that is auditable and that we can show to say that we are being transparent about this sacred. And I love that you used that word. That was the word I was thinking of. I just was hesitant to bring it up.
Maybe what we could do, and again, this is where privacy concerns come in, but I feel like if we were to send out the ballot in the water bill, that's at least one response per household. But then people that want to give more responses in the household, then we can provide the online website where they would have to get their voter registration number. And the only thing we'd have is the voter registration number. You see what I mean? We wouldn't have to ask for names, we maybe wouldn't have to ask for addresses, but then we could audit those voter registration numbers, hopefully with the county pretty easily. I don't know, but we could audit that to say, are these all within Heber City proper? Okay, now we're getting a quick comment real quick. Just a real quick question. Is that okay?
So Mayor, can I make one comment?
Yes.
I'm really concerned about saying we're sending out a ballot to vote on whether or not we have this, because that makes it appear like
It's a vote.
it's a vote, and it's not a vote. It's, I mean, the vote is by the council. That's why people elect public officials. All that the council is trying to get is some feedback on what public opinion is on this topic, whether or not, overall public opinion is for or against. And I mean, that's really hard to get. Frankly, I tend to agree. I think the survey, because I think you're going to have, some people that are extremely passionate about it, some people that are, sort of okay with it. There's going to be a lot of in between, and the way you phrase those questions and I think, these prior surveys, are you strongly in favor? Are you strongly opposed? Are you moderately in favor? Are you moderately opposed? Are you neutral? I mean, if you asked it in that way. So I'd much rather see just maybe a mailer go out that says you can go online and fill out this survey, but I'm really concerned about calling it a ballot or having like someone like vote and send back in their vote, because that makes it appear like it's a
Will it be
vote.
binding?
Poll, is that safe verbiage?
I think survey. I think this is a survey, maybe a poll, but I kind of like just a survey.
I'll take ownership on that one. I said ballot, but I'm not legal, so I will recant that statement. A survey in the water bill.
I think, Council, I think survey and the water bill would be a great way to get some additional responses. Obviously, the emails have worked. One concern I've got, and I can't explain this, I have no idea why I've gotten over 100 responses and you've gotten 30, and Scott says he hasn't. Like, I don't get why they're not just sending it to the council. I do not understand it.
I will say that apparently
weird.
my email is not on there, so I'm just getting one that's going to all of us, the ones that are going to all of us.
That's what I mean. The city council seems to work great, but I'm getting a ton that are just to me, and I don't understand
And
that.
then those who have
So-
my email already have already sent me personal ones, but that's not as many.
I wonder, Council, what would you think about if Ryan did number 2 then? I hear you on the social media. It is useful to me to just understand generally what do numbers look like. Frankly, I don't think it will change from the existing social media ones that Jamie Hewlett put on and someone else, I forgot the name, so I don't want to misquote it, on the Wasatch Politics, where I've got a pretty good understanding of generally how those went already. I'm not saying we shouldn't do them again. I'm just saying at least I have that. What do you think, Ryan, about doing a number 2 and linking to that that UVU study? I realize the mayor hasn't looked at it yet, but it is part of the Park City agenda meeting minutes on March 13th. So it's in there. They've got a link to it there, which is great. Just to throw that out there. I mean, to your point, part of that is education and understanding, and maybe at the end of that thing, it says, how do you feel? Right? The reason I say that is a couple of people have come in person and said, I really like, and I said, cool, explain why. And some of them struggled, and a couple said, I really don't like. And I said, great, explain why. And a couple of them struggled. And I think understanding up front and then saying, how do you feel, might help us to get a little bit better. I don't know though, Council, I mean, obviously not ready to act on anything tonight.
I
But I
just
still want
emailed
to hear from
everybody the UVU study.
I'm sorry, Scott, what'd you say?
I just emailed you everybody the UVU study. I think it'll be helpful to read that. I don't think we can gather any better information on our own.
Yeah, and I think there's a link, Scott, just looking at the link in the Park City Council meeting, it looks like they had some pretty good conversation as well. It might not be the end of the world. We did get a positive nod in the news article. I don't know if you guys saw the positive nod. It's a little bit of a joke, but I'll read it because I think it's pretty funny. Representative or Councilman Ryan Dickey said, people in Park City, I think they're pretty smart. They're at least as smart as the people in Heber. They've figured it out. We should do it. It's not how I feel, but he said that Park City is at least as smart as Heber, so that's for what it's worth. Got to meet that guy.
By the way,
I think having some education
I
is
saw him too.
fantastic.
I saw him last night, and I gave him a lot of grief for that comment. So.
You did, thank you.
I mean, I'm glad we're smart, but at least as smart as Heber City doesn't sound great. I don't think he meant it in a positive, is what I'm saying.
Oh, darn.
I don't think he meant it as a positive either.
Too bad for that one.
I'll just say, can I add in?
Okay, is anybody ready to make a motion on this?
I want to.
He wants to
Can I add in?
Of course, Mike, go ahead.
The only way to really gauge where that division line is, if it's 50-50 or 60-40 or 70-30, is to do a statistically accurate third-party independent survey. That's the only way to do it. Otherwise, it's meaningless. The most meaningless thing would be a Facebook survey. I mean, it's worth what you pay for it, which is nothing. There's nothing in between. Anytime you do something like this, someone's going to game it. If we send out something in the water bill, they're going to go make copies and they're going to send it in. I mean, there's so many ways to just cheat, and people are inclined to do that. They want to get they want their team to win. That's how. So if we had more time and it wasn't more than 10 grand, I'd probably do a survey. What we can look back on is what surveys have been done on cities that have used it. And those are overwhelmingly positive. You guys are giving off the hand, what do you call it? Personal experiences. So I've done the same thing. I've read all the comments that people send, and some of them are sending 2 or 3 times. One person sent 4 times. They're very passionate about it, but when I have asked people, which I have done for 3 weeks now, dozens of people at the gym, at the grocery store, in my neighborhood, I've gone knocked on people's doors and I said, "Did you vote in the last election or the last 2 city councils?" Yes. Was it difficult to understand? No. Do you want to use it again? I liked it.
We have statistically, I'll let you finish.
Well, we've all been sharing these, Mayor, so I'm not going to get left out. It's impossible to know what kind of a pool of how valid that is. It's completely just personal preference. So again, we're elected here to talk to people, to study, to research, and to make a decision, and we're going to have to do that.
So let me just give you the insight on political science surveys that are statistically correct. If you ask people if they voted before, they will always say yes, and they will never admit that they didn't. Okay, that is statistically significant for decades in political science surveys. And yet when you start adding up all the people that said yes, they voted, it's always more than the total that actually voted. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm
Well,
glad
I think when you talk to people in town and say, did you vote in the city council election, last election, they're going to tell you the truth. They're going to say no or yes. I know people that didn't vote. They said no.
Everybody says they voted for the winners too, just so you know.
Ryan, I read through, and I mean you no offense when I say this, but I read through the stuff here, and when I got to the actual wording in the staff report, I very much thought you were leaning us one direction, just the way that it's worded. I thought you were leaning us one direction and didn't want to. And frankly, I even reached out to a couple of people and said, I feel like we're being asked to vote tonight, which I realize now isn't the case. It's a tricky topic, and I don't know how you would have worded it differently now that I'm reading it and understanding where you're coming from. I'm glad we have the extra time. Council, I would love to send something out in the building again, ask for some comments coming in. I don't know how we can get the surveys. I don't mind the emails. I think they should be sent to everybody though, because I do not like the idea that we're getting different things. It's just weird. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I guess we could forward them to each other, but it seems like a waste of time.
No, that's fine. I put it in the city newsletter. I had it sent to the public comment city council. So we'd all get the emails and they would go to Trina for inclusion in the minutes. So they would be officially recorded, right? Other people that choose, to send them to you individually or whatever, obviously we're not getting all of those.
Now, this is something we could do a social media post on.
Social media,
make no mistake, social media polls have their place, and social media is a tool that can be leveraged. They're just a topic of this sensitivity I don't think should be turned over to social media for a definitive decision. So like if we made a social media campaign saying we want feedback on this going directly to council, and here are the instructions on how you should talk to your elected officials, that's 100% implementable. We could have that up and running no time flat.
Sounds fantastic.
I know that the public has waited to give public comment on this item. So I need to open it up for public comment, okay? And then we'll make some motions after that. So if you don't mind, you feel free to sit right there, Ryan, if you'd like. Okay, everyone, we're going to open up the public comment on the survey options for the ranked choice voting. You're welcome to come forward and have your 3 minutes, or you're welcome to come off mute and I'll call on you.
Well, while she's coming up, Jeremy, can you, or Matt, I don't care who, can somebody work on what language would be like in a motion that would be saying, let's do one of these options, but not vote tonight? Because I'm worried that the language in the current motions all seem to say we're not changing the policy. I realize maybe it's just saying that for tonight, but I'm worried that it's actually voting.
Just to be absolutely clear, all that we're voting on tonight, because last meeting we tabled the actual vote on whether or not we want to have ranked choice voting to the 15th. So council already voted on that. That's already been voted on. All that we're voting on tonight is whether or not we want to instruct staff to do some sort of survey about, before the 15th.
Okay.
So
So you like the wording is okay as it is? I was just saying, if you want to work on wording that we might be able to use here in a couple minutes, that'd be awesome.
again, I think the wording, just to be clear, I think the wording would be, I make a motion that we instruct staff to do a Facebook survey, put a flyer in the, the water bill or something like that, or just put out information, whatever you want staff to do prior to the 15th.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Sorry, Allison.
My name's Allison Salisbury. Number one, I'm very insulted that my vote has been called trivial, or my thoughts are trivial. I saw what I said before. I like the idea of the survey. I really would love it explained in the survey, not just do you like it, do you not like it. It needs to be explained, as Heidi, as Mayor has, kind of said, it needs to be explained how your votes count. So you pulled up that thing, I didn't get to take a picture of it quickly enough, but if it had been just regular voting without the ranked choice, somebody else would have been sitting up here instead of somebody else that's sitting up here. So how is that fair? That person got this, second most votes or something, I can't remember.
Talking about what was on there?
What it showed the top 3 people who got the most votes,
Oh.
and one of them did not win.
I see what
That's
you're
because of
saying.
ranked choice voting. Now,
I
how
can
that's
explain that very clearly to you if you want.
okay.
So in this situation, there's 3 elections because there's 3 candidates.
Mhm.
So it's run. It's once I won, I was removed from the election, the second election, gone. Is that clear?
Okay, I don't get the second election stuff. I voted for 3 top people. That's all I voted because there were
Because
3.
there's 3 seats.
There were 3 seats. I voted for 3 people.
Okay, so
That's all I voted
let me
for.
explain that. In a traditional election, you would have marked 3 different candidates.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter your order, 1, 2, or 3. They're all just marked, right? So those top 3 candidates are your votes.
That's what I did.
In this election, if you add up all the 1, 2, and 3 rankings for everybody, it's the exact same as it turned out. Because Christian was desired by a smaller group of people than the people that voted for Aaron and Sid and I. That's why. Christian and Jamie and Nick had a constituency of maybe 40% of the voters, and 60% of the voters voted for us. They didn't win if we had. You can go through the numbers. They're right there. All the data's there. You can count all the 1s, all the 2s, and all the 3s. And that group of individuals had less 1s, 2s, and 3s than the group of individuals that won by a good margin. What ranked choice voting did is it ran a primary election, multiple primaries 3 times for each of the candidates. So once I was removed after I won the first time, the people that voted for me for 1, I'm gone. All their 2s then counted as their in the next election. Everyone they voted for 2, which was Aaron. Aaron was now their top choice. That's why he jumped above Christian. And once Aaron was eliminated, the election was run again, and the people that voted for Aaron and me were both out. And so his third votes jumped up for Sid. And that's why Sid jumped above Christian, because there was more people that wanted Sid than Christian. 1, 2, and 3.
Well, I was just looking at the things, and it was showing who got the
Yes,
most votes.
because that was the vote for the first seat.
But what I'm saying is, if you have just regular voting like it's always been, you'd vote for 3 people, and those top 3 people would be the top 3 people.
And that's what happened
Well,
in
not
this
really,
vote.
not really. If he got more votes, did Christian get more votes?
No.
Well, look, on your chart he did.
In the first 2, 3 rounds he did.
So the very first round, which is, in my opinion, all it should be, like regular voting, you take the top 3 people. You don't have to put them in order. You just put there's 3 openings. You vote for 3. Period.
There was 3 elections, 3 elections for 3 candidates.
I think.
I mean, I went back two other times, or my original vote, my original ballot was
Well, I want to ask you, because you mentioned
manipulated
it.
with 3 times.
How come you said your ballot was rejected? How did you vote that it was rejected?
Because I only voted for 3 people.
So you got your 3 people. They just were not the winners. You got your vote in. Every time that ran, let's just say you voted for Christian. Every time your vote was counted for Christian if you voted for him. I'm just guessing. Every time. But he didn't win any of those 3 elections. There was always more votes for Sid, Aaron, and myself than Christian. Christian was 4th.
Not as their first, second. It was usually those votes that are
Yeah.
for Sid, Aaron, or
Many
Aaron,
people
or
voted for Sid, Aaron, and Mike.
Maybe he was their second vote, but then because the other 2 were pulled
Why
out,
does
then
he
it puts
even,
him
why
up
does
there.
he even have to be a second
And I
vote?
think that's, I'm just going to say
No,
here.
I'm just saying the ranking
I understand
thing.
where you're coming
I know.
from.
So why do you have to rank? You don't. I'm not. This is my first.
And I think that's your
there's
concern. I get what you're
there's
trying to
3
say.
seats.
I get
I'm
what you're
voting
trying to say.
3 times.
It would be really helpful to have Jeremy and Trina explain it to us next meeting.
That's like so. All I'm requesting is that when you do the survey, you literally explain everything, not just you don't just explain the rounds. Explain all that. So if people are saying they think this is easier, to me, in my pea brain, not easier. So I'm just saying that's my request with the survey. Have a very clear explanation and maybe the pros and cons so that people can make a more educated decision. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So,
Mayor, if I may really quick.
Yes, we have to continue, but let's
So
make this
I
short.
think that's right. We need more information there. And with your permission, I'd like to have Ryan play this 1-minute video, which I think should be on the website for people to get
I'm going to
informed.
have to make a motion then that we extend the meeting.
We're not going to talk about ice cream
No.
or
I'm just saying.
colors.
I'm just saying. I want you to see it. If this is going to be an informational piece, I want you to see it before it's placed on there.
I'm going to just have to exercise a little discretion here, okay? The videos are not showing the undervotes. The big issue here is the undervotes, okay? All of the videos are talking about the people that want to vote in every single ranking or round, okay? And you get the numbers flying around. And that's all fine for what most people have been trying to defend it on. But none of these videos are addressing the undervotes, which we had a majority undervotes in our last city election, which is horrifying to me. It's horrifying, okay? Because that many people said either I don't want to vote, or I'm confused, or I do not want to vote for 11 people and I'm just doing my top 3 or 4. And that's a system. This ranked choice voting fosters that system. So I'm sorry, I don't think that you're really address the undervotes, which I think white people are really concerned, okay? If you don't mind, we're going to continue with the public comment, and then we'll come back with more discussion.
Can I make
And
a
if
motion,
you want to show
please?
it, then great.
Can I please make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:15?
Second. 10:15. Did you know, council, that there's a closed meeting for 2 issues that Matt wants to also go through?
Okay, then I will extend the meeting to 10:30.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Second.
Okay, all right. So thank you, Yvonne, and thank you,
Yes.
Karen. Okay, so that's 1 yes. Keep going.
Yes.
Yvonne.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go to 10:30. Please continue with your public comments.
I am an expert in this field. I have been, not specifically in ranked choice voting, but I have been working with some of the best generals, the best military people, and some very, very important people in this whole country. Like I said, I moved here to get away from California because I didn't vote for that. All I'm simply asking you guys, this is the one thing that drives me crazy about Utah. They're so obsessed with machines. They're going to fix this. The machine's going to fix that. And I appreciate all your work that you're doing a survey because I know you're trying to stay neutral. But here we have spent the last 45 minutes or whatever we're doing trying to go over ranked choice voting. Once again, there's a very simple solution. France, 27 million people, paper ballots, one-day voting, precinct level. They got it done. Our country is obsessed with these machines because the people that run the machines, including our own secretary, we don't even have a secretary of state in the state. We have Dieter Kenderson. I don't know why this state did this back in the 70s, but anyway, we have her. They're pushing this because, quite honestly, my opinion as an expert, and I am, I've been looking at this for a long time. And when you have a system where you cannot audit stuff because of algorithms and computers, then you guys, we're not going to get anywhere with this. So the simple solution, I believe, for everybody is we go back to what the basics are. It is so simple. I went to almost every single place around the state, to every single county. I watched everybody count with paper ballots. We had double witnesses. We had pieces of paper. It was very simple because when you do it on a small scale, we're little here. Maricopa County was so contentious in Arizona. We were able to take 800 people. We set up a system for them. My top expert guys in the country did this. It was very simple. It was very inexpensive. We didn't have to pay for software updates all the time. We didn't have to pay for millions of dollars in machines. It was very simple. We'll say you'll have this equipment for years. And when we were done, they all said, we may have not liked the outcome, but we all agreed that we had custody. We all had custody and we witnessed and watched. So I'm just asking you guys, since the trend you can see is going around the country, there was a reason why this legislature got so much pressure all over the state to vote. The ranked choice voting was simply a pilot run, and they had it in certain counties. And I know a lot about this because I know a lot of the people that are working in the counties that are doing this. When they passed this legislation recently to say we're going to phase it out, and they voted for it, they left it up to the counties to decide if they're going to keep it or not. You guys, I love some of your ideas. I want to get involved with that. I'm going to come Thursday. I want to help do something for this valley because I moved here because it's beautiful and I lived here a long time ago and I came back. And I'm saying we're wasting a lot of time arguing over surveys and all this stuff, you guys. It's real simple. You have the power, and I want you to consider this. You guys have the power. It's so simple. Legislation just gave it to you, just to simply say, let's just get rid of it, and then we'll just go back to regular voting, and hopefully we'll get hand count paper ballots, and we'll vote, and I will go raise you an army. We can reach hundreds of people in hours in this town. I can reach thousands in this town if we have to. I will go get you an army. I've talked to our clerk, and I said, she goes, well, I'm allowed to do it. I'm allowed to have hand count paper ballots and make it simple for all elections, but she says, we can't get people to help us. And I said, you haven't asked us. Give me a chance and I will get you an army and I will get plenty of volunteers. So I'm just letting you know because if my math's not off, you don't get to vote.
Tonight?
No, you don't get to vote on these council meetings.
No, I don't.
So
Unless
even
there's a
though
tie
I
vote.
understand you're kind of saying there's statistics, and with all due respect to Scott Phillips, I don't really trust the university doing these things because these systems are designed to keep people in power. Let me ask you guys a question. Who's the person that controls the software when you guys run these ranked choice votings? And don't you work with the gal who handles this for the whole state? Who's the person that's in charge of the software? It's a third party. And how are we able to audit algorithms? Nobody is smart enough to do that, you guys. I'm pretty techie.
We appreciate your comment.
Jill, I just want to
pastime.
verify. You're Jill Weston.
I'm Jill Watson.
Watson. Okay.
W-A-T-S-O-N.
Thank you. And I'm sure that I would love to get more information about your expertise and any organizations that you've worked with on this because it sounds very interesting to me.
I'm just asking you one simple question, you guys. Consider that the simple solution where everybody will be happy, not that it was okay to do it and there were stats that say some people like it, some people don't like it. If you go back to the basics where we all have control, win or lose, then you don't have any contention and you guys aren't on the line because I know a lot of people that aren't going to tolerate this in this valley. Just saying, okay?
Thank you, Jill. Okay, let me see. What time was I going to? And with all of the back and forth, I think I can allow one more comment right now, please, under the 10 minutes.
Tom Reed, I like to keep it short and sweet. Whatever survey you can do the best we can. And what the majority says, let's go that way. and then move on. Thank you.
Are you taking one from online, Heidi?
Yes, since he was short, go ahead. So I'm sorry, I didn't look online. Is this for Casey, please? Or is it for TMT? Who wanted
Yeah,
to?
this is Tom.
I'm sorry, just tell us your name.
I'm Tom DeMar. Oh,
Thank
we have somebody else. Let me let them go ahead of me.
I'm sorry, you go ahead, sir.
Okay, Tom DeMars. First time I've been in one of these meetings, and retired 25 years in the Marine Corps and another 20 years in the tech industry, and HOA president in a couple of places, and regular homeowner in a lot of places. What I wanted to say is it was very interesting for me. You guys did a great job with the council meeting. I want to offer a few things very quickly since your schedule is close. Ranked voting choice, um, I'm not for it. I like a yes or no. And I'm a little older, but that's the way I go. And the reason is because if somebody is convinced that they want a certain result, they'll vote for somebody that will deliver that. The other aspect is that, and I'm going to go quickly through a few communications. We moved back here 3 years ago. We were over on the other side of the mountains before, but communications, we get the newsletter, but there are some things I heard tonight that I never heard about through communications from Heber City. So I'm going to have to learn how I do that. But you have to understand that that there are people in varying ages. They don't do Facebook and social media and the like, and they're not necessarily going to. They might get the newsletter, but there are some that are not going to get any of those. And so you've got a lot of things you're doing great on the board, the council, that you need to kind of communicate. And so finding some mechanisms and communications that will give you across a broader spectrum is going to be good. The last thing is, and I'll be quick about this, part of my career was doing high tech development and other things that changed the lives of people and military across the board. One of the things that you find out when you do those things that are major changes, like the plans you're doing now, is that you need to have an evolutionary development mechanology that you implement that engages your users or your citizens, that really delivers the best design results and the best acceptance as you go forward. So I'm going to stop there. I gave you I gave you my thoughts on that. Thank you very much for all your service.
Thank you, Tyler. That was a mouthful. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone, because of the back and forth, I've got to call on a couple more people here online. So TMT and then Mike, and then we're done with the public comment. So TMT, go ahead.
This is Tracy Taylor. It says TMT on it. I didn't realize that. It's Tracy Taylor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. One thing I do want to mention, and I sat through a lot of state legislative meetings on this subject. The one thing everybody brought up who was against ranked choice voting was this one thing. These surveys that have been done by universities and by different towns, and they go, yes, we love ranked choice voting. There was never a question on that survey of, are you aware whether your ballot counted this election or if your ballot was discarded? Nobody knows in these surveys whether their vote even counted or not. And that's just something you've got to keep in mind. I would hope in the back of your mind as you're looking at these surveys is so many people at the state legislature kept bringing up, do you think these people would have approved ranked choice voting if they would have known their ballot was discarded? And I think that's something that should be brought up in this survey if you're going to do one. Are you aware whether your ballot was counted or not? Because at least with the mail-in ballots, we get a barcode and we can go check online and see if our ballot made it. We don't have a barcode for ranked choice voting where that we knew whether our ballot counted or not. So nobody knows in these surveys. Most people in those surveys did not know whether their vote even counted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, you get the final comment, please.
This is Mike Hewlett. Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Kentucky, Florida, Idaho, Montana, South Dakota, and Tennessee legislatures all have banned ranked choice voting in their states outright. Colorado had it on their ballot, and the voters chose against ranked choice voting. Nevada voted against ranked choice voting. Oregon voted against ranked choice voting. Alaska is the only state that keeps it, and we have the worst senator in the entire U.S. government as their representative that nobody actually wanted, and that's what you get when you have ranked choice voting. You get someone that no one wanted. And the last thing I'll say, as far as the down ballot votes, which nobody ever addresses, like the mayor said, no one ever addresses how those down ballot votes count. Mike Johnston reached his 50% threshold on the 10th round of vote counting, which means that the people who ranked him 10 out of 11 is the reason why he's sitting up there. Ranked choice voting is a disaster. Please, please, please get this atrocity out of our county and city.
Okay, we will close the public comment now.
I'm
Thank
going to
you
respond to
everyone
that,
for
Mayor.
participating.
The reason I won was because Aaron was number 3 all the way up. It was on the last case when Aaron was eliminated and all those other votes came to me. It wasn't the 10th votes, it was the second votes. That's the truth, Mike.
As you can tell, it's very complicated to where everyone opinions they think is correct. And it's not cut and dried on how this all plays out, because again, videos and such don't address all of the votes that didn't get counted either. Ryan, we're back to you. And now, council, if you want to make a motion, that's fine too.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
Good luck how this is going to sound. I don't know.
Okay.
I'd like to move that we instruct staff, Ryan probably in this case, but I'll just say staff, to create, what did you call it, Ryan?
Survey?
Nope. Sorry. To create educational public outreach campaign coupled with a social media campaign directing residents to reach out to the council with that public comment email address. I think, frankly, email, be careful how I say this because I'm actually not trying at all to be offensive to anybody, but I think email is a low enough bar that people could be expected to write an email. I think that's acceptable, and at least we know who you are and we've got a name attached to it, so you can't really spoof that and abuse it. Anyway, I'd like to well, I guess that's the end of my motion. I'd like to move that we do those things and that we get that off the ground. My understanding is that would be relatively low cost, council, to do those two things. It will take staff time, but I think that staff time is valuable and worth it. In this case, I do want to hear from people. I do want to hear from them in a way that we can understand that they're not abusing and gaming the system. I do have some concerns with just having a link or something like that. That gets worrisome.
I second the motion.
Okay, so it's just to clarify, because I'm just trying to make sure everybody understands as well as me. You are saying you want people to email the council, whether they like it or not, and then we would provide this email, right, with the public comments, so it comes to everybody. Ask them not to use individual emails, but to send it to the group, right?
I mean, if somebody still wants to email me directly, I want to hear from them.
Yeah, but
What,
for,
let me clarify.
okay.
I would like to direct staff that they create this public outreach campaign explaining and helping to understand, or helping people understand what ranked choice voting is, period. Also, that we direct them at the end of that and separately through a social media campaign to reach out to us.
So just through emails though, not any
think
survey questions.
I think so, just because I don't think that there's a survey that we can get off the ground fast enough to be valuable. And I'm the one that moved for the survey, but I've learned enough tonight to realize that perhaps that's the wrong word.
Brought up a good point that even if based off the time constraint, even if I put my best foot forward and tried to create these questions, I will probably miss somebody. And that's why these survey
Or you
questions,
word it in a way
I think
that
when we did our
doesn't make
airport
sense.
survey, Matt, could you help me? It was a different party, but I mean, they took weeks, if not months, to create the surveys that we did for the.
I think it's appropriate to end it with something
Questions.
like, you know, here we're providing this information to establish understanding. The city council is going to be discussing this on the 15th of April. If you have thoughts on this, please reach out to your elected official. Here's how.
And I think
And
we need
again,
to-
I think that's a low enough bar. I realize it's not as easy as a button click, but I think the trade-off in the additional time it takes to write an email is actually more valuable potentially here in knowing that we're actually getting real people responding and not being abused and getting abuse in the responses.
I would hope that you'd put a deadline, consider
Now,
a deadline.
as quick as possible. I don't know what the
No, I
deadline
mean
is.
for receiving the emails. We need to be able to gather, you know,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
we need to get some statistics, right?
Say that.
Yeah, we know, well, the next meeting may not be till April 15th, depending on how you guys vote on the next agenda
Respectfully,
item.
can I disagree with you respectfully on that? I think I don't want to set a deadline because if somebody remembers that they have a comment or they have a mentality 2 minutes before the vote on that day, I want them to email me.
Okay,
So,
well, what about April 15th then as the deadline?
yeah,
Because
I mean,
that's when
we
you're
could
gonna
put the
take
notice,
vote.
you know, in the thing that says, please write in before April 15th, but at the same time, I'm going to still listen to them if they write the next day.
Of course, it's just that then the vote might be
Sure.
over with.
And to be clear, and this is a council comment, this isn't part of the motion, but for public record, I'm not expecting that the public is voting on how we vote. I just want to hear from people.
With that campaign, I actually really like the way this direction is going. We could scale this to a way, the gentleman that pointed out that not everybody is on Facebook. I hear this all the time. I know a lot of people that are tech savvy that choose not to be on that particular platform. They don't like the discourse. We could potentially put a postcard in the mail with a QR code going to our ranked choice page and say, email your council member. And say, this is our call to action. It would put it on council to filter that information, but that is what I like about this is it's a direct citizen input to their elected body. And I feel like that is the most genuine way to communicate in a representative democracy. So I, as a communications professional, I would approve of this approach. Absolutely.
I mean, one other tiny little idea, this doesn't have to be part of the motion, but an idea for public outreach. Maybe we end up with signs on the road like we have with our public notices. Not the same because that's probably legal, but something like, hey, this is coming up. We want to hear from you. I actually do want to hear from people. And I realize, council, that that's going to suck for our inboxes, but so be it.
That's okay, that's why we're here. Is there any other questions on the motion? Can you do?
I
signage?
seconded it.
Yes, we can do
Someone's
signs.
saying that there's
We
no
could
sound.
Potentially do a
there's sound. Scott
mail
can hear us.
campaign. We can certainly put it on social. These are the traditional channels that we use for outreach. I also like repetition in our communication strategy because we train our people to know to look to certain places for that interaction. So I think that we should use some of these tactics that we've used perhaps for all of our Envision outreach and do with mail and social and perhaps send out a text. That was brought up earlier today, and let's blast it out there. And as long as you guys are willing to sort through those emails, I think that we can pull that off on time.
Okay, we're ready to vote?
Reminder, my motion was for a public outreach campaign. How he does it is staff direction.
Okay, but to email us at the public comment council email.
But the call to action is to
How-
email
how
your
else-
council member.
Yeah. How else you go about it, go for it.
Okay.
Scott had a second. I don't know if you heard him.
No, I was just talking about any further discussion, not any further motions, unless you guys want to make them. All right, are we ready to vote? Scott, you go first.
Yes.
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 No.
Okay, so that motion still passes 3-1. Everyone, the next agenda item is potential cancellation of April 1st. Oh, thank you, Ryan. Good luck.
Thanks, Ryan.
Potential cancellation of April 1st, 2025 City Council meeting. Scott, this is your agenda item.
I move that we cancel the April 1st city council meeting.
Do you want to give any reason, please?
I don't think we'll have a quorum. It's spring break.
Does anybody want to second that motion?
Who's not going to be here?
I'm not.
I didn't know it was spring break, so
I didn't either.
I guess I would have made it happen, but
Oh, okay, spring break.
yeah, good to know.
I'll be here. Let's just find out who will be here.
I'll be here.
I'll be here.
Let's just vote and not be here.
Will you be gone?
Let's take the day off.
Okay, it seems like.
It's all up to your vote. We can take the day off or not. What do you want to vote?
Ivana, you.
I motion that we do.
I'm going to be here.
Okay, right now we've got a quorum that can be here. So does anybody want to second his motion?
I mean, I'll second it so we can have a vote on it.
Okay, that's fine. So let's take a vote on it. Go ahead,
You
Scott.
know about Sid?
I say yes.
Yes.
Do you want to cancel the meeting or not?
And you're saying, yes, you want to cancel the meeting.
I think that'd be
Cancel it.
awesome if we could.
April 15th is just getting longer and longer, just so you know.
Can we have discussion for a minute?
Sure.
Is there things on the agenda, Trina? Do we have an outline of what's on the agenda?
For April 1st. Will it cause problems for what you just motioned?
It always just depends on what shows up by then.
I know I already said yes. I'd be happy to put a second motion in that says that we target a 2-hour meeting only and try to keep it really short and cancel it if there's nothing substantial.
Let's make that motion after this vote.
Okay.
Okay, so right now we've got a
I'm
yes
going
and
to
a
say
yes.
no because I'm going to be here, so.
Okay, and
If we were not going to have a quorum, I would cancel it, but I think I don't know. I mean, I know Scott's idea, but I feel it's inappropriate to just cancel a meeting because if we're here.
Right.
So I'm going to vote no.
okay, so that means it's a tie vote and I get to vote. So I'm going to vote no. So this motion fails 3-2 at this point. Did you want to make a substitute motion?
No, I'm fine with that, and I'll probably call in for part of it then.
But let's definitely keep it short if possible.
Yes.
However that works.
Sure, it
That's
makes me
always the
happy
goal.
too. Sure, it makes me happy as long as it's not this.
Okay, Matt, do you want to take the next agenda item to establish dates for the fiscal year 26 budget workshops?
I'm gonna have Sarah take point on that.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Council. I sent you an email and about the dates that the mayor has recommended. She then replied to that email. The original suggestion was, well, let me back up. We need 2 days from you because we'll have 2 budget meetings. So they generally are close together. I guess they don't have to be back to back, but they're generally within 2 or 3 days apart. So the mayor suggested some dates in April. The 21st, 22nd, 28 or 29, and then I guess the 21st is off the table.
MAG has called a meeting on us and they beat you.
Yeah.
What can I say?
So those are the mayor's suggestions, but I hope I gave you enough time to look at your
For the
own
mayor.
schedule.
I think we don't have any other meetings scheduled those evenings that I know of, right? No other committee meetings. So
Were the 21st, 22nd?
not the 21st now,
we have a
sorry.
meeting for Mag.
Mag's got the meeting there, but, and Ivana and I are on that committee. So the 22nd, which would be Tuesday, which means planning commission, which we could have it over at the police building, I hope, if it's not crowded, chief. And then there's also the 24th If you want to do the 25th, you can submit that, or the 26th, or the 28th. That's an open evening. 29th, there's no city council meeting. There's no planning commission meeting, right? On Tuesday, the 29th, so maybe that's an option too. Or the 30th, if any of you want to do those dates. That's as many as I can see in that time area.
Remind me, how many hours do we usually have for those meetings?
That's what I was
Are
about to
they-
ask.
Had 2 budget workshops. The first one is generally 2 to 3 hours. The past 2 years, the second budget workshop, you've tied in with a work meeting. So it's on a regular council meeting day.
So we could always do the.
So relatively quick on the second one
Relatively quick. What we're reviewing on the second one is changes that you made.
from the first one.
Yes.
Gotcha. Does one day, if we did the
Maybe.
28th, 29th, is one day enough to make the changes?
Well, we've done it on
It depends on the
weekend
changes you
before.
make.
Maybe we do the Tuesday, the 22nd, and Tuesday, the 29th.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, because we don't have council meeting, but you said that it's planning or no,
The
it's
fifth-
not on the
fifth
We
20th.
just
Tuesday.
have to, the
Oh,
planning
okay.
commission's here on the 22nd in this chamber. We just have to get.
So we
another
would
place
go to the public safety building.
if that's available.
Bunch of good restaurants.
As long as there's food there, I don't care,
Does anybody from planning department need to be at the budget workshops necessarily? Like,
We
would
generally
be-
invite the directors to be there to speak to any items regarding their department. Sure.
That could still work. So right now, we're looking at 22nd and 29th,
Of which month?
April,
April.
At what,
2 Tuesdays.
both at 4? Is that what we're planning?
I'm not sure the time. What would your choice be?
Not 4.
5? 5:30?
5 or later.
Let's do 6. No. I still
what do
want to
you
go to
think?
12 midnight. So.
Mayor, can I make
whatever.
one more suggestion on the second workshop? Tie it into the first meeting in May, which would be the 6th. In the past, you've had that second budget workshop tie into a work meeting agenda item.
Yeah, that works good. Then we just
Do it
have
in
to
the
pick one.
first or the
I'd say
second.
29th and 6th.
29th and 6th. Does anybody
with
want to
that.
make a motion on that one and also to specify the time for the 29th?
I move that we choose to have our budget workshops on Tuesday, April 29th, starting at 5 p.m. with dinner. And then finalize on the Tuesday, May 6th, starting at 4 p.m.
With cheesecake?
with cheesecake.
Seconded.
Well, I
Scratch-
don't like
scratch the cheesecake, Trina.
I want donuts.
I'm not
or
really saying that.
malasadas.
That was just a joke.
Aaron, a cheesecake.
Or malasadas from
that's the
Midway.
first-
Bring us all a
That motion.
cheesecake, yeah. Where?
A motion on cheesecake.
Malasadas, those donuts, those yummy Hawaiian donuts that are in Midway.
Let's bring those.
Thank you, Chief. We hope that can
Before,
work
I'm
out.
sorry, can I I have a question first. I don't have a budget calendar pulled up in front of me. Does that push us against some dates where we usually adopt the tentative budget?
Got that, the first meeting in May.
First meeting in May. Thank you. That's the May 6th.
That's the latest we can do it, May 1st. That would be May, yes, May
Will
May
we
Come
6th.
forward.
actually be adopting the tentative budget that second budget workshop?
No, well, let me see here.
The state
It
requires
says
us.
April 15th is the tentative budget tentatively adopted by the city council of public hearing dates. April 15th in the agenda materials. And then we've got the review up till May 7th. And then you prepare the final till May 26th. And then you issue the notice for the public hearing on June 3rd, it looks like.
I think it works.
Forward then.
So I think we can, I mean, I don't think we have to have budget workshops in order to pass a tentative budget. It's just a stopgap, right?
Concept.
Exactly. The state
Yeah.
just requires us to tentatively adopt the tentative budget. That's literally the wording in the state statute.
Or-
No later than the first city council meeting in May. So you can have your workshops before then, after then, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay. So we will plan, it says April 15th, that's the date that
That's the
we
tentative.
anticipated doing it. I think we're fine just pushing that. Or we can also adopt it in April, but maybe May 6th is just as easy to
So-
tentatively adopt. the tentative budget.
We don't have to have a budget and food? Is that what you're saying? Like, you're totally bursting my bubble here. I'm wanting to know.
Still have to
I'm
have the
just kidding.
meeting.
We'll still have the meeting, but we don't have,
We're just
you guys
establishing
need
if
to
it's in the right
explain this
order.
to me. My brain is shut down for the night.
You're good. As a staff, we have
Okay.
to adopt the tentative budget no later than the first meeting in May.
I'm just
Yes.
saying, at the
Tentative,
tentative budget on the 15th, we have to take enough time for the people to see that this is not a rubber stamp, right? That even though our meetings are coming afterwards, that we will really examine it. We have to have a thorough or concise or clear enough presentation on the 15th that the public realizes that we're going to be discussing, these major items before anything is finalized. That's
I
all.
may have put the 15th just to make sure we met the state compliance deadline. So I don't.
Isn't that what we just did tonight, though?
We've
Or
normally
no?
done that the first meeting in June. Have you hold the public hearing, and then have you either adopted that night or the second meeting in June?
We've had our budget retreats, if you will, before in May. So
They've been late April, early May. They've done both.
yeah, so we're good.
Yeah, I think you're
We're
great.
doing it the way we're doing it right now.
You're great.
So we're still having the food.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's
good.
take the vote.
Cheesecake.
Good to know.
Scott,
And
you take the
cheesecake.
first vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yay.
Thank you.
I'd like to make another motion
Go ahead.
that we cancel the first meeting in April so that the staff can be with their families during spring break.
Staff hook now.
Oh, that's kind.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that again. We'll try the vote again.
Okay, hang on one second. I have to kind of find a space for this because it's out of order. And wait a minute. The only ones that can make a motion like this to reconsider, and Jeremy, you'll have to help me with this because in the rules of order, okay, it's basically the same motion as before. So the only ones that can make the motion to reconsider are the ones that voted no, not the
I'm gonna
ones
make
that
a
voted
motion that we
yes.
cancel the April 1st meeting so that staff can enjoy spring break with their families.
Okay, all right. So now that is Mike Johnston's reconsideration, and you're still seconding it. Okay, are we ready with the vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, how about that? That passed 4-0. Okay, the next agenda item.
He manipulated the system to make it sound like he cared about our staff. We do. We care about you guys.
I know vote was
I just was so
strategic, huh?
surprised that you guys were so self-centered about it.
You gonna, take us up? Okay.
Okay,
Obviously, I'm
actually,
kidding.
We're going to do communication items next. So Matt, turn that over to you on communication.
Mayor, I don't have any items. I do need to get to those two closed session items, though.
Okay, then I need a motion to go into closed session to discuss the purchase or sale of real property and personnel.
So moved.
And I
Yes.
second.
Okay, and all in favor of going into the closed session? Scott, go
Yes.
ahead.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 3-0, which is the quorum. Aaron Cheatwood has just stepped out for a minute. He'll be back to join us. Okay, now we're going to go into closed session, everybody, and let me close the door.
Night, everybody.
Yeah, the two reasons is for personnel.
And personnel. So can we do the purchase exchange part first so I can record it as required?
Okay.
And then the personnel second?
Okay. Everyone, we're still online. We're still online.
That never gets out.
Thank you.
That's my main concern.
Shouldn't say anything else, I guess.
Careful, Trina.
Say anything else?
First, I get it done real fast.
Your audio on the council chambers.